We're going to be moving on to the second interim charge regarding the evaluation and need for 765 kilovolt transmission lines and its effect on Texas communities, Texas property owners, and landowners. There is, as a reminder, all public testimony will be heard after we hear from all invited witnesses. Looks like we have some transportation. We'll give it 30 seconds for people to move around the building here. Okay, so members, this is important. As a reminder, Chairman Gleeson and Judge Smith will testify today regarding the process at their respective agencies for adjudicating CCN cases. Because the existing 76.5 kilovolt CCNs are active, contested cases, they will not be able to speak on those cases specifically regarding routing. They will be talking about the process. Once their testimony and questions are complete, they will leave the hearing room. We are going to call them up separately also to add further distance. The chair opens the floor and calls Thomas Gleeson, Chairman, Public Utility Commission of Texas. Thank you, Chairman, again for being here. Well, a new topic? No, I'm kidding. It ties into everything else. But we appreciate you giving a PUC perspective regarding the CCN process. Maybe also just talk about how you can set the stage. How is the need for transmission decided in the state, in a growing state, and how does ERCOT act, and then how does the PUC then handle it so that the people hearing can understand kind of the process that goes from kind of, hey, we need a new transmission line, to the process that gets it there, and then the final stamp of approval before entities go out and build it. Can you just lay that out for us a little bit before we start the timer on you?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chair King, for the record, Thomas Gleeson, Chairman, Public Utility Commission of Texas. And Chairman, I will say that was a tremendous introduction, so I appreciate it. So I thought I would do this in terms of the Permian Basin Reliability Plan, what House Bill 5066 did, what it didn't do, then kind of how we got to the point of seeing these CCNs and then what our CCN process looks like. So there has been, I would say, an underinvestment in transmission into the Permian for probably a decade. And if you look at the numbers, and I may have mentioned this on the first panel, I think right now there's around 11 gigs of demand in the Permian. The estimate is by 2038 timeframe, there's going to be about 27 gigs. And as has been mentioned a lot, we don't cite generation in ERCOT. So when we see that, we have to come up with ways to provide power to those customers. And so House Bill 5066, what it did is it required ERCOT to submit to the PUC a plan for how to provide electricity to customers in the Permian. What it did not do is require that to be done on a 765 kV system. So ERCOT did its analysis and then provided us with options in the middle of 2024. Those options included bringing additional 345, 500 kV, and 765 kV, along with an underbuild, so more 138 and other voltages to go along with that. So we looked at that, we heard from a lot of folks, and it was pretty clear from the outset that when talking to the engineers, and ERCOT may be able to speak to this better, it doesn't really make sense to just do one voltage step up. So really the option was between 345 and 765. And so when we looked at the preponderance of the evidence, what it came down to, at least for me, was 765 is fewer lines. While each line requires more right-of-way, in totality, it's actually less right-of-way. So if you think about it this way, you may need 3 or 4, potentially 345 kV lines to transmit the same amount of electricity that you get from a 765 line. So my understanding is when you have to get right-of-way for 3+ lines potentially instead of 1, in totality, it's going to be more right-of-way. We talked on the first panel about the congestion cost savings of 765, $300 to $500 million a year. So really, when I thought about it on those two issues, the cost differential was roughly, I want to say like $2 billion in total cost. It made sense to choose 765. If you look at the map of those 765 import lines, imagine if that was a 345 system, you would see basically a spider webbing of 345 lines in basically the same area. And so we decided, we approved that plan later in 2024, and then the final order on 765 for the Permian Reliability Plan was adopted in the spring, around April of 2025 during that legislative session. And so once that was adopted, what happened is the transmission distribution utilities ultimately have to file CCNs with us. 5066 did one other thing. It took the amount of time that we have statutorily to consider a CCN down from a year to 180 days.
A CCN, for the people listening.
Yes, so transmission distribution utilities have a service territory that they have exclusive jurisdiction to build transmission distribution within. When they want to build a line, they have to make a filing with the commission that proposes many different routes and provides cost estimates and things like that for the project. And then ultimately, we have to decide the need and then choose a final route for that project. Certificate of convenience and necessity, yes, sir. So the way that process works is once a transmission distribution utility files a CCN, 180 days, we refer that to SOA. SOA holds a hearing after direct testimony is filed. There's a 30-day right now intervention period. So once it's filed, 30 days for any entities, landowners, whomever, to intervene in that case. Then SOA holds that hearing, and after that hearing, they write for us what we call a proposal for decision. So basically what they think of the case. It typically takes them around 60 days from the hearing till they write that PFD. And then on the back end, we have to allow for exceptions and replies to the PFD. And then we have about 30 days to put that on an open meeting and ultimately make a decision. So, as we've been going through this, obviously when that bill was passed, like I said, 765 was not really in consideration. That was something that was conceived of after we got the analysis from ERCOT. As you all know, we were required by statute to submit an agency report by the 15th of January of every odd-numbered year going into a legislative session. Talked with our executive director, Connie Corona. We are going to be making some suggestions in that report for how to better align this, I think, with what people expect. So I mentioned the intervention period. So 30 days after it's filed. I think what we are going to propose is that intervention period should be 60 days. To allow for more intervention. And the 180-day clock should not start until after that 60-day intervention. So they are not layered on top of each other. So that would take that process out to a minimum of 240 days. I think the other thing that we have also been discussing is, do you really need two separate processes potentially? For smaller lines, 5 miles, come up with some line miles that make sense. You can have 180 days. And then for longer projects, for longer lines with more interveners in them, do you need to look at having a longer timeline, maybe even all the way back to a year? And so those are the things we're thinking about, we're talking about. We will provide recommendations in our agency report. But that's really, again, how we got here. House Bill 5066, again, did not mandate that there was a 765 kV backbone. That was done through analysis at ERCOT and then ultimately approved by the PUC. I will say, though, that there has been some talk that you had an option of doing nothing. I will say, as I sit here, I do not believe we have an option of doing nothing. We have to get electricity to the Permian customers.
And you believe that because of data that's been supplied to you from ERCOT regarding the necessity of transmission to maintain the grid?
That's correct. And from the TDUs and talking to the customers, if you see that amount of load growth, we have to have a way to get the power from where it's generated to where the load is. And again, in ERCOT, we do not site generation. So we have to find a way to get that power to them. The transmission distribution utilities have an obligation, a legal obligation, to serve their customers. And so that was ultimately how we got to this point.
And the analysis by ERCOT after the Permian Basin Plan was passed, you're done. Was that all your testimony?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
That was short. That was very nice. I appreciate that. Yeah, that statutory, the law, 5066, House Bill 5066, that highlighted the need for transmission in the Permian Basin, then was utilized by ERCOT saying, well, what's the best way to deliver this transmission? And the experts that are subject matter experts that design power systems, that design transmission lines, looked at the available technology. We do not have 765 lines in the state of Texas, but they are utilized in many places in the United States, correct?
That's correct.
And so they're not a brand new technology. They are a proven technology in the United States and other areas, other countries too.
And in fact, AEP builds a lot of 765 elsewhere in the country, and they will build this here as well.
And the idea was that if Texas wants to move electricity, and we're looking at the demand, I'm hypothesizing here, ERCOT thought it'd be best to use a big line instead of multiple small lines. That was eventually ratified, that decision or that recommendation, by the PUC and your fellow commissioners.
That's correct. To move that power, the vast amount of power that needs to be moved, the most efficient way to do it is with extra high voltage 765 lines.
Right. And it all is premised on the need for transmission. And again, with electricity, you got to have generation, the need for generation, and then the need for transmission. And they're symbiotic and necessary in a grid standpoint. So that's how it came about. For the people listening out there, I think it was important because we're going to hear lots of testimony, and I hope it's illustrative and helpful for when y'all come forward and provide the public testimony. So with that, members, we're going to actually ask questions of Mr. Gleeson so then he can exit the room from a legal standpoint. Let's see, we have Senator Campbell first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you talked about it. How did we go from House Bill 5066, study the Permian Basin needs? How did we get to where the transmission expansion plan went from this regional area to almost statewide now?
So another portion of House Bill 5066 has ERCOT looking at other areas of the state that may have been underinvested in for transmission to get electricity to those customers. So they created what they call the STEP plans, statewide state transmission expansion plan. Yes. And so they have made that recommendation that you basically close that loop, do not just the west, but also the eastern loop to have basically a highway of extra high voltage. That is not a part of the Permian Basin Reliability Plan. Those CCNs have not been filed. So that is not nearly on the same timeline that the Permian Basin Reliability Plan is.
Okay. In April, you had said, I asked, you said, no, you don't want to bisect property if we can avoid it, and that, yes, bisecting somebody's property is advisable. Does that still reflect the PUC's position?
Yes, ma'am. It reflects my position. The transmission distribution utilities file what they would call straight lines, right? They don't know where these lines are going to go, so their routes are straight lines. Mm-hmm. And we know we're going to deviate from that. Where we can, we will follow property lines. We will do everything we can. I will say there's a trade-off. When, for those of you who are around, and I'm wary to bring this up, but I will say CREZ, the CREZ projects initially were estimated to be $4.9 billion, and that was because of the same reason. All those lines were straight lines, and then the commission back then deviated. So in order to minimize impacts to landowners, instead of, say, going straight, they made 4 right turns to go around someone's house. Mm-hmm. What does that do? It adds turning structures, which are expensive, and it adds line miles. So in some instances, there's going to be a trade-off potentially between the cost of a project and trying to minimize impacts to those landowners.
Who actually defines where the link routes go, the link-ups go? Is it the actual transmission companies that are going to be actually benefiting from the 765s?
So we select which routes that they've provided. They have siting authority within that where they can make adjustments. One of the things that we did during CREZ, then Commissioner Ken Anderson put ordering paragraphs in all of those final orders that directed the transmission distribution utilities to do anything that they could to minimize the impacts to landowners. And so that gives them guidance that if they needed to, again, make 4 right turns in order to go straight to minimize impacts, that's what they should do.
some landowners have had, whenever the route's in process and they're studied, then all of a sudden they get changed. So once they get changed, I know one landowner had 44 days from the time a new route was defined across his property until they had to provide sworn statements of everything. In 44 days, do you feel like that's adequate time for a landowner to be able to evaluate the property, analyze it, and come up with sworn statements? I mean, what do? They're looking, this is their property being divided up, and 44 days is hardly enough.
Senator Campbell, yes, I completely understand the concern, which is why we're going to recommend making changes to that statute to make the process longer.
And is that retro applied? So if somebody's only had 44 days and the route is across their property, they don't get advantaged by the changes you have to increase the times you were talking about.
Correct. Those cases that we're talking about for the Permian Basin Reliability Plan have already gone through the process and are back at the commission for decisions. That's correct.
I think that limiting the amount of time that a landowner has with these, they don't have time to evaluate the impact it actually makes on their property. Whenever PUC is considering it, are they looking at evaluating the quality of life variables that are actually affected by 765 lines coming through their property? Things like flight paths, crop dusting, if they have a small airfield on their property, historic cemeteries, noise, the strong electric fields that can be around, especially in rainy times, that increases a greater electric field around it. The buzzing, the cracking, the interference, radio interference, hearing aids. And I don't know about possible old pacemakers, not the new ones, but did they look at that, consider that?
So the statute enumerates the factors that we look at when considering this, and then we will look at all the testimony that's provided by all the interveners. I will say one of the things we committed to was, we will get asked to hear oral argument in every one of these cases. In some instances, there are 800 interveners in one case. What I've committed to every time I've come to testify or talk about this is we're going to grant oral argument in each of these cases. And similar to what you are doing today, we will hear from every one of those landowners. We will hear oral argument from them so they can come and explain to us the circumstances around their unique situation.
Well, them coming to explain, is it going to make a difference in the opinion? In the decision, the final decision?
It absolutely could, because we can consider what is in evidence. So as long as what they are coming and saying to us is in the record, is something that was considered when SOA drafted its PFD, it is evidence that we can consider in making our final determination.
But the actual lines are being drawn by the transmission companies.
The route options are
That's what I'm calling
given
the
to us.
line.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only remedy that a landowner has will be to come to a hearing that you will have. You'll hear the oral remarks, and maybe that'll make a difference, and maybe it won't.
So they would, yes, file written testimony, then participate in the SOA hearing, and then ultimately, when the decision gets to us, grant oral argument and then hear from them in the case. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's it for now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. By the way, as I was looking at all the people testifying today and all the consternation the PUCs goes through on transmission lines, I was trying to envision them trying to work through a process where they decided where to build generation and how much to charge for it. I think we need a whole second PUC to deal with all that. But so I want to just talk about pricing. So I've heard the number. So let's go back to 2006, 7, 8, right around then when the CREZ lines, the last really major transmission line build that was actually directed by the legislature, and the PUC did what the legislature asked them to. And that was budgeted. We were told that was going to cost, the legislature was told, we told it was going to cost like $2 billion. It came in at over $8 billion, 400% price overruns. I'm hearing the number $33 billion. Is that just for the Permian plan, or is that for the Permian plus the STEP?
That's the full STEP plan.
The full STEP
Yeah,
plan?
so the Permian is 13 to 14. The rest of the STEP is around 17, and then there's some other power additions that we have to make, but it comes to about 32.99 is actually, I think, what the estimate is.
So the concern is what's going to prevent, particularly now that we have new requirements that weren't there in CREZ, that said you've really got to be willing to not go on a straight line, and you've got to be willing to accommodate property owners' needs, communities' needs, things like that. It seems to me like we're set up for not to have a 400% price over, and we had really smart PUC people and ERCOT people back then, just like we do today. And I'm just concerned, instead of it being a $33 billion proposal, that we're looking at a $150 billion proposal that gets socialized across everybody's electric bills. How do we avoid that? And where I want to go with this is to ask you this question so you can kind of build it all in as we're going. You know, we build skyscrapers, airports, pipelines, ports, everything, and at some point somebody comes up with a price on that, and then they're held to that price. And if it goes over that, there's some allowance for inflation, allowance for problems that come up, change orders, all that, of course. But at some point, there's penalties for not, when the price goes up too high. And so how do we know that this isn't going to have a 400 or 500% price overrun, particularly with inflation being the way it is today? Mm-hmm. And what can we do to mitigate that?
So, Vice Chair King, I appreciate the question. You know, to not go in a straight line, the price is absolutely going to increase. So, you know, once a line is selected, one of the considerations for selecting a line is what they say the cost of that specific line is going to be. So that's kind of our first data point. Then they file construction reports with us and updates. We can find out any changes to the costs that occur. As you said, there are some things that, you know, are out of their control. If, you know, inflation, tariffs, there's a multitude of things. But we can look at getting additional information as to why there are cost overruns. And ultimately, once this line is in service, they have to file a rate case with us. And in that rate case, they have to prove that all of their investments were prudently made. And so ultimately, if the decision comes before us, we can disallow investments if they weren't prudently made. And I would say the one thing to remember about rate cases, probably 95, maybe 99% of them come to us as fully stipulated to negotiated settlements. And so a lot of these questions we don't actually end up seeing the answers to, because all the parties to the cases settle on a revenue requirement, and that's what we end up seeing. So we don't actually see all of the inputs. We want that to happen, because I would argue that everyone who has intervened in that rate case has decided this is what they can live with. For me to substitute my judgment for that, the bar has to be really high. It's not to say we would never do it, but I think we should strive to get negotiated stipulations in these cases, because that shows that everyone had to probably get off of the position they initially came on and negotiate and come to terms with whatever everyone agreed to. And so that's what we see in the majority of these cases.
But was not that same process and that same prudency standard what was in place during the CREZ?
It is, and as I said at the outset, if you look at the difference, one of the major differences, you can see the price difference. And I was not aware of the $2 billion cost. The cost that I saw in the actual report initially was $4.9 billion, and it went up to 7.9. One of the biggest changes between 4.9 and 7.9 was, again, the additional line miles that the commission added, because we told folks not to go straight across people's property, do not bisect their land. Follow property lines as best you can. Avoid, building a tower in front of, in someone's line of sight. And that adds a lot of line miles and turning structures and other things that add cost. And so again, there's a trade-off there. But again, those are ordered by the commission. We tell them to do that. There are other costs we can absolutely look at to see if these investments were made prudently.
So, and I think it will, because I was chairing the committee in the House at the time it went through, and I actually think it was one of the worst decisions I ever participated in the time I've been in the legislature. But I feel very firmly we were originally told $2 billion when they came to the legislature and said this is what we plan on, and then later it just kept increasing in time and cost. So, and I understand the utility standpoint, the TDU standpoint, because they, as these changes are made, it's like a change order when you're building a house or a building, it adds to the cost. And so, but it seems like that statutorily we should require that at some point, once the route is affirmed, and a price estimate should be given. And just like in every construction contract that takes place in America today, there is penalties for going over that, and there are benefits if you go under it. And it seems like we should have something like that in place once the, and not that the utility, not that the utilities aren't trying to bring it in on cost, but I think from a fiduciary standpoint that the state has, we should be like every other construction contract. And once that price is set on, once the route is determined, then there should be a contract that has caps on it. And exactly. And everything else in the world gets built like that, except transmission lines. And so, and not that Encore and Centerpoint and all these guys, AP and everything, don't try to do the best job they can and all that. But if we go in by history, every single transmission line that's ever been built goes wherever cost. I just would be almost certain I'm correct in saying that. And certainly I go back to the CREZ. And I'm not blaming you or the system or anything else. It's just if the statute now requires greater sensitivity by the PUC toward property owners in routes than it did then, and if inflation is worse today than it was then, and if supply lines are much worse today than they were then we should anticipate a lot of cost overrun. And as you know, that all ends up as a line item on everybody's electric bill. And I would just ask you, because I think there's probably going to be some discussions of legislation, to come up with some kind of pricing model to put some caps on that. And from everybody I've talked to, there's nothing that prevents us from doing that. And so I would just ask you to have some thoughts on that as well. I won't put you on the spot here on what that should be. And again, I'm not blaming utilities, not blaming everybody. It happened before, and it's going to happen again, and we just can't take something that's $33 billion and then let it turn into $133 billion for everybody, because we're going to get in a lot of trouble.
Understand.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Just some history. I know some watching might want to understand a little bit about the 765s. Those are for just the transmission, moving power, large amounts of power from one area to another. And below that, you have 500s, 345s, 128s, or 138.
138, 69 kV, yes, sir.
And 69 is the lowest,
Yes, sir.
right? And so the need for 765s is really only moving, again, massive amounts of power. But the history of those lines from information given to by my staff is that they were first in the United States, pioneered by AEP in 1969 in Ohio, and that there's currently 2,200 miles of operational 765 lines in the United States and 6 states in the PGM and MISO service territories. And the Southwest Power Pool is planning to add 950 miles of lines. So 2,200 miles is, you go from Amarillo to Brownsville, that's 782 miles. So Amarillo to Brownsville, back to Amarillo, back to Brownsville. So it's not really a new technology.
Correct. It is not a new technology. While perhaps novel here, it is not a new technology. And some of the pushback we had heard was typically 765 is used to transmit electricity on an interstate basis. The thing with Texas is because we're so
we are
big,
interstate.
Intrastate transmission is in a lot of cases a lot longer line miles than most interstate transmission.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So just some background information for those testifying. I know they had some people had some questions. Very good comments about cost containment. I share your concern about any large construction project and cost overruns and budgets or estimates not actually coming to anywhere close to realization as far as what they cost. So thank you very much for that. So any other comments, Vice Chair? Senator Sparks?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you again for being here. So just for the record, I can't tell you how much transmission needs to be built here in the state of Texas. What I do believe is if we're going to confiscate people's property, we need to make sure that we have taken every opportunity, we've looked at every technology, we have looked at any other possible ways that we could solve the problem before we do that. Because, I mean, we're all big on civil liberties, and what I've determined is, the more population we get, the more often our civil liberties are bumping up against our neighbors. So at some point in time, the hard decision has to be made. But I am going to push back on something you said in your opening remarks where you said, doing nothing is not an option. I'm not advocating for doing nothing. I just believe that this process has been very, we've expedited this process a lot from the very start. I can tell you when I voted in favor of the reliability study on House Bill 5066, there was, in my wildest imagination, I couldn't believe that this is where we would be without any other involvement of the state legislature. That here's where we stand. It looked like your typical study bill, which almost made me vote against it because we do endless study bills, but this one had significant ramifications. So you said we've got to have this now, and I'm assuming that's because the oil and gas industry needs the power. What's the oil and gas industry doing right now? Because this is not a new problem. This is a problem that actually we've had for probably at least 6 or 7 years out there. It's not new that we saw it coming. We did have it exacerbated because a lot of our large oil and gas companies decided to, for ESG reasons, Senator Colcourse, to turn natural gas-fired stuff and diesel-fired stuff and make all of that electric. So it accelerated part of our problems. But what's the oil and gas industry doing right now? They haven't shut down, right? We're producing as much oil and gas right now as we have ever. So what are they doing?
So right now we're using our transmission lines to transfer power into the Permian. As you may have heard earlier, in far west Texas, we have such bad constraints that there's actually some concern about the reliability of far west Texas as early as, later this summer and next year. And so that's one level of issue. They've had to invest in some instances in localized generation to address the problem. And you and I had a really good conversation about this. One of the reasons we're seeing this is because of the proliferation of renewables in that area, that there are times of the day overnight where we have to take power from other areas of the state to move it into the Permian. And so that is just going to get exacerbated as these new load numbers come to fruition. Again, going from 11 gigs now, as you said, from electrification and other issues to upwards of 25, 27 gigs in the next 10 to 12 years. We have to find a way to meet that demand.
So we heard from an earlier panelist that, and I think they were talking about my district out here in the Permian Basin, that we have so overbuilt in intermittent power that, there's just no way to send the right price signals to build thermal dispatchable baseload out there. So if we build these, well, first of all, what's on the books? Right now, what we're talking about is 3 765 lines, about 1,400 miles worth, originating somewhere in different points of central Texas and going out to West Texas. What's on the east side of these lines that's going to deliver the 24-hour-a-day power that the oil and gas industry needs?
So there is generation on the eastern side of the state that can't be
New
transmitted.
generation that's going on? Are we taking it from other places?
Yes, you're moving power from where it's being generated to where the demand is.
Because we still don't have the price signals to create the thermal dispatchable power that the state needs all over.
That's correct. There is not the thermal power to serve that load. there.
Okay.
That's correct.
So if we build these lines, based on some earlier panel testimony, if we build these lines, we're going to create a superhighway. What's going to prohibit, if we don't change our market structure for the price signals, what's going to keep all three of these lines from immediately filling up with new solar projects?
So nothing prohibits any type of generation facility from interconnecting onto the grid.
Okay. All right. I appreciate, yeah. So right now what's happening in the field is, companies are setting, let's say, microgrids. We've created a new cottage industry, where microgrids and all of that as industries going out into remote parts. But we've already heard the governor's come out and said, hey, if you're a data center, you're going to bring your own power. So to me, I'm not sure you can make the comment, we can't pause this thing because the oil and gas industry hasn't shut down. Has it inconvenienced us? And when I say us, for those of you who don't know, I'm in the oil and gas industry. Does it inconvenience us? Yes. Has it raised our cost? Yes. And I would argue that part of that is because as legislators, we've been trying, and I really tip my hat to a number of the members on this committee, because you guys have worked tirelessly to try to avoid kind of where we are now in being short on power across the state. But we are short on power. We've been short on power out there a long time. The most practical thing, as we talked about earlier, would be to build natural gas-fired baseload out there. I don't know if you guys know, but we got more gas than we can get rid of out there, right? Railroad Commission won't let us flare it. It's creating all kinds of problems. So, at the end of the day, to me, wouldn't it be prudent to make sure that we have adequately made sure, and I know the numbers that you guys looked at overall were from 2021 or the study?
So the S&P study, that may be right. I'm not sure.
Roughly?
But that is what was used for the analysis.
And nobody was even talking about data centers in 2021.
Correct. Yes. This was the foundation of this was not built with data centers. It
Right.
had anything to do with data centers.
Right. But data centers are coming, we think, and they're going to significantly change the profile of, what power is being generated. Now, we've still got some issues to work through, whether that's going to be on or off the grid, and, how do we work that all in? I think we have an excellent opportunity to use all of that new capital coming in to rebalance our grid. But if we charge through with these lines right now, it's almost guaranteed that what we'll fill these up with is more wind, mostly solar. And in my estimation, all that's going to do is it's going to make it more challenging for us to try and figure out how are we going to get the base load that the state of Texas needs for long-term growth. So I appreciate everything you're doing, but I do take a little bit of exception on the idea that we have to have this right now. One of my former colleagues used to say, if you want it bad, you get it bad. And he's now serving in a very high position, and we're really proud of him. But anyway, thank you.
Senator Hagenbuch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll follow up a couple questions that Senator Campbell and Senator Sparks, just a little more detail on those. First off, on on the where the lines are being placed. So you have incorporated FAA registered flight paths?
So I'd have to look at those specific cases. Like I said, we have enumerated in statute what we can look at. On each individual case as it comes before us, we look at all of those criteria. But we do take into consideration everything that is in the record. So if that is in the record, then yes.
No, I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Well, I mean, again, I can't speak about any specific case.
See.
What I can say is things like that should be in the record. So when we make a decision,
that is part of your criteria.
Correct. Yes, we look at what is in the local area when we're making siting decisions. Yes, sir.
Back to this point that you said that not building these lines is not an option. So is that based on existing load need, or is that based on including the batch zero load need?
So this was based on the analysis that was done by ERCOT before we got into batch zero. This analysis was done by ERCOT and submitted us in, I want to say, mid-year 2024, before we had any discussion
So
around
it's not
batch
based
zero.
on speculation.
This is mostly based on oil and gas, electrification, and other things that others can probably speak to better than me that are going on in the Permian that are increasing the amount of demand in the Permian that require us to move more power there.
Okay, so there's the Permian piece versus the whole state step plan.
Correct.
You said the CCNs aren't even done for the rest beyond the Permian piece. So this is not necessarily an all or nothing decision right now, right? You could potentially, like for example, do the Permian piece and hold off on the rest. Is that possible?
Correct. So in this case, we're work takers, right? So we don't decide when those CCN applications get filed. The transmission distribution companies file them. To date, they have not filed for the eastern part of the.
I mean, in terms of a decision.
Correct. So
y'all
we have that 180-day timeline that we adhere to.
You could pause the other portion of it, and I mean, to Senator Sparks' point, if you wanted to pause to wait to see some things, it's possible. Even if you felt like the Permian had to be done, you could.
So again, potentially, but we have a statutory requirement to get these done in 180 days, and again, none of them have been filed to this point. So I have no idea when those CCNs will be filed at this point.
Okay, just looking at the Permian piece. So my understanding is there's like 2 or 3 parts to it. One is the 765, which is the sort of I'm in trucking, so I'll call it the long haul portion. Then there's the final mile piece analogy, 345 lines in the smaller step down. So the project for the Permian includes those different types of lines, right?
That's correct. So the 765 lines themselves, I want to say of that total cost, about 9 to 10 billion. Then kind of that lower voltage build out is approximately 3. And then there's a reactive power component basically dealing with frequency issues on the system that also has to get built. That's around $1.5 billion of the plan.
Okay, so the part of it's just to move it around. You can use the lower voltage for that. But to bring in enough power, you got to bring the 765. Is that right?
That's the purpose of those, to move vast amounts of power over a long distance. Yes, sir.
So you're bringing, for that portion of the plan, you're bringing it in from the east, then someplace.
Correct.
Is there? I'm trying to repeat, but more specifically, do we actually have? It's been identified the actual power that would be coming from the east, or where they'd be coming from, or is that a generality, or is that specifically known?
Yeah, so I mean, it's, again, like we spoke about on the first panel, it's economic dispatch. So the power flows to where it needs to flow. This just allows it to move more efficiently over those high voltage lines. Again, one of the things I would say is if 765, was all of a sudden tomorrow prohibited, I imagine what you would see is these same transmission distribution utilities would immediately file 345 kV line options in the exact same areas that these are filed currently.
Okay. And it's just one comment is to reiterate what Senator Sparks says. It makes me wonder whether some of the things that are going on, whether you want to build all the transmission first, or try to figure out where some of the generation is going to be built before you make a decision on the whole step plan. But that's just a comment or something I'm curious about. We'll see, I guess. Thank you.
Yeah, and Senator Hagenbu, just to be clear, so, ERCOT does take into consideration generation projects that are at a certain maturity as they're making their recommendations. And so when we're trying to solve for any of these cases, there are assumptions made based on project maturity of generation facilities about where those facilities will ultimately be located.
Thank you.
Just kind of clarify some of the questions a typical individual might be asking. The need to build a line. I see people wearing buttons, no 765. That need is delineated by the grid transmission distribution utility companies regarding the amount of supply on a various segment and the need for more supply of line. And that need is then translated or transferred over to ERCOT, and or it might be symbiotic. But can you kind of clarify exactly how a need is recognized and then put the ball rolling regarding a large transmission line, not a smaller one?
Yeah, so typically the projects go through a process at ERCOT and ultimately get approval at ERCOT and then come to us in the form of CCNs. But yes, there's a very
But the process
long
of ERCOT,
process.
they're monitoring the grid and operating the grid, but they're also with the participants of the TDUs,
Correct.
very synergistically in a way that, so there's information on both sides that's traded, right?
They are looking at the reliability and economic needs for transmission lines around the state. Yes, sir.
When was the last time 345 lines were built in the state?
They're built all the time.
A significant length of one that was Dallas, Houston, whatever.
Yeah, I mean,
all the
I don't
time.
know exactly. I'd have to go back and look, but I mean, we can provide you a sheet. If you look at all the transmission lines currently in the queue being built, there are a number of them. Right. And these are the ones that are 765, but there are a number of 345 lines being built.
And I've seen the diagrams, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the footprint is a little wider and, of course, taller for 765s relative to 345s.
Correct. It is wider, but again, when you look at it in totality, because you need fewer overall lines, it actually ends up being less right-of-way acquisition.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And so the newness of 765 sounds terrible, but 345s were going to be filed too, and it'd be a larger number of 345s.
That's correct. And like I said, the way when I looked at the map of 345, what it looked like to me was like a spider web going across the state.
Oh, really?
And so
the footprint of can you kind of clarify the footprint of a 765 versus 345 in width? I don't believe it's more like 50% more, 60.
So around that, I think it depends. It depends on the topology, on the where it's
height
being located.
difference is different.
And it is higher, but again, it's in totality, it ends up being less than 345.
I have from ERCOT one there. Mm-hmm. The width is 200 feet for a 765 for one, and for the equivalent amount of power delivered by 345s is 750 feet. I think they're saying that's 5 lines, but maybe that's not true. 6 lines.
And again, what I've seen as far as a range, Mr. Chairman, is anywhere between 5 to 6 lines. I think it depends. So I think that would probably be on the high side. But yes, still, either way, more right-of-way acquisition.
So, Senator Hinojosa, yes, I guess next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Gleeson, for being here. Appreciate you. So we're talking about 32.99, call it $33 billion for how many miles?
I'm not sure the exact line.
I think I was told 2,500.
Around that, and that again, that is the full step plan to make the full loop. That is not just the Permian plan.
Right, but so is the 33 billion.
That is correct. Yeah. So the Permian plan is roughly around 13 to 14 billion, and 17 billion for the step plan.
Gotcha. So still roughly for the whole thing about 13.2 million a mile, roughly. I mean, estimate.
I'll trust your math.
How much of that percentage-wise is allocated for land acquisition costs?
That I'm not sure about. Ultimately, that'll get decided through, the TDUs will negotiate with landowners, and ultimately those costs we'll see those in a rate case for how much they cost. So they have the ability to negotiate with those landowners about the proper price to pay for that land acquisition.
And how does that negotiation generally go? I suspect that most of these landowners don't have a for sale sign on their land. So are you offering a starting point market rate or what that value is to that landowner?
I think that question's probably better asked to the transmission distribution utilities. I've never built transmission in the States, so I'm not sure exactly how that negotiation would go.
So my question is, there is a significant, I'm assuming, percentage of money allocated for land acquisition costs. Am I logical? I don't know why it seems kind of common sense, but I'm sure you'll have a great answer for it. Why aren't we already using existing right-of-way we have along state highways?
So where we can parallel existing right-of-way, we encourage existing.
Well, where can we not?
I'm not sure. I don't know the instances of exactly where these lines are going to go, but if there is an ability to parallel existing right-of-way, we try to do that.
And I would suspect, I'll try to help answer for that. I would think that it's, as the crow flies, would be cheaper in terms of running a line. So possibly running along a state highway might cause a few more bends and turns and maybe a little bit more length. But I would think where you add costs there, you save a ton of cost and consternation and everything in trying to do eminent domain and acquiring land.
We do have TxDOT here as a resource about that as well.
Okay, is that a TxDOT question?
No, I mean, it's kind of
again,
there's issues associated with TxDOT in which they don't like lines sometimes by their roads. And
Oh, they don't like it?
so, well, transmission lines.
Wow.
and again, that's why
I don't know. Let's ask them.
Okay.
And I appreciate
Well,
that, but yeah, I don't know that all these questions have like a concise, succinct answer. I mean, it's very, it really depends on the unique project and where it is being placed.
Okay. Have all fees, assuming you have a sophisticated political subdivision, have you contemplated franchise fees that may get negotiated through these cities or counties?
Not that I'm aware of. No.
Okay. So that could add additional costs to ratepayers potentially.
Potentially, I'm not sure.
Okay. What are the, we talk a lot about the build out of this. What are the maintenance costs associated with maintaining these? I'm sure there's vegetation costs, squirrels running and arcing lines or, whatever may be the case, inclement weather, knocking down these towers, we have a cost associated with that.
Yeah, O&M costs on all transmission facilities, can be expensive, and so that's why, again, the build out for this is, roughly $13.5, $14 billion. When you take into account for all transmission facilities, then, debt service and rate of return and maintenance costs, obviously the cost is higher.
Do you happen to have an estimate? I know it was talked about on one of the other panels that really the transmission costs are about only about a third of the cost to the ratepayer or to the bill, the eventual energy bill. What would be the increase potentially? Do we have an estimate of what that increase would be for ratepayers?
So once we figure out which line has been determined to move forward, our rate regulation staff does run for us given the current tariff for that transmission distribution utility, what the increases to each rate class would be. And so that is something that gets run once a final line has.
But we don't have an estimation now.
I don't have that as I sit here.
I mean,
right
it's
now.
based on the estimate 33 billion or whatever. We don't have that. We can't factor that now.
Well, and so each transmission distribution utility has its own tariff and its own charges for their different rate classes.
Okay, but each one, I guess, if we asked each one to do that and then we added all that up together and whatever, socialized it or whatever, how it's going to be done, we could probably figure it out pretty quick.
Sure, yes, based on their current tariff.
Gotcha. Okay. I think a lot of members here in this committee, all the work that you guys have done, I think we all should really be proud of how, we broke records. I posted about it last week. We were all excited about setting new record usage and still having plenty on the grid. It is very much something to be proud of, right? But to everybody's point, that's pre-765, right? So the discussion back and forth with a couple of the members here, about what additional, whether or not we need this now or later. I'm not even really contesting that. I guess what I'm saying is, if I'm the ratepayer today, and I'm one of them, just a regular guy, got my electricity bill, small business owner, and we're breaking records and we're okay now. We've got plenty on the grid. But now we're making a case of why we need these 765 transmission lines for whether it be industry. How much of that is for data centers?
So the numbers that were used to underpin this analysis did not include data. This Permian plan was developed before all of that. Like I said, this really came to us in the middle of 2024 and was predicated on the oil and gas growth.
So will this even be
Permian.
sufficient for data centers?
So the idea again is this is going to move power around the state efficiently. So not, that's the idea behind this. It's the idea, and I know ERCOT will be up on a later panel, but why they're also advocating for the rest of the STEP plan to be built out, because that allows for where the growth is and wherever the generation goes for that power to be moved to that demand the most efficiently.
How do I answer my constituents when they're asking what the added value is if we're okay now without the 765, we've broken utilization records and all those things, but we're going to take an increase in our electric bills? What's the added value to us?
So one of the major added values for all consumers is the reduction in congestion costs. So as I said earlier, the estimate is between $300 and $500 million annually in reduced congestion costs around, and that benefits all customers.
So then that savings that may be realized, is that enough to offset the cost increases for the transmission lines?
Over time, no. I mean, it's not going to
So we'll
offset.
still see a rate increase.
So yeah, so I mean, yes, this transmission build out will have to be paid through rates from consumers. That's correct.
Okay. So again, going back to kind of our political subdivisions and whether or not they know whether they can, negotiate franchise fees and those kinds of things could be additional added costs. But with these new towers that you're putting up, you also have the ability to lease space or potentially to broadband and other utilities?
So again, I think that's probably a more appropriate question for the actual transmission companies for what they do with their facilities once they're built and what they use to optimize the revenue from them. But yes, I would assume they can do things like that.
Okay. And I've had some good discussion with some of them, and really a lot of this line of questioning is also bring it out in the openness of transparency with what the answers would be, and I'm sure a lot of questions that people have and want to know. But that being said, I'll just follow that up with, and we'll repeat it, I guess, when the line companies come up. But there is a revenue generation from allowing some of those other utilities to piggyback on those towers, correct?
Yes, there can be. Yes.
Okay, so and that could potentially help. I mean, I know it was discussed a little bit previously, like, well, it's nominal, but whatever nominal it is, we want to know how much that could potentially help the overall plan. One thing I will add, though, to Chairman's point is, and probably what you're saying too, is the efficiencies. I don't know if I heard it early, but I do want to point out, I was told that we're having a lot of, how would you even say, leakage or something of the power transmission, where these lines would shore up some of that.
Yeah, line loss.
Line loss, there you go.
Yes, that's correct.
Still learning the nomenclature, sorry about that. But okay, so line loss, but this would help in that area, right?
Yes, it could, because it is more efficient in moving large amounts of power over larger spans.
Great. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
I want to get your question answered regarding utilizing existing right-of-ways by roads in particular. Someone call Kyle Madsen up. You stay here, please, sir, Mr. Chairman. But we do have a whole panel. The next panel is all the actual line companies, TDUs. And we also have, after a couple more here on the first panel, the Vice President, Chief Operating Officer of ERCOT, Rickerson, which is one of the individuals kind of in charge of overseeing needs and strategy regarding build-out. You're with TxDOT. We're talking power lines, and a lot of people would rather just parallel a road. What are their issues associated with that?
So, good afternoon. My name is Kyle Madsen. I'm the Right-of-Way Division Director for TxDOT.
You're what again?
I'm the Right-of-Way Division Director.
Right-of-way
for
Division
TxDOT.
Director for the entire TxDOT.
Yes, sir.
All right, got it.
And typically, public utilities have a statutory right to occupy our right-of-way. They do that free of cost. They're able to locate, as long as they can locate in accordance with our spacing rules and our size requirements, they're able to locate within inside our right of way.
So is that why we don't see large transmission lines relative to smaller distribution lines? Besides
Correct. So,
state highways and even interstates.
yeah, so our current rules only allow for a 36-inch pole to be located within inside our right of way. They have to be located within 3 feet of that right of way line and kind of as far away from the edge of pavement as
And it's a safety issue.
It's a safety issue.
A safety issue.
Yeah.
There was an idea a long time ago called the Trans-Texas Corridor, in which we would co-locate power lines and railroads and big highways, and I think someone on this dais killed it.
Where's Rick Berry?
So, again, for people listening, the issue of co-locating very large transmission lines next to even larger highways has to do with existing right-of-way and the safety regarding those transversing the passage with cars, correct?
That's correct.
And you all have rules and regulations about how far things have to be in close, and having certain power lines too close to certain structures is not a good idea.
That's correct. It also becomes something we have to deal with when we do maintenance, mowing, things like that. It increases our costs. Transmission lines do cross our right of way. They have to get a permit to do that. But those poles or the towers are typically located outside of that right of way line.
All right, thank you. Do you have any
Just a quick comment. I'm certainly glad it's just not just because you don't like it.
Correct.
well,
No, we work closely with
When I
utility
said that, I
companies and are
meant
happy to do so.
from the reasons I just illustrated. That's why I brought you up here, to clarify things. Thank you very much, sir. Any comment on that, Chairman Gleeson? No. All right. We have some other people that still want to ask questions. And again, we have all these other panels. So if they're industry specific, I would ask you to wait for the industry individuals. It was kind of the broad strokes here. I think Chairman Gleeson and SOA and the other testifying in the first panel would be good to ask. Senator Campbell.
Well, I might could ask another. I'm just not sure. The Permian. So I'm not sure about eminent. We've got eminent domain trying to cross private, the ranches and everything. Can't put it up next to highways. So that's just kind of a setup. If the Permian Basin is making, they make money. I'm going to say hand over fist, just because they've got so much oil and gas out there. They've got renewables, right? And they have some generation of thermal, quickly dispatchable, correct? Yep. They just don't have transmission lines, so they can't get it anywhere. Would that be right?
So it's really, this plan is about moving power into the Permian. And so...
Well, they've got power there.
So what we see there is there's been a large investment in, intermittent power in the Permian in particular. And so we're going to get to a point where in order to power the Permian, say overnight, you're going to have to transmit additional power from elsewhere in the state to the Permian.
Well, why can't, we ask data centers to bring their own power, however that's going to end up looking. Why can't the Permian Basin, which is very rich, pay for it themselves? Get their own transmission. If they can generate it and transmit it in the same area.
So
what am I missing in that thought?
So we don't site generation in ERCOT is the main thing, right? We do not have the authority to site generation. ERCOT generation is part of the competitive market, and so other than what we've been talking about on resource adequacy and market design, trying to find the incentives to get that generation built anywhere in the state. The way we can affect getting the amount of power we need there is to build transmission.
Well, it just seems like, and Senator Sparks may be able to help me with this, it just seems like it's just a rich daddy that doesn't want to pay for developing transmission lines. And you're saying we can't make them do it. I mean, maybe if they make over a certain amount, they have to. If they use it, they have to bring transmission line. I don't know what the answer is, but it seems they've got the oil and gas. They get revenue from it. They can, if anybody can generate power, they should be able to. And yet we're going to spend billions to take power from another part of the state, cross everybody's ranch, to give them transmission, get them electricity. First of all, is that right?
That we are going to build transmission to.
Well, I know we're building
Yes.
across ranches to get power to the Permian Basin.
Correct. Yes.
Yet they don't want to, they meaning whoever benefits from the Permian Basin, they don't want to pay for transmission. Why don't we make them buy their own transmission lines?
So they will pay for transmission. As far as the question around them building their own generation there, I would assume, again, I don't run oil and gas companies, but if money could be made, if in their view money could be made by generating electricity from their gas, they would. But I don't know their economics around power generation.
I don't either. I just wish we could say, you need it. You've got the dollars, and you do it. And it's obviously not that easy, or it would have already been done. If 5066 hadn't have passed, maybe if it wasn't even a bill, I mean, it has, but if it wasn't, would we be at this point in discussion?
So you still would have had CCNs filed. What you wouldn't have had is kind of the structure for ERCOT to do its analysis as required by statute and then make a recommendation to us. But it was actually, we had a discussion on this topic in this committee last session, and I believe it was Vice Chair King that actually asked me, couldn't they just file these CCNs on their own? And the answer is, of course, yes. They can, TDUs can file CCNs to build the transmission distribution infrastructure that they feel they need to build.
I mean, we've gone from a bill that was a study to look at what's needed in the Permian Basin, which is now expanded across many ranchers' farms, ranches, and we've expanded it, and I think it was unnecessary. It's not saying we're going to need transmission for the power that's to come, that's needed. But I think it may be premature in using these lines at this point. I don't know. I'm just thinking that if we didn't have the bill, we wouldn't be sitting here today discussing this. They would have filed CCNs, but I don't think we'd be at this point. And I think that either ERCOT or PUC approving it has taken something that meant to be regional and given permission for it, or a strategy for it to go across the state, expand, and it's causing problems, and I don't think we need that. We need to look at see if there are other options. If Permian Basin has the money and they've got the energy, let's find a way to have them pay for it. I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Gleeson.
Chairman Gleeson, the CCNs for the STELT plan have not been filed, correct?
Correct.
And certainly there could be legislative action regarding direction of the STELT plan in particular that would not be already or been currently being adjudicated and or through some process of SOA and now before you regarding the Permian Basin plan, correct?
That's correct. And you may recall last session, I actually testified to the fact in this committee that, the plan had always been the rest of that, which was still, a part of 5066, would go at a slower pace than the Permian Reliability Plan, which was specifically called out in House Bill 5066.
Right. Yeah, and just kind of piggybacking off Senator Campbell's, the idea of it sounds actually good for people to bring their own power and pay their own thing. There is a universal benefit of a public utility, whether it's in the water or electricity. If not, then every family gets to be responsible for their electricity and their water taken to the most micro extreme. In this case, we're talking about a regional microgrid or even like an oil-filled microgrid in which they have to continue to provide their own power, which they are actually doing out there to some extent because of the lack of transmission to the oil fields in this case.
That's correct.
There are secondary benefits of enhancing the grid in a robust manner from a resiliency and reliability standpoint, secondary to the growth of Texas and the load growth of Texas, which is actually far faster than population growth of Texas.
Yes, and load growth is always going to outpace transmission build out and generation. And like I said at the outset, I think it's clear that we've underbuilt transmission to this area kind of historically. And so,
There weren't a lot of people out there, and oil fields had historically done it before their ESG mandates and things they wanted to get on the grid, electric grid on. They were doing it through natural gas generation or generators on site, right?
gen offsets and yes, and the electrification out there and other reasons has caused demand to go up. And again, given the analysis, it's predicted to go up considerably over the next 10 plus years.
Right. Further questions? I'm sorry. Senator Sparks again.
Yeah, thank you. This will be quick. So we've talked a lot about the market not sending the right signals. So if we were to not build these lines right now, could it potentially send the right signal to build 5 to 10 gigawatts of gas-fired power generation out in West Texas?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think that a lack of, transmission and generation go hand in hand together.
Well,
And
if we're 5 or 6 gigawatts right now, expecting that that's going to grow to 10 or 12, right? As long as we've got the regional transmission out there. Again, I'm going to cite we've heard about oil and gas company building somewhere between 2 and 6 gigawatts, not going to be on the grid. So why wouldn't? But if we bail things out, do we self-impose more intermittent power because we've spent, I don't remember the last, right now we've got more gas than we can get out of West Texas. I don't remember the last time the state came in and said, hey, we're going to build a gas pipeline down to the coast so that you guys can get that gas out. Right? So we're continuing to build more pipelines.
So we build transmission and especially the foundation of the extra high voltage to move generation from wherever it is generated to the places it needs to go. And so even if you built more generation in the Permian, the idea behind the benefit of this backbone is that it will move all generation around the state more efficiently to where it needs to go at any given time.
Yes, but if we build it before we correct some of our price signals, we heard earlier, we're almost guaranteed we're going to fill it up with solar. And I'm not sure that necessarily helps an industry that needs 24-hour power. So that continues to be one of my concerns. We'll talk to some of the other panelists, but I appreciate your perspective on that.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Senator.
Senator Colkers.
Yeah, just to build off of that, Senator Sparks, y'all have a lot of natural gas that's trapped there. Am I right on that? So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to ask him a question. So, we're talking about signals and market influences and incentives. Perhaps building natural gas plants out there where there's really cheap natural gas, because otherwise it is trapped, and the Railroad Commission won't let you flare it anymore. Has that been discussed in your region at all?
Absolutely. We've had a few months this year that we've had negative natural gas prices. So that means the natural gas that we produce, we're paying to get rid of it.
So this is my point. Okay, I'm going to get there. Chairman Gleeson, you use the number. How much does I'm going to ask this as a question. Where are the trapped electrons right now? If we're moving them out there, are there trapped electrons over here in East and Central Texas that we need to move out there?
Yeah, so as we see, more demand out in places where there's in transmission, there are constraints, how much the line can actually move at any given time. So you have to build either more line or bigger lines to move the amount of power that's needed from where it's being generated to where it has to go.
So here's my number one concern, okay? And I know I keep going back to this chart here, but the projection of natural gas versus solar versus battery. When you're building these 3 huge lines that go west, I think the trapped electrons are actually out in West Texas, and you're going to bring more solar in here and proliferate something that on this chart we're all concerned about is outpacing this. And nobody that I have met with, including you, nobody will deny that. Of course we're going to move more solar into east. We're going to move it east. And has anybody really studied what the breakdown is of that is? Are we moving more out west, or is it really we're moving trapped electrons or future solar farms into the triangle?
So
We all agree that the triangle is really where the growth is in the state of Texas. Yes?
So we're definitely moving more out west, and
For sure. And,
Yeah,
and have
and-
your engineers showed that to me. Cause
yes.
I'm so scared as we build these three power lines that are also going to lead to, I hadn't even gotten to this over here, that it is going to, on this chart, we're going to have a whole bunch more solar.
There's especially a need to move power to far west Texas, because right now there are concerns about having enough resource adequacy making out to far west Texas to serve all of the load out there. ERCOT has indicated there are concerns about having to have localized rolling outages in far west Texas because of the lack of transmission that has been built out.
All driven by the oil and gas industry.
So
Because I don't see a population explosion out there.
So yeah, it's the further you move away from where everything is being generated, the more those transmission constraints cause problems. So the further west you're going, the more difficult it is to move the power from where it's being generated all the way out there.
All right, so and one more thing on congestion pricing, which is, I don't know, the interconnection regional operating limit, the IROL, to throw a few more acronyms at our good folks out here. Is there like a $230 million or $300 million savings on congestion?
So the overall congestion cost savings that I've seen again are between 300 and 500 million annually from this build out. Those are the numbers that I've seen.
And what will it cost to build it? So if the ratepayers are going to save 300 to 500 million, what are they going to have to pay to build the pipelines? What's the trade-off there?
Yeah. So the Permian plan is approximately 13 to 14 billion dollars.
Why did I read $100 billion?
So I think that number, if you take the full step plan, which is 33 billion, if I remember correctly, I believe I saw the same number. I think that included, again, all of the the O&M costs, the maintenance costs, all of the debt service for their financing, all of the return. So I think that was not the cost to build it, but the cost over the useful life, how much it would end up actually costing the system.
That's all I'm interested in. How much does it cost? So it's $100 billion. So if I'm trading off 230, 300 million, 500 million, what's my 100 billion going to cost me?
So again, and I don't know where that I saw the same number written somewhere. That was my assumption. I don't know where that number actually came from though. But I know on our phone call you mentioned the same
if you're
thing.
going to build let's take a convenience store. If you're going to build I've got a convenience store there. It's a little older, but man, if I go and spend, let's just say $5-10 million on a brand new convenience store, am I going to make money off of that, or should I just have stayed with the old convenience store, right? That kind of thing. And I'm trying to I don't know. I'm trying to get a real good feel on the congestion costs versus the build out of this of $100 billion. And I say this respectfully. And we all know that the TDUs have a guaranteed return on investment. I mean, so they are incentivized, and I know it's regulated, and we don't regulate generation, and you and I have had talks about why we don't do that. But of course, I mean, if I'm a TDU out there and I'm publicly traded, of course I want to build these power lines. I get a kind of a guarantee of, I don't know, 9.6, 9.8% on my investment, and I mean that's pretty decent. I mean, it's you can maybe make more, but that's pretty good money.
So statutorily, they have the opportunity to earn whatever rate of return we put on their equity. That is true. You know, the thing I would just point out is if you look at the cost estimate for the 345 build out, again, it was roughly, I want to say $2 billion cheaper. I want to say it was around $30 billion instead for the full step, and about the same delta for just the Permian plan. So, the difference there, again, billions of dollars is significant. But at least in our discussions in going through this, I would say the TDUs were relatively agnostic as to which one we went with. In the Permian, that, those are large numbers either way. But yes, to your other point, as we build additional transmission, all types of generation have the ability to interconnect and move their power more freely and efficiently across the entire system.
Two last questions. It's 200 feet on the 765, but as I look at that chart that I think ERCOT provided, Mr. Chairman, it was 200 feet really for the footprint of the structure. What do you have to have an additional feet of just if the tower falls over? I mean, what is the total right-of-way purchase?
We have the panel 2 coming up with the exact
All right.
amounts.
There would be better appropriate to answer that.
I think so, probably.
Y'all can do it in your opening remarks, whoever that is going to be. And finally, I don't know if there's any way to put like a pause on the power line process. And Mr. Chairman, 7 hours of public testimony, maybe in the end we might conclude that. And I only say this from a standpoint of, I go all the way back to, I wasn't here when Senate Bill 7 passed, but I was here when we were cleaning up from the Enron scandal and everything else. And sometimes I have a little saying in my office, speed kills, and it does. I always tell my staff, when we rush into a bill or we rush into an action or in your car, speed kills. And so I just want to make sure that we are fully aware. We voted on 5066, not sure that we knew what that was going to become. My question to you has always been, I see these 3 huge lines going out to West Texas. I don't know if we need 3. And then we see the spider web that will end up going through Senate District 18 and other, I think, Senator Menendez, you could share in the love in this. And so, and then that's just the 765s. That's before we get to all of the, I call them offshoots, sorry, but there are going to be all these offshoots coming off all these big power lines with the, not to be confused with the TDUs, but the TSUs. And then there's going to be more land taken from more people. And I just want to make sure that we're doing this right. And then, we have Elon Musk. Maybe he comes up with some way to just shoot all this through the air. And we don't need any of these power lines. I'm just saying.
Thank you, sir.
We're going to put solar farms in space, and we're going to put data centers in space. And that's all going to happen in Senate District 18 right there in Grimes County.
For those listening, Senate Bill 5066 was my bill, passed the Senate unanimously. It was House Bill 56. Senate Bill 1076 was Senator King's. It passed unanimously out of the Senate. And again, that issue, the Permian Basin Reliability Plan, was brought by industry to us. And of course, Texas runs on oil and gas, and we wanted to make sure that they brought to us electrification of oil fields, and we want to obviously understand their concerns, and they need power. We need to try to get it to them. If they had not brought that bill and the great highlight and apostrophes that are around those bills, the companies that supply power in ERCOT would have already applied for CCNs, and it would not be as highlighted maybe because y'all didn't vote for it, but the process for which is ongoing now, I would think, would still be ongoing.
That's right, because nothing precludes those transmission companies from filing those CCNs. And like I said, I think,
in fact, that's the normal way of
that's
growth
correct,
of
to go through
electric
the
grid.
ERCOT RPG process, and that's how that typically works. And as I said, I testified to that last session, that yes, absent this, we would have seen, there's nothing precluding companies from filing CCNs, because at the end of the day, they have an obligation to provide service to their customers.
Right. So just a little bit of background information on that issue. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Chairman Gleeson, we just want to make sure we all heard it. 3:37 p.m., July the 29th. Chairwoman Colcor said that Elon Musk is going to send all the power.
I don't know where it's going.
I'm just
man.
kidding.
I don't.
I get it.
Senator, as long as I'm not asked to regulate it, that's
Yeah,
totally
no
fine.
problem. So as I look at the map of this, so my understanding is the reason that we're only looking at 3 lines right now in phase 1 is because the 765s would keep it, if they were 360, 360, the
345.
45s, it would be what, 12 or 13?
Yeah, so somewhere, 3 to potentially 4 times as many lines to move the same amount of power.
3 to
if
4
not more.
times as much right away, 3 to 4 times as many ranches in. So has the process been a process where everybody's been able to come in and intervene or discuss has it been a adequate process to hear people out?
So there is a process to intervene. Like I said, there is currently a 30-day window for interested parties to intervene in these cases. And I'll say again, we've looked at this, we've heard the issues that have been brought forward, and we'll be going into next legislative session with some ideas for potentially how to change the process to allow more time for folks to intervene in cases and to elongate how long the timeline is for these types of CCNs.
The routes that are being proposed, have they been checked to make sure they don't contradict with the law that was passed by Senator Campbell that foreign enemies of the United States can't be property owners along this? Have you checked all that?
So that's part of the process that as the whole process is playing out, that is guaranteed that yes, we make sure that we're not dealing with any foreign adversaries.
Right. Any property going over. Have you guys made sure that the routes that you're looking at are routes that are using as much existing right-of-way, let's say that are as close to existing infrastructure as possible, as in order not to, disrupt existing farms and ranches?
So when we look at all of the options, and the transmission companies provide a myriad of options to us, we look at all those types of issues when we're making a final determination of what we believe is ultimately the route that's in the public interest.
Obviously I represent an urban district, but I have a lot of constituents who are calling based on their concern with the route. So I'll be listening as well, and not sure that we're in full support of what we've had so far, but we'll be listening.
Yes, sir. And as I said, we have committed to having public testimony on this from all the interveners in these cases. We will do that as a standalone open meeting, and exactly as you all are today, going to sit and listen to everyone who has made the effort to come here. We are going to do the same in each of these cases.
Would you make sure that the people who you should have the witnesses testify by who had to drive the furthest first? I talked to a gentleman who got up at 3:30 this morning to drive in here and so my last thing is, part of why we're dealing with this is because we have a grid that's standalone independent, right? Because, if you look at some of those West Texas properties that are there, it's going to dead end at, they're closer to the western grid than they are parts of Texas.
So there is no guarantee that on the other side of the state boundary, there's generation to move. All you would do if you interconnected to other portions of the grid is start paying for other people's transmission as well. That doesn't really benefit your state. And so I think on balance, the transmission you would pay for that I don't think you would argue benefits your state outweighs the cost of being a standalone grid and paying for our own transmission.
Interesting. Well, we're all going to be listening to. I don't like the feeling sometimes that we're starting to fight with each other because it feels like we're trying to give a benefit to one part of the state, especially when we're on one grid. It does us the most good to be as strong as possible. Our ERCOT grid, to be as strong as possible.
Yes, sir. And because it's all interconnected, when we have issues in the Permian, we look to transmit power there. When there are issues in South Texas that require transmission to be built to build it there, we build transmission down to Lower Rio Grande Valley, and we do this all over the state.
What's going to be critical is that the cost of this be allocated correctly to industry as who benefits the most, and not to everyday ratepayers.
And so again, that's why I think our cost allocation rule and how we're looking to accurately reflect cost causation principles and to allocate all transmission costs, I think is imperative and perhaps the most important thing we're gonna finish up this year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Campbell again? You recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We haven't passed the point of no return, correct? we don't have it. I mean, 765s are not already set in stone and they're going to happen. Is that correct?
Final orders have not been issued by the commission.
So everything can be stopped, put on pause. Is that correct?
So I'm reticent to discuss ongoing cases and what we're going to do in them. I mean, again, what I will say is there have not been final orders issued in those cases. The 180-day timeline is approaching on a number of those cases, and we have schedules set to make decisions in those cases at open meetings coming up in the future.
I see, and I know I talked over you a bit. Sorry about that,
Ma'am,
but
you're fine.
As I said a while ago, and the chairman said, if 5066 hadn't been passed, we may not be at this point. That's the short of it. We've all used cliches about hurrying, and haste makes waste. And while we want to provide transmission so that congestion can be relieved, I feel that the weight should be put on those in the Permian Basin that are making, as I already said, making the money. And when push comes to shove and you look at the base or who's going to really be hurt, we've got to make sure ratepayers are not. And it is going to increase their, whether it's fair allocation or not, we're going to have residents, Texans, bear the burden of the cost of these transmission lines. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Chairman Gleeson, I appreciate your attendance and questions or answers to your questions. You're excused. I know you need, from a legal standpoint, to step out.
Thank you,
very
Mr.
much.
Chairman. Thank you, members.
Chair calls, members, we have the State Office of Administrative Hearings Deputy Chief Administrative Law Judge. I believe she is maybe directly, Rebecca Smith. Are you directly in charge of the process that's ongoing right now, or just concluded? No, you're just here to talk about the process.
I'm here to talk about the process, and in particular as it relates to
You have not presided over any of the lines.
Correct.
But you're an executive deputy chief.
Right, and so I do hear cases. I was not on these cases.
So, members, we can get some order in the room, y'all. If you'll just, we do not probably need to go through a massive amount of your testimony regarding
No.
details.
Yes,
You've
it was
heard
a
the
long-
ongoing discussion
Okay.
from your unique perspective working within SOA. Tell us how you go about a CCN case that has to do with transmission lines, high voltage transmission lines of some length. And is this one a unique one? What are we dealing with? How have y'all been handling it, et cetera?
In general, so CCNs.
Pull that closer so you can really
I'm
talk
sorry.
into the microphone.
Yeah, okay. In general, so we get a lot of cases from a lot of different agencies. CCNs come in, they're assigned to a judge. We've got about 24 judges who are able to hear those. We have 58 statewide. So immediately what happens with those cases, and they do have, with that tight deadline, this kind of makes everything move faster. We'll set a pre-hearing conference is sort of the first thing that happens in those cases. Under law, that has to be 10 days notice, so there's 10 days of that 180 days, that's already been spent on that. Should also add that when they come in from the PUC, they come in with a preliminary order that sets out what issues need to be addressed. In these cases, they came in with 21 issues plus multiple subparts and a deadline in this case to allow the PUC to make a final determination in 180 days. So they come in, they have the pre-hearing conference, and that's, again, after 10 days. At that point, the intervention deadline, like Chairman Gleeson has mentioned, hasn't happened, but we need to get the process started because these cases are so huge. And that's when it sets the schedule for the hearing on the merits. Goes through the hearing on the merits. Parties have submitted their testimony. I do understand Senator Campbell's concern about how tight those deadlines were. In some of these cases, there were over 1,000 motions to intervene in 2 of these cases. Another aspect is that we do have to use the PUC's interchange system as opposed to SOA's regular filing and case management system. But the interchange isn't able to generate a list of participants. So to find the names of these interveners, our staff had to open all of these 1,000 of individual filings to see who actually was intervening so that we could make sure we weren't missing anybody. So Anyway, so it goes through the hearing. There's the hearing, which is like a trial. There are evidence, then the cross-examination, then there's closing arguments, which are done in written form. The SOA ALJ does have usually take around 60 days to complete the whole process. It's extensive work. In a case with multiple hundreds of interveners, we want to make sure we've heard everybody's position, seen their evidence, compile it. We make this recommendation in what's called a proposal for decision, which goes through a review and then goes to the commission for its final determination. So that's the short version.
So it's been and we really shouldn't be talking specifically about, you have an ongoing case, right? And you do not have a proposal for the PFD yet out.
Right. So we have PFDs in 4 of the 5 cases, and the 5th one should come out fairly soon.
Right. So in cases that are of significance in the sense of a large potential number of affected individuals, interveners, the 100, from what I'm hearing, and I passed that bill too, the 180-day, we need to roll that back. We need to go back to 360. We need to change things and make sure that people have an opportunity to intervene and have their voices heard at the SOA level, not just the PUC level and for the legislature, but the SOA level too. And so more time frame would be helpful.
It would be very helpful.
Right. There was also another methodology in which the parties could waive the right of a writ of mandamus.
Yes.
And that would have allowed the hearing to proceed more and more testimony to be taken, but that agreement to waive was not reached between the parties.
That's right. So in each of these cases, the ALJs who are presiding asked the parties if they would agree to waive that, which would functionally allow them to extend the deadline. And in each of those cases, the applicants refused to agree to that.
Right. Okay. So there was a methodology, but the parties didn't come to agreement. And I really, we should not actually go down that route, but that is a methodology allowed at the SOA when there's a large number of people and we need more time, et cetera.
Right. And then there are cases, for example, the TCEQ cases, which also have a 180-day deadline.
Right.
Although it starts differently and ends differently. There, the ALJ can extend that on their own if they find that it would be a violation of due process not to. But that is not in the PUC statute.
And there were individuals that were what they call pro se interveners, and they were representing themselves.
Yes.
That's what
quite
that
a
means,
few.
correct?
Yes.
They were not. Some of the pro se interveners, and it's a legal proceeding, and so it's very confusing. It's going basically to court. And they don't feel like they got the I guess some people expect to be handholded between the entire process, and it's kind of hard, right? I mean, they don't have an attorney, but then again, we need to make sure their voice is represented. How can we improve that?
I think partially it could be through, extending the timeline allows people to have more time to figure out what it is they need to do.
A longer period of time.
Right.
Okay.
So we have on our website a fairly elaborate description of how to represent yourself. But again, these PUC cases are different from the cases that we normally hear, so most of ours are limited to that, to our cases. I don't know if improving funding for OPUC or something like that might allow some ability for them to help themselves.
But there are deadlines associated with being any sort of
Sort of
intervener,
intervener,
were you're an
right.
intervener or a pro se intervener, in which you have to
Right.
file things, you have to respond to things. So there's an obligation on the part of the person as well.
Right. So we try to make sure that people can get heard. We can't give one side sort of the benefit and
Yeah.
hurt the other side. So we
Yeah.
do try to assist in the process. All of our initial orders in these PUC cases come with it's like 2 pages of what the process is like. But still, it is difficult to represent yourself. It's difficult when you feel like you're going up against lawyers and large monies and you're just
Yeah.
someone.
Yeah, I can see that, definitely. Any other ideas about how to improve that process? Are there seminars put on by SOA for pro se? Hey, come to this meeting. We're going to teach you how to be a pro se intervener.
We haven't done that. We've been very concerned about maintaining
Looking
our
not
neutrality
impartial, yeah.
because we're not supposed to be one way or the other. There was a while we were working, this has been more on the TCEQ side. I think the Austin Bar for a while was trying to put on some things to
Y'all have
help in
any-
this TCEQ
Anything
cases.
online about like a video of a pro se intervener, how to how to represent yourself?
I don't think there's a video. There is on the website a
On the
long
website.
written description, and it's got different categories like what is evidence and what your obligations are, and
Might be something that could be strengthened, I guess.
yes.
Yeah. Okay, I don't have any further questions for you. Members, any questions of? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, for being here. Chair calls Woody Rickerson and Benjamin Barkley. Panel 1, Part 3. We broke it down. Welcome. Mr. Rickerson, we haven't heard from you today. You've been with ERCOT for a number of years and been instrumental in a lot of various market design changes, operations of the grid at large. Just tell us your title and what you do, and then where you are regarding, or where ERCOT, how they went about the evaluation of the need for more transmission, not necessarily 765, but any sort of transmission out to West Texas in light of 5066, but also in light of just the grid at large, and give us your reflections about how the last, I guess, couple of years leading up to today have been regarding this.
Sure, thank you. Woody Rickerson, COO with ERCOT.
We don't need a specific, the handout, we will, if you want to reference things in it, but we have detailed questions we probably want to ask.
Yeah, I won't repeat a lot of the things that Chairman Gleeson already went over. I would like to add a little bit of color to a couple of items.
Pull that microphone closer too.
One thing that came up earlier was the estimates that are in the Permian Basin Plan include a 20% overage in the estimate. So if you look at a map and it's 100 miles between the 2 points you want to build a line, learning from the CREZ process, we ask the TSPs to estimate 120 miles so that all the right turns could be incorporated in those estimates. So that may be something that helps mitigate and give you a little more assurance about the cost of some of those lines, that they were actually had a 20% buffer put on top of them. The other thing I'd point out is where ERCOT sits. ERCOT doesn't talk to customers, load customers, doesn't talk to people who are using the electricity. We deal with the TSPs that talk to the customers. And so ERCOT works with the 27 different TSPs. We ask how much load, we can see how much load is being used. What are your customers telling you the load is going to be? And then we talk to generation developers, and we have a process for them to go through so we can see what generation is likely to be built. And Senator Colkhorst, you have shown that graph several times, and we'll talk a little bit about that. And then what we do is we build models of the system. We've got a whole team of model building engineers. And we build a model of the system. Right now, we have a model that tells us exactly what the grid is going to do in the next hour, in the next week, in the next month, the next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So we use all that information, all the existing generation, all the future generation, and we build a model. And our purpose in building that model is to run power flows and find reliability problems. Find places where generation can't make it to the load without tearing the transmission up by overheating it, overloading it, or something like that, or for stability problems. So that's our role in this, is to make sure we have a reliable grid that can deliver power from generation and future generation that we know about to loads that exist and to loads that are coming in the future. And we're constantly looking at every point in time.
In light of the Permian Basin Reliability Plan ratified by the legislature based upon concerns brought by the oil and gas industry, what did ERCOT do different in their evaluation? Was it sped up? That was my understanding, that it was emphasized because of the importance of the oil and gas sector in Texas.
So what changed with HB 5066 was how we collected the load data. So we took what TSPs gave us and attested was real data, real load, and put that in the study. Where before we relied more on our internal forecast to project what that load would be. So that's the main difference in what happened with the Permian Basin study.
Okay.
So once we took that Permian Basin load and put in there, and we took all the known generation, including future generation that was going to be built in West Texas, including solar, including wind, even some thermal, we looked and all the load that was there couldn't be served. Without overloading a line, you couldn't serve it. So what do you have to do? You have to add more transmission to serve that load. And there are different options you could use. You could use 138 kV or 345 kV, or for the first time, we considered 765 kV. And when you do an engineering analysis of all the different options, the 765 kV was the optimal engineering option. And if you look on like slide 3, those bullet points list what some of those reasons are that the 765 was the preferred option.
Any other comments before we let Mr. Barkley go, and then we'll ask questions? I apologize, I was jumping the gun, but we'll come back. Let's let him go, and we'll ask both.
Thank you, Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chair King. I'm going to be brief. I appreciated the explanation for the CCN process that Chairman Gleeson had. I'm going to keep my testimony solely to the experience that people might have as they went through those CCN processes. I'm not going to be focusing on arguments, just specifically how that process might have worked out for them. So, a CCN process, as we know, takes 180 days. And during those 180 days, 30 to 35 days are reserved for the PUC, 60 days are reserved for the ALJs. As a result, the entire process that involves thousands of people has to be resolved within 85 to 90 days. And that includes conducting discovery, questioning witnesses, going to hearing, filing briefs, reading and responding to opposing party briefs, and reading and responding to SO's proposal for decision to the commission. There is one particular case where an attorney said there were 70 briefs filed with a 4-day turnaround deadline. I don't think that there's a lot of attorneys who are going to be able to effectively respond to 70 briefs within 4 days. I expect even fewer lay people are going to be able to do that. It's certainly going to be a challenge for the average person participating in this. And due to that compressed timeline, there were instances where the amount of time available to question witnesses was quite small. It could be something as small as fewer than 5 minutes. Also because of the compressed timeline, there are instances where the procedural schedule was established before the statutory intervention deadline is passed, meaning people might have intervened, but they might have intervened too late to participate in the procedural schedule, meaning they had no ability to provide any input on how the process should move forward. And then also partially as a result of the 180 deadline, and also partially as a result of people not understanding just legal principles in general, there was one case where roughly 600 people were excluded from participating in the case for failing to file the appropriate essentially legal arguments and legal documents. So I'm not going to say that this is anyone in particular's fault. I think the PUC is doing an extraordinary job given the limited amount of time. The ALJs in these cases are doing an extraordinary job as well. It is just a very, very tight turnaround that makes it very difficult for a mass majority of participants. And in the interest of time, I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Senator Sparks and Senator Colkhorst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rickerson, thanks for what you do. Thanks for your expertise. I did have one question. When you guys were looking at devising the Permian reliability plan, what was the general mix of electricity that went into modeling that plan?
So the majority is what's already there, right? So we look at the generation that's already on the grid, that goes into the model, and then we add future generation that is in the interconnection queue. And the stuff that's furthest along is what we add.
So for this, going back to some of the things we heard earlier, what percentage of this plan was for intermittent power?
So if you look back at maybe one of the slides that Pablo produced earlier this morning, you can see that, that flat line amount of thermal generation. That's what was in, basically what was in this. So those are the percentages represented in this study.
Okay, you've got a flat line of
Thermal, and then you have increasing amounts of wind and solar.
Right. So if you had to estimate that, because I can't find that right now. Yeah. What would you expect is thermal, and how much of we've planned for more wind and solar?
Well, it's difficult to do that because wind and solar are intermittent. So a 100 megawatt wind turbine is not the same as a 100 megawatt gas plant. So what's running on a given day? But if you had to just look at numbers, I mean, right now there's 40 gigawatts. This is all nameplate. 40 gigawatts of solar, 40 gigawatts of wind, and about 80 gigawatts of thermal right now.
Okay.
Roughly. And then you have 30 gigawatt hours of battery.
Approximately, and I mean, I know this is not exactly right, but so we've got 3 lines going out there. About how much electricity can move across one of these lines? Is that 2 gigawatts? Is it 4 gigawatts?
About 5.
About 5 gigawatts per line.
Per line.
Can move. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, didn't realize I was in charge now. Senator Colcourse.
Yeah, real quick. You said currently 40 gigawatts of wind, 40 gigawatts of solar, 80 gigawatts of thermal, and how much battery?
I think it's 30 gigawatt hours is a rough estimate of what we have right now. Gigawatt hours of batteries.
Hours,
Right.
which is very different than 80 gigawatts of thermal.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Very, very different.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to convert in my mind what that really.
Well, that means that if you have an average of 2-hour battery and you have 30 gigawatt hours of batteries, you could run 15 gigawatts for 2 hours and you'd be done.
Okay, so it's pretty simple math.
Yeah.
Okay, quickly here, I wanted to go this chart that you have here on the new era of planning EHV considerations. The 200-foot, what I call footprint, does that include any, for lack of a better term, clearance? I mean, what is the total footprint?
That's 200 is the total footprint.
So they don't need any more.
Yeah, I think the drawing is a little misrepresents the width of the actual tower in the 200 feet. In fact, if you want to get a better feel, look at slide 2.
Okay.
Slide 2, this slide here.
Okay.
So on the left, you see a 345 line, and on the right, you see a 765 line. Those are actual 345 and actual 765 side by side in the real world, right next to each other. So you can kind of see the difference in the two.
So on page 3, what you're saying is that the 750 feet would be 5 towers of the
345 kV double.
345s.
Yeah, right.
And that equals what one 765 carries
Roughly speaking, yes.
on electrons.
Right.
Okay.
And I've never seen a right-of-way that had 5 towers in it. So those are going to be spread out over multiple routes more than likely. But for illustration purposes, they were put in the same right-of-way in this particular.
So how many 345s have you ever seen in the same footprint?
Coming out of STP, I think there's maybe 3 in the same footprint, in the same right-of-way.
How many feet would that be?
It'd be roughly 300.
Okay. Do y'all ever plan on, could the 765s go next to a 345?
Yes.
All right. So, for example, I heard from a rancher in my district. This is generational rancher. This isn't somebody that has 50 acres. And as he explained to my staff yesterday, that they've been good stewards for Texas. They have several power lines on their ranch. but the proposed, and I know these are just hypothetical before it goes through what we just heard. You know, he said it's a whole new footprint, a whole another place. Could it be that if you're going through someone's ranch and some of these very large ranches where they already have power lines, could a 765 be put next to 2 or 3 345s?
Yeah, I think if you look on slide 2, that's a physical example in the real world where 765 is right next to a 345.
Which is not in Texas because we've never
Not
done
in Texas, that's
yeah,
right.
never done a 765.
But there's no reason it couldn't happen. There's no physical reason you couldn't do that.
And then on your planning, again, I'm going to, it's okay how you answer this, okay? Because, I mean, I just want, nobody has denied this.
Okay.
We're all saying we're going to take power to West Texas, but I am of the belief that there are trapped electrons in West Texas that we're going to bring to East Texas. So all 765s, that it's going to go both ways, right?
That's correct.
And do we have an estimate of how much is going to be coming from wind and solar versus how many electrons are going to be going to oil and gas out there?
So we run studies that look at every hour of the year consecutively. So 8,760 hours in a year. We look at every hour. We look at the dispatch. We look how it changes. And about half the time, power flows from west to east, and the other half is flowing from east to west. So when you're in West Texas at night with no wind, power's flowing east to west to serve that load. During the middle of the day, when there's a bunch of solar, a bunch of wind, other things going on, then power may be flowing the other direction. So it does flow both ways.
Thank you. I want to ask Senator Sparks a question. I could certainly ask Todd Staples this question. But you made the statement that oil and gas before ESG was running off of, instead of electricity in the Permian Basin, it was running off of diesel.
And natural gas.
And natural gas.
I said that too. Yeah.
You said that too, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah.
Thank you. I might have stepped out for just a second.
All right.
And so it was the ESG change that made it more electric-based than it did diesel and natural gas.
Yeah. So, I mean, that wasn't the only thing. As we move from developing oil and gas from vertically to horizontally, we increase the need for electricity significantly because we're moving a lot more fluid using submersible pumps. Takes a lot more electricity than the old pump jack, you know, that everybody's used to seeing. So we were already moving in the direction of needing more electricity, but simultaneously, a lot of our larger companies that report to a board of directors that were interested in improving their ESG scores moved a lot of field operations that had previously been gas-driven, say compressors, those kinds of things, and diesel-driven, frac crews, all of that kind of stuff. They moved those to electricity. And again, that might be something you want to talk to Mr. Staples about.
I certainly will. Mr. Rickerson, to follow up, if we build these power lines, and as you described, when the sun is shining, that is when solar works. It does not put an electron on the grid. It's zero. I promise you at midnight tonight, right? So in your estimation, if we build these 765s, it gives an opportunity when we talk about generation, and solar is generation. Wind seems to be sputtering. I don't mean that literally, but maybe figuratively. It doesn't show a great projection of it. So it's going to give an opportunity for people to go and build more solar. And I think the credits go until 2033. So we could see how long, with this short timeline, how long is it going to take us to build those power lines out there?
I think the very first ones show up in 2031.
Still in time for those credits. Mr. Barkley, you mentioned that there were 600 cases that were denied on paperwork.
So there were 600 interveners in one of the cases who failed to file a statement of position or something similar, and as a result, were kicked out of the case.
Speaking to the microphone, would you?
Sure thing.
Is an intervener a family, a person, or is it could be 5 members in one family? Is just one intervener, or are they 5 interveners?
I would say one person is one intervener.
Okay. And so what happened again?
So they failed to file a statement of position, and as a result, they were excluded from the case.
And a statement of position, is that a line on an application?
It's just a statement saying this is what we believe the resolution of this case should be.
And so they were, and I'm not criticizing the PUC, perhaps we should, like the chairman talked about, extend deadlines, but also then make sure that, would you call that an administrative mistake, like not checking a box potentially that their cases were thrown out on?
But potentially, or just a legal mistake. These are lay people. They don't understand the legal system. So for them, this is complicated stuff, and they don't know where to turn to try and answer those issues.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I know that I've met with some people that are now into thousands and thousands of dollars in legal bills, and I don't know about you, but I mean, like, I don't wake up every day and say, how much can I pay a law firm to fill out paperwork and keep my ranch or my home from being destroyed. So I think we'll hear that in testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator King.
Just a technical question. So roads get congested. We widen a road. Has anybody ever gone in and taken existing 345 routes and just upgraded them into 765s?
Yes, sir. Well, not to 760, not to 765. But that was part of the Permian Basin comparison. When you looked at the 345 versus the 765, the 345 option was rebuilding a lot of the 345s, bigger conductor, reconductoring them so you get a lot more out of them. So it was upgrading the existing facility. So that was part of the 345 versus 765 comparison.
But that just wasn't enough to carry the load or put it where it needed to be?
Well, you still had to build some more new 345, and in the end, you came out with a 765 option that moved more power, it was more resilient, had more savings, had less line losses, and used less right-of-way, ultimately. So it was the better engineering solution.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Could you not use existing right-of-way? I know we have the TDUs. Existing right-of-way for the 765 and just kind of give it a little bit extra room, or all right?
Possibly. One of the things that we're at the point now where the grid is so used, we've maxed out the grid. To take a line out of service for 2 years and rebuild it as 765 is not feasible anymore.
Or the actual pathway and just go adjacent to them?
Possibly. I mean, that's a TSP.
Yeah, we're about to ask them.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions of this panel? Senator Campbell.
Thanks. I wanted to ask
Senator
if,
LaCoulter.
so if generation in a Permian Basin or somewhere, I'll say Permian Basin, if there's generation, they don't hook up to the grid, they provide energy to a data center. So all that's happening off the grid. The grid's not counting the energy made by that generation plant. Are they taking into account what the data center has, what in the plan, the total cost, the total usage of ERCOT? Are they taking out the cost of that data center?
Yes, any off-grid data centers not accounted for in any of our
They're
studies.
not any. Okay. Okay, I just wonder, Senator, it's not for you. I just wonder if when House Bill 5066 was in LBB, if they gave it a $33 billion negative impact.
It was a study bill, so no.
Oh, see?
Senator Colkers?
And to follow up on the $33 billion versus $100 billion, you may or may not, I don't know if you were in here when Mr. Chairman Gleeson said $100 billion is actually, how did he put it, all-in costs. So, and I mean, I'm interested in all-in costs because they're all transferred, Mr. Barkley, to the ratepayer. So I am interested in what the bond costs. I am interested in other things, and not just right-of-way acquisition. What do you think the all-in cost is?
I didn't hear the $100 billion estimate.
Okay, I'll get with ERCOT later on. I want to follow up on, did I hear you correctly when you said that HB 5066 forced ERCOT to rely on TSP's numbers for forecasted loads when doing the Permian plan?
Basically, yes.
So without the bill, ERCOT would have relied on their own numbers. Is that correct?
That's correct. Well, yes, we were relying on our own numbers. We were using surveys from independent forecasters, and we were also using TSP paid for surveys.
But the bill forced you really to use TSP's forecasted loads, which is self-attestation, right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Did y'all compare that to what your internal forecast would have delineated?
Yes.
And what did it show?
It was higher.
How much higher?
Don't have it was substantially higher.
Can you get us that number?
Yeah.
Yeah. Before we go on with any sort of stealth plan, we need to understand what's going on here with load forecasting.
Yeah, we can get those.
Yeah. Last question, because that just prompted. So we've had some discussion this morning about all of these data centers. A lot of them, already kind of prompted out in West Texas. I mean, isn't it possible that if we do some of the things we've talked about today, where we're encouraging those folks to build more power and put that stuff on the grid, that we could reduce some of the need for trans-state? Right now we're talking 3 massive lines across landowners' properties. Is it possible that with the right things in place, we could be generating some of that power out there and reduce the need for all of this?
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, it's a matter of timing. When we do our studies, we look at everything we know is coming, everything that's likely to be coming, including new generation. And the load growth that we see coming is not what we've seen in the past. We see more load growth. Even if a lot of these data centers don't show up, just the oil and gas alone was enough to justify the 765 lines. And so there will be a period of time when the load that gets added to West Texas won't be able to be served reliably all hours of the day because we won't have a way of getting power to it.
Because we won't build any thermal dispatchable power out in the middle of West Texas.
That's right. And Senator Colcourse held up that chart that shows the generation that's in the queue. That one, yeah. And so the way I would look at that chart is that's like a grocery store shelf. That's what's available. That's what people have said they wanted to build, but they're not necessarily going to build it. And so if you want something off the shelf, you need to have a market that pulls what you want, market signals that pull what you want. And so our market signals should be pulling that thermal generation. So how do we get a market signal to pull what you want off that shelf? We already have nodal pricing. So if prices are higher in West Texas, as a developer, you go to West Texas to build your generation.
Okay, so let me ask you a question I asked the previous panel. Is it possible, if we don't commit to these 765 right now, is it possible that sends the proper signal to create gas-fired power generation out there, because they throw their hands up and go, all of this new solar that's coming is going to go, wow, we may be stranded just like the solar and wind that's out there right now. We're not going to invest in that.
I don't think it's possible to maintain reliability without building more transmission. Even if more generation shows up, you're going to need both.
Would we need all 3 lines?
Yes.
Okay.
I know that's a hard answer, but that's what the analysis shows. And we tested the
analysis based on 5066, or both analysis of 5066 and your data?
On both. So
we tested it.
We tested it at 5066 levels, and then we reduced it down
to what?
120. I mean, you still need it. So
120 what?
gigawatts, 120 gigawatts for the whole system.
What was it? What did 56.6 show?
I think it was around 150.
Then 120, and then what did your internal numbers show?
So our internal numbers show if you take everything we have today, just what we have today, there's normal load growth, it's going to go to 110. 110, and anything else on top of that, any other large loads, any other data centers.
Not thought of at the time at all.
That's right.
We know they're there.
So you know you're going to have 10 at least on top of that 110, and now you've reached the point where you've got 120, and our sensitivity analysis showed that all three lines were needed in 2030.
So is your testimony from a reliability standpoint, with or without 5066, the 765 line or the equivalent 345 lines carrying the same amount of voltage are necessary for the stability of the grid, reliability of the grid, and supplying West Texas?
That's correct. One of the two options is needed.
Mr. Chairman, one follow-up. So you said earlier that each one of these lines is capable of moving about 5 gig each. You're talking about over 100 gigs. I mean, is this just the first tranche of 765s that's just going to completely cover us up?
No, I mean, the 110 gigawatt is for the entire ERCOT grid. That's not for the Permian Basin. That's for the entire grid. That's Dallas and Houston, San Antonio, and the Valley, and every place else. Okay. That's what the existing load would grow to in 5 years.
Okay.
Right now, that existing load is 91.
Just real short question. So if we don't build those 765s, are we going to start having rolling blackouts in the Permian?
So we put out a market notice earlier this year for West Texas, warning that we were getting to the point that if forecast of load in West Texas continue, if load continues to grow to the forecasted amounts, we may have periods of time load can't be served, and you could have that, yes.
And that's because there's just not you're going to have too much congestion. You have too many traffic jams on the grid. The power can't get through from east to west when you need it.
That's right. The amount of power that would have to flow would damage the existing infrastructure.
And how long down the line would it be before you started getting worried about rolling blackouts?
We think next year is a possibility. If the forecast the TSPs have given us measure out, then we could start seeing periods of shortage as early as next year.
Okay, thank you.
Rolling blackouts are usually 20, 30-minute durations. Do you recall? Yeah. Just spin them around based on the circuit. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Quick question. So we're hearing these other numbers, 100 billion now, and that was talked about whether that's accurate or not. But now we're talking about debt service, and we're talking about M&O costs, which is one of my questions earlier. I suspect we'll try to get some answers a little later. I've asked that before, but that's quite a delta between 33 billion and 100 billion dollars. And then you said that was in totality of not only the three lines. Original, I guess I don't even know what you're calling the other piece. And then you mentioned the Rio Grande Valley. I've not seen a map that has come to anywhere but the northern part of my district that starts above Corpus Christi. So if you're talking Rio Grande Valley now, is that an additional above and beyond the 100 billion or the 33 billion or whatever is proposed here? Because I've not even seen a map of that.
I don't know where the $100 billion number came from. I didn't hear that. I know the infrastructure cost for the Permian Basin and the STEP plan was I gotta look it up now. That was sorry, 1 second. I'll order it. That was the 30 billion, roughly.
At 33 billion,
Yeah.
32.99, I think somebody said.
Right.
Okay, so then why you're mentioning Rio Grande Valley? So what additional would add to that piece?
So when I mentioned the Rio Grande Valley, that was in reference to the size of the overall ERCOT load. I said the 110 gigawatts of power included the Rio Grande Valley. I was just talking about the amount of power being used across the entire state. Includes the Rio Grande Valley, San Antonio, Corpus, those areas.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all very much. Appreciate y'all answering some hard questions. I appreciate everything y'all do. Panel 3, or 2, actually. Chair calls Emily Jolley with LCRA, Adrian Rodriguez, the new president and chief operating officer, AEP Texas. I believe new. No, maybe not. Yes. And then Jaron Taylor, representing Encore, and Jonathan Tiarina from CPS Energy. Listen, if y'all been hearing this. If y'all want to do abbreviated comments regarding, we don't need to hear about the history of AEP or Encore or whatever. Get to the points regarding the concerns we have on this dais. That would be very helpful. Ms. Jolley, you can start.
Thank you, Chairman.
Let's bring it closer because it's really a bad microphone, unfortunately.
Is this better?
Bring the bass closer, the whole bass. Pull it. Yeah, there you go. Great.
Is this good?
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. And Vice Chair King and committee members. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name, for the record, is Emily Jolley. I'm the Senior Vice President of External Affairs at the Lower Colorado River Authority. I also serve as LCRA's Chief Regulatory and Compliance Officer. I'll skip straight into the process. And actually, Senator Colcourse, I'll start with your question. Our proposed right-of-way for the 765 is 200 feet. That will include all of the right-of-way that we'll need to acquire from the landowner, including the facilities. The base of the facilities, from the center line out to the feet, will be less than 100 feet of the 200 total. And we can come back to any further follow-up questions that you might have on that. So I want to explain our role. And at the outset of the process, LCRA TSC was identified by ERCOT and assigned responsibility jointly with Encore by the PUC for what is known as Import Path 2, which is the Bell County East to Big Hill and the Big Hill to Sand Lake 765 transmission line projects. My specific role in these projects was to oversee LCRA's regulatory affairs team and to provide legal counsel in the contested case proceedings that you've heard about at the PUC and SOA. Now, we understand this project asks a lot of people whose land it may cross. It asks them to make room for something they did not ask for. It is our obligation as a transmission service provider to provide reliable service. But I want to talk about the process, the impact on the people, and how that process has gone. When the PUC made the decision to move forward with 765, LCRA and the other transmission service providers here moved quickly to educate ourselves about all aspects of this technology, from the engineering, supply chain, and right-of-way requirements to regulatory compliance, construction, operation, and maintenance. At the same time, we've moved forward with the regulatory phase of the CCN amendment process. That's the Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, the permission slip that we get from the PUC, using a lot of the existing rules and the processes that the PUC has established. It has become clear to all of us that the existing rules are inadequate in a lot of ways, given the geographic expanse of these projects. These kinds of projects will necessitate changes and improvements to how we conduct these cases, and I commit to working with all of you, as we are also engaged with PUC staff, to identify and implement those improvements immediately. There's some low-hanging fruit, and we can get into all of the different proposals that have been talked about that Chairman Gleeson identified and others that we have at LCRA. But I want to close with one point. With every project that we undertake, LCRA is committed to working with the affected community. We address the concerns that are brought to us, and we work to help members of the community understand the process and how to engage with us. I have a lot of statistics on that engagement, and if you'll permit me to get into that in Q&A, I'm happy to provide that information to give you a picture of what that looked like.
Mr. Taylor, you represent a large portion of the area being built out, prime contractors, as is AEP, but go ahead, give us your testimony regarding some.
Thank you. Glad for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Jaron Taylor. I represent Encore Electric. Encore currently has filed and received approval for four separate local transmission projects for the Permian Basin project. There are 3 765 kV projects that are on file and awaiting approval at the commission today, and there will be another handful of those that are filed hereafter as parts of the Permian project. Chairman, given the questions that have come so far, I'm just going to jump directly into the need, as there seems to be a fair amount of question on that point. Why did we need the Permian Basin Plan. We needed it because for the last 10 years, load has been growing at astronomical rates in the Permian Basin, and we have not been keeping up with that from a transmission perspective. That is what is driving the need. Senator Sparks mentioned several of those developments a minute ago. Fracking drove the need for more electricity. Electric submersible pumps drove the need for electricity. Unlike the batch process this morning when we're talking about is this load real or not, a lot of this load is already there, was served from diesel generation, so we know it's there just waiting for the wires to come. This required an increase in transmission capacity, and we were directed to have a reduction in the time it took to interconnect these loads. Second, is the Permian Basin Plan needed? There's been a lot of discussion of that today. I would tell you that our answer to that question is an emphatic yes. Building the Permian Plan is essential to serving the West Texas load. Essential. I'd encourage you to ask the oil and gas customers who we are required by law to serve, who will be up after us, how critical these lines and these projects are to their ongoing businesses. Third, has it been sufficiently studied? Has this plan been studied? Again, I think the answer is a clear yes. As Woody walked through a minute ago, every power flow study of the basin has shown the same thing, that the transmission lines and the 765 kV lines are absolutely required. First of those studies was done in 2024 when the Permian Basin Plan was articulated. Second, it was studied in 2025 as part of the Regional Transmission Plan. Third, I may have my order wrong here, but there was the study done to compare 345 versus 765 to determine which should be built. Woody's already walked through all of those benefits, so I'll skip over those for now, but 765 was the clear winner. Finally, the recent IROLs that he mentioned and Senator Colcourse has mentioned today, that stands for Interconnection Reliability Operating Limit. What this means is we have a real-time operation problem on our grid today. That affects east to west transfer. The consequence of that is that there is a hard and fast limit on the system that ERCOT will require that we stay under so that we do not overload a transmission line, a couple of transmission lines. How you do that is you make sure that load on the other side of that transmission line stays beneath a certain level. That's where Mr. Rickerson a minute ago got into load shed. That means turning the lights off to customers on a rotating outage until you can establish yourself underneath those limits. That is the single best piece of evidence we could ever bring you for the need for a transmission line project. That is an issue that exists today that we cannot remedy in any other way other than the building of these transmission lines. If you look at the ERCOT board presentation, the 765 kV import paths are listed directly on there as the exit plan for the IROLs that they have put in place. Finally, I want to talk for a moment about what is the role of a transmission service company in a CCN proceeding. Our job, those of us sitting here at this table, is to provide options to the Public Utility Commission of Texas. It is our job to look at the study areas and define a reasonable number of geographically diverse options and bring those forward. We are tasked with criteria, things that we have to consider under the rules that Chairman Gleeson spoke to this morning. Those are things like paralleling roadways, paralleling transmission lines, prudent avoidance, avoiding habitable structures, cost, all of these different things you've heard discussion of. The problem is these are commonly inconsistent factors. As you try and have a route that is less cost, you're going straighter. As you try and have a route that is following all the property boundaries and all the little nooks and crannies, as was discussed earlier today, you add a lot of angles, you add a lot of length, you add a lot of cost. So our factors are commonly inconsistent. The Commission looks at all of these factors and makes a diligent attempt to be very considerate in how they look at it. As you look at this, I would tell you that this process that exists in the state of Texas is probably the most robust routing process that exists for the routing of transmission lines. These cases are hard, they're difficult, they're human, but at the same time, the facilities are absolutely crucial to our ability to serve this industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chairman King, members of the committee. Thank you for acknowledging also that I guess my title at this point in time still has new in it. My name is Adrian Rodriguez. I'm the relatively new president of AEP Texas. I have interacted with many of you in the past. I've been working at other electric utilities in the state of Texas, in the non-ERCOT region of the state, but I'm now returning to ERCOT, having done work in this grid many years ago. One of the reasons that I'm in this industry, and one of the reasons why our people are in this industry, is because it's about our friends, family, and neighbors. And it's because of that. Many of our line workers and our mechanics work in the same towns that they grew up in. So these conversations that we have with landowners and ranchers, whether it's a distribution pole in somebody's yard or whether it is a transmission line out in the country, is extremely imperative and important to the people that work at our companies. It's a conversation that we don't take lightly, and I'm glad that we're having it today. I'm not going to get into the history of 765 kV. Much of that was covered in earlier panels today about the fact that our sister companies have worked with 765 kV transmission lines since 1969, and that there's already thousands of miles of it in other states, and that other grids are moving forward with 765 kV primarily because of the fact that we can move so much power on it and impacting fewer landowners than we would have otherwise if we had tried to transmit the same amount of power on equivalent 345 kV transmission lines. In terms of not the growth in the Permian, we remember that this growth was being addressed for Texas business, what we have traditionally thought of as Texas business, oil and gas. But it's not just the Permian Basin that is experiencing growth. In our own service territory for AEP Texas, where we serve 97,000 square miles in South and West Texas, we're experiencing extraordinary growth. We have coastal refineries that are expanding. In the Rio Grande Valley, we have liquefied natural gas terminals that are in progress. There's significant growth in and around Laredo. In Abilene, the Stargate project continues to expand. Altogether, those projects, again, with what we would have considered traditional Texas business, is what is driving the need for these transmission lines. Having been interacted with companies that have connections to other states, I can tell you that Texas grows faster than many other states. And that is why that has driven some industries to take a look at Texas and to say that they want to relocate here. Transmission is not built for its own sake, and I know that this conversation came up in earlier questions and answers with previous panelists. We can't have generation without transmission. There are currently major transmission projects being constructed around the U.S. that also require specialized components, the same thing with generation. And as if we delay projects like this, these projects are going to continue to move forward. And when we say that we need to try to catch up, our supply chain will now be an issue. Our goal is to make sure that we have the necessary infrastructure available for our customers. And we are working on major ERCOT-related projects, such as the Howard to Solstice transmission line project with our partner, CPS Energy, at the end of the table with me here today. And as an example, I know we focused on the CCN process, the Certificate of Convenience and Necessity application process. But as part of that process, we engage in community meetings way before the applications are even filed. In fact, as an example, AEP Texas and CPS Energy hosted open houses nearly a year ago in August 2025 in Atascosa, Uvalde, Del Rio, and Fort Stockton. These meetings gave landowners an opportunity to engage with us, with transmission project staff, and ask questions about the project long before we filed the CCN process. That said, I recognize that there are improvements to this process that need to be made, and we continue to support a robust landowner engagement process. We're committed to working with this committee, the Public Utility Commission, and ERCOT, landowners, local officials, and all stakeholders to ensure that we can meet our growing energy demand, but continue to be respectful of our affected landowners in this state. I look forward to answering your questions at the appropriate time.
Terrillian.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Schwertner and Vice Chair King and members of the committee. My name is Jonathan Tigrina. I'm the Interim Senior Vice President of Energy Delivery Services for CPS Energy, located in San Antonio, Texas. We are the nation's largest community-owned provider of electric and natural gas services, serving over 1.3 million customers in the San Antonio area and 7 adjoining counties. I referenced that because from maybe a little different than the other partners that are here at the table today, we are a vertically integrated utility as well. And so what that means is that we are both a generator, a TDSP, and a retail provider there in San Antonio. And so our commitment to customer impacts and understanding how the customer is going to be impacted is at the core of what our foundation is as an organization and how we represent the San Antonio community. I just want to highlight a couple additional things that was mentioned from our friends at AAP with Adrian. As part of that community outreach, I do just want to further highlight, we are very thoughtful about how we get ahead of any specific requirements that are out there that are out there for us to follow. And so we were very thoughtful about how we started our engagement early before we got to any type of application process. And I highlight again, conversations that started over a year ago in the various communities that are possibly being impacted from the multiple routes that are being suggested. Of the engagements, I just want to highlight, we received over 1,600 various feedback forms throughout this process. And with the exception of a few hearsay documents, both AEP and CPS Energy did not refute any of the documents that were proposed in this process. We understand the impacts that it has for our partners here in Texas and our customers throughout the entire state. And we also understand that ultimately it's our job to provide as many recommendations as possible to minimize those impacts to our partners here in our great state. Just also want to highlight that as we think about the needs, a lot of the questions that I think I was hearing throughout the day around the significance around both the transmission system and the generation system, I would just say as someone who is involved in both sides of the business, we need them all. All of these assets are tools for us in the state of Texas to leverage the best opportunities to provide reliability for Texas citizens. And for us, we look at diversification as a word that is meaningful both on our strategic direction as we look out the next 25 years and as we continue to fast forward into the next 50 years. There is not one, silver bullet that will solve all of our issues, but we are mindful of the impacts that it causes, and we want to do what's right while mitigating that exposure. We also, too, recognize that the process can always be further enhanced, and we look forward to working with you and other stakeholders in the state to develop the process that is most impactful for everyone again. And so I'll pause there, and again, I look forward to working with you, and thank you for the opportunity this afternoon.
Thank you. Senator Sparks, Senator Hinojosa, then Senator Campbell.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to keep asking this question over and over, but I'm looking, let's take specifically, you mentioned this Howard to Solstice line. Well, what 24-hour power is going to be built on the Howard side of this that's going to push electricity out to far west Texas at night?
Yep. Thank you, Senator. I think the question has, similar to what Mr. Rickerson said, when you look at the entire grid as a whole, right, we are managing the system with multiple sources. So I would say you have both thermal generation as well as renewable generation that will absolutely be used to power both ways of that line, whether at night or during the day.
But when you look at how much thermal generation is in the queue, and I hear that, hey, we're going to need another 100 gigawatts around the state, do we really think we're going to send it all the way out there?
Yeah, I think similar to what we've been hearing throughout the day, Senator, I think there are opportunities that, from a market perspective, that we have to develop better signals to incentivize additional generation to be built to meet the growing needs.
Okay, I appreciate that. We've heard a lot about market signals. So let's talk about this Solstice site. That's not too far from where I hear there's going to be, one of our oil companies is going to build 2 to 6 gigawatt of power. Not far from this, in that proximity. I'm still not understanding if we could get that built on the grid, how regional transmission out here, how 6 gigawatts wouldn't take care of our rolling brownouts that we talked about on the last panel.
So, Senator Sparks, one thing, again, this is the unique aspect about the company that I'm at now versus the one that I was most recently at when you and I first met, was the fact that we don't cite generation in ERCOT as the transmission and distribution utility. However, what I will note, given that experience in other grids, is that the presence of transmission now allows us to add to that market signal that that generator can interconnect onto the grid and be able to provide power from west to east when the eastern part of the state is in need of power from, in this case, a thermal generation resource. So hearkening back to the comments that Woody from ERCOT made earlier today, I think that those notes, he highlights that power will flow west to east the same way that it goes east to west depending on the time of the day.
I can appreciate that, and I can see that at some point, that makes sense to try and tie all of this together. What I'm saying right now, it's already been announced in a big press release, 2 to 6 gigawatts of natural gas-fired power built right out here without this big line going in. So, as I'm once again talking, we're about to hear 5 or 6 hours worth of all these landowners that are going to be significantly impacted. It's easy for us to sit up here and go, yeah, we care about how this affects everybody, but likely not one of these lines is going to go across any of our property, likely. We need to be looking at every opportunity to save those landowners' property values. And I'm still struggling with, if we build it out here, at least for now, I could see long term we may wind up still needing to have all of that. But it looks like we're overlooking the obvious of building natural gas-fired power generation out there and making sure we've got the regional infrastructure to move those electrons around. And we're just immediately jumping into, hey, we're going to do this. And we don't even have new generation, reliable 24 hours a day generation going in on the east side. So I'll try and phrase that in a question. So how are we so confident that if we build power out here, this is not going to take care of our immediate needs?
I think the issue is that we are not confident if we were to build that power out there.
Pull that closer.
Sorry. I think the issue is the opposite. It is that we are not confident. And I think that's what Mr. Rickerson was talking about a minute ago, that just building thermal generation alone in those areas will not take care of those needs. If you look back at the details of the Permian Basin Plan, they assumed 17 gigs of additional generation that is not in existence today, that is coming online, and still found all of the Permian Basin project to be required.
Okay, thank you.
Just to rephrase your answer, sir, generation in a free market, a energy-only market, I want to be able to sell and unload my product everywhere. And I want certainty in that. And so just as I need certainty in pricing and pricing mechanisms, I also need certainty in the ability to move my product and not have constraints localized by, in this case, transmission. If you were selling something else, it could be roads, right? So there's a symbiotic relationship between power transmission and power generation when it comes to where they choose to build power plants or not, and if they build a power plant. It is telling that they are building large power plants out there, but they're behind the meter, as you said, right? I believe, right?
Yes.
Or a microgrid of Chevron's localized entities out there, correct?
I wasn't going to use their name, but
Yeah,
yes.
it's Chevron. I mean,
Yes.
Is it? I'm not even sure what they're powering with 2.4 gigs. Or is it gas fractionation plants? What is it? I have no idea. It's huge. It's what? It's a plant of some sort. Okay. Well, we won't get into that. But am I correct in that? And that's the reason the market has chosen not to build out there is because of the lack of pricing signals, but also potentially lack of transmission.
Absolutely. And in fact, we have had several meetings with thermal generators who are waiting on these siting decisions on the 765 kV lines to site thermal generation in hopes that they can interconnect to them.
Close and be able to move electrons everywhere across the state.
But, Mr. Chairman, but what we heard earlier this morning is without a change in our market structure, we're going to see a proliferation of solar, much more so than we may see a little thermal. Did I misunderstand that, Mr. Chairman? Is that what you heard?
I'm sorry, sir. One more time.
But basically what we heard earlier today is we will see, but without a change in the market structure, we will see more of what we're currently seeing, which is mostly intermittent power, which our oil and gas companies can't run their operation off of. So I'm still not understanding how just putting in lines is going to single-handedly fix our situation. More than likely what we'll see is we put these major highways in, we're going to see them completely fill up with mostly solar. And so how does that help us in the middle of the night?
One thing to highlight, Senator, is as I referenced with the growing demand that we also have in South Texas and in the coastal region, there's now a demand that we will need in the eastern part of the state such that it will incentivize generation in the western part of the state. If it is thermal, it'll be something that we can move from west to east, so that we can only do that with a transmission line. I totally get that there may be a need to change the market on the generation side, but the movement of that power is enabled with the transmission line.
And we can't build any thermal generation on the east side of the state, evidently. Well, we can't even build it out on the west side. What are we doing here? I'm sorry. Thank
Senator
you.
Hinojosa. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, all of you on the panel. I've gotten to meet, I think, all of you, and we've had some great discussion. I wanted to try to redo some of our questions that we've had. I know they're still working on some of those answers. I'm just going to not try to debate whether or not the 765 is needed. Obviously, there's people on the panel that are far more versed in that space than I am. Let's make that assumption and say, okay, at some point, whether it's now or later, that may be prudent. I'm highly concerned with the costs, right? And so I've had several questions with you guys regarding some of that, and I just want to kind of go over that again. First thing that I think kind of rose up here a little while ago was these numbers that we were hearing. So I'd like to give you all the opportunity to clarify if that's something that wasn't said. First of all, we're told $32.99 billion, $33 billion essentially for the build out. And to my understanding, that's not coming to the Rio Grande Valley. That's just those other lines. Again, according to the maps that we've seen, that $33 billion. First, I'll let you, any of you comment. And is that accurate so far with that number?
I believe that's ERCOT's estimates, but that's not just the Permian plan. That's the Permian plan and the STEP plan.
Correct, and that's why I'm giving you the opportunity to clarify that. Now, these other numbers that may have been seen or told, I also want to give the opportunity to clarify. Is that number just the build out, or is that including your debt service? Is that including your M&O costs, or is that number going to go much higher?
It's my understanding that ERCOT's numbers are based on the capital cost of constructing the projects.
Capital loans. So we're not talking about the debt service, and we're not talking about the M&O.
That is correct, because those are then subsequently reviewed in rate proceedings that we move forward with in terms of our ongoing O&M costs.
Correct.
And that would be the case with the same as we do with a 138, a 345, or for companies that have them, the 230 kV transmission lines, as well as our distribution.
Sure. And when I asked that question earlier, I said, well, can you give me some sort of estimate as what that number might be? It was pushed back to this panel to say each of you would know that number better. I've asked you that individually, and I know you've all talked to me about getting me that information, but I think we might need you to ballpark something here, because I think it's gotten to that point where we're all starting to get a little antsy now. What is that O&M costs going to be associated with this?
It's a broad range based on where the lines are located because, again, it also is impacted by the weather in that particular region. Certain climates create a bigger impact on the line. There are general broad percentages that you can see anywhere from 1.5 to 6%, but again, per mile of line based on its original capital cost. But again, those are broad ranges, and I actually do need to do some further research on that point because it is so regional specific, including even to the point in an area where, and this is just at the distribution level, again, not at the transmission, anything to things that are beyond the company's control. For example, a vehicle hitting a distribution pole. That's not something that, again.
Tell me where I'm missing it here, because, we talked, and I can't remember, Jaron, I think it was you or Mr. Taylor. Wealth of information, I really appreciate it. I asked you about the physical costs. We started getting into some technical questions regarding the line itself, right? And how the line is a little bit larger in girth than the actual 345s, but it's actually a bundle, correct? It's like a bundle, and there's multiple lines in that one, I guess, bundle. There's a additional, ma'am, Miss Jolley, I think you sent me a picture of what spacer or something like that is utilized. So my question is with that. And I asked, what is the actual difference in cost with the line itself, right? Like, so I'm not talking structure or anything else, just the line, the spool of wire or line, whatever you want to call it, of 765 versus 345. And you had indicated it's not that much more, but can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, the actual conductor price difference between, it's actually a smaller conductor that we utilize on the 765 kV.
Right.
It's a 795. Sorry, the numbers are very close, but
Sure.
it's a much smaller, thinner. It's about the width of a roll of quarters.
Mhm.
Your 345 kV conductor, depending on which project you're on, is like a 1926, and it's much, sorry, for lack of a better thing, it's a little smaller than a baseball in
Sure.
diameter. So it's a much larger conductor at 345. The conductor is actually more expensive. But on 765, it's a bundled conductor, so you're using multiple strands of conductor, and that's what that yoke plate that you were,
Yes, sir.
you showed me Emily's picture that shows how they are fastened together on a 765 kV.
And for the sake of the panel, if anybody doesn't know, your proposal on these new towers is to put 3 of those in per tower, correct?
That's
One
right. You have
each side and
one-
one in the middle?
Yeah,
Is that right?
for each phase of the power, A, B, and C, you would have one bundle of
One bundle, correct. So again, a lot of these are quite. I guess what I'm trying to drill down to is have we looked at every possibility to cut costs? And where I'm going with this, okay, so the existing structures that have 3, 4, 5, why can't we just pull the line, put a bigger holder or fastener or something to hold the larger bundle of wire and draw 765 kV through there without acquiring more land and erecting more tower and all that?
It's a fair question. Woody went into, Mr. Rickerson went into that a little bit a while ago. I would tell you the first answer to that is our West Texas transmission system. Frankly, our transmission system at 345 kV generally in the state of Texas is so constrained we cannot take it out of service. When we need to do maintenance on a transmission line today, we will apply to ERCOT for an outage. Those outages are almost always summarily denied. That's not ERCOT being spiteful or being difficult. That's because there are customers that are relying on those facilities and the grid cannot afford for them to come out of service. Consequently, what happens is when we do need to rebuild a conductor, there's a great example of this in West Texas right now with what's called the Morgan Creek projects, that we have to rebuild them hot, meaning we have to use very specialized equipment and specialized crews where we can move that line onto a temporary bypass and then move it back in place. It's a very expensive type of construction, yes, at 345 kV. The answer why we can't string 765 kV on 345 kV towers is a sheer weight and engineering issue. They cannot support it.
They're that heavy?
That's right, they're heavier because of the bundles of conductor, and you would also be required to go out and widen those right-of-ways.
So we talked about that, about the width and the distance that each one was needed to be away from each other. I asked you some additional questions regarding that. You were saying because of the sway, the wind, you don't want them touching, all that kind of makes sense. But when we talked about heat, you suggested that one of the, aside from the very expensive way to go underground. You know, I asked that question, why don't we go underground? And you said, well, the cost is 10x or something like that. But one of the factors, if costs weren't an issue, was the heat going underground. And I said, oh, that's interesting. You said it would need to be some sort of conduit with cooling fluid and all kinds of things to do that. But that up high, you could cool it by just wind, right?
Yes.
So, so I'm a little bit confused about the heat element that you're referencing here in terms of that. I mean, how hot does it get? How much distance to that, or is the distance really just because of the sway?
So you have a phase-to-phase clearance, which is the distance between those conductors that's in any SC clearance that has to be maintained. That has less to do with heat, more to do with just proximity of those phases needing to be separate. And just to be clear, so everyone's on the same page, those underground applications we were talking about were at much lower voltages. Those are at 138 or 345 kV. I'm actually not aware of a 765 kV application that has ever been done.
And you don't. And we talked about that. Is there a special type of conduit? We don't know that exists yet because it just hasn't been done apparently.
Right.
So okay. So then we talked about a little bit more technical questions. I asked you about electromagnetic pulse. You know, is there a field that is around those that causes any disruption of anything? And your answer was?
Yes.
There is?
Yes. A transmission line like the electronics here in the room we're sitting in will create an electromagnetic field.
I did get an answer from the association when I asked that question. They said the lines are heavily shielded, but they can disrupt low-frequency signals like local AM radio or ham radio signals. Is that just those signals that are in close proximity, or that's going to actually disrupt our whole? We had a big discussion about interoperability and a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know if that's germane to this discussion, but I mean.
They would be similar to the experience of any transmission line that you're nearby, and given the transmission lines, especially the 765s that are operated by AEP, it's nothing that is different than what you normally experience under a 345 kV transmission line or 138.
And along those lines, I asked then about, well, you could also get other utilities, other broadband, other things that could go on these lines that you could potentially lease some, generate a little bit of revenue, potentially help maybe offset something. I know the answer from each of you, well, it's nominal, but I mean, it's something. Can you talk a little bit more about that? First of all, that electromagnetic pulse wouldn't disrupt the ability to bring in fiber lines and other things to help offset some costs?
There are instances in which we have existing transmission lines at lower voltages where there is a distribution underbuild and a third-party broadband that telecommunications provider that is also on that same line. That is generally not the case in very long distances because in many cases, the third-party attacher is not moving their line at the same location that we are across hundreds of miles, but there are instances where it does occur. Typically, we do not have even a distribution underbuild or third-party attachers on some of these lines. So it would be nominal if it were something that were opened up.
Okay, and again, I'm gonna put you on the spot. Just briefly, I mean, give me a number. What's that gonna help offset? What are those? And again, typically where I'm going with this is I feel like, especially with the maintenance costs, I mean, you can give us an idea of what it was by just looking back last year on what maintenance costs were associated with 345. You've got vegetation, maintenance, you've got some of the other things that you've talked about, inclement weather. You said it depends on what area of the state, but you're going to have some patterns there. You could probably look back a couple of years and figure out what type of maintenance are we looking, or what's the ballpark there?
Unfortunately, I'll have to go back and really evaluate what potential opportunity that is. The reason also is that when we're building a transmission line across somebody's property, they're giving us, the transmission service provider, the easement right. They may not necessarily be providing the easement right for another third-party attacher. So that may be another issue that we're also having to evaluate.
Well, and I appreciate that. Brings up the next point with the question I asked earlier with potential franchise fees, right? And Mr. Taylor, I think we had a discussion about this. I'd like to give you the opportunity to share in that, but that does not factor into the rate that currently we could be facing an increase in. I mean, that could actually additionally add to that rate, could it not?
Are you referring, I apologize, franchise?
The franchise fees from municipalities that might want to negotiate.
Those are individually negotiated with municipalities, and And yes, franchise fees that we pay to the municipalities for use of their right-of-way, for example, in alleys and things like that, those are paid to the municipality, and they are a part of the cost of service of an electric utility.
But that is not realized in this number, the 33 billion. That's not contemplated in there.
No, it would not be. That would go into the revenue requirement of utility established in a rate case. That 33 billion number is the capital cost.
Just the
for
capital
construction
cost
of the
alone. But
projects.
that number does also include the land acquisition cost, right? And then I was told to also revisit the panel when we asked what was roughly that number percentage of your land acquisition in the whole grand scheme of things.
It varies case to case based on where it is, but it's somewhere in the neighborhood of a 10% number of your construction costs for that line item. I did go back and look at a couple of those cases last night.
And again, we're just repeating kind of what the discussions we've all individually had. Just want to make sure, again, everything's open and honest and transparent. I'm sure a lot of people have these same questions. But that 10% or roughly there around, the rates that you start with, the negotiating rates that you start with, is that generally market value? Or, again, I don't imagine most of these landowners have for sale signs in on their property at the moment. So what the market says it's worth is likely not worth what they believe it's worth. And so I know there are some limitations with other state agencies, TxDOT, others that maybe are capped at some sort of market rate. Where are you guys at with that? And what do you generally find yourself? What area do you generally go above market? How much above market? You've been in these negotiations before. What does that generally look like?
Sure. As we had talked about before, we'll obviously do market studies when we're evaluating the route options and bringing that information to the PUC, because that is a component of the cost estimate that we're providing. And so we do that based off analysis, right, for every case, and it will be different depending on the study area. When we actually go to the process post-final order of beginning acquisition, we'll do appraisals. We'll have discussions back and forth with the landowner. And as you and I discussed, Senator Hinojosa, in many cases, it's always going to be cheaper to negotiate an outcome with a landowner than to proceed through eminent domain. So you're avoiding legal costs, labor costs. And so there are incentive programs that we have looked into and engaged with landowners to give them a higher than market value to avoid the process of going through condemnation. And we found that to be very successful, which is why our condemnation rate has been far less than 10% for all of our projects.
Okay. We heard from a couple data center folks here. I kind of tried to put them on the spot a little bit too, to say, hey, going forward, they talked about generation behind the grid, but then also tying to the grid. When I pressed them a little bit, and it wasn't even really me pressing them, I think they have willingly come to the point where they're even willing to build out that connection transmission in some instances. Are you finding that? Is there a model y'all are looking at? Or I guess that should have been a question for the PUC, but
I think we can all speak to that. In our individual experiences, but also under the guidance of this legislature with Senate Bill 6 and the standard interconnection processes going forward that we'll all have. They will absolutely be on the hook for their direct interconnection costs. That's in the proposed rule from the commission. We fully expect that and are aligning our practices with that expectation. And going forward, you heard a lot this morning, the commission is doing critical work in Project 58,000 to ensure that the bulk of the costs of this transmission build-out will be borne more fairly by all users of the system. So we're very supportive of their work there as well. That's
okay,
an
and so
important ratepayer
and that's really the bottom line for all of us here. I mean, again, it can be debated with smarter people than me whether or not these are actually needed or necessary. The point for me is the protection of our ratepayers. So again, I'll ask the same question I asked before, and they punted to you guys. I'm sorry. They just wanted y'all to answer all the tough questions. But what do I tell my individuals, my homeowners, my constituents, my small business guys are saying, hey, we're doing fine. We broke some records. We have, record amount of usage now. We were doing fine. Grid seems to be working for what our need is now. But now you're asking us to increase our rate. What's the added value to those people for the increase that they are going to realize from this?
I would answer that question that as we have a more interconnected transmission grid, and as we have the ability to move bulk power long distances across it, we increase reliability for everyone who is attached to that grid. That's in addition to the economic items that ERCOT has already identified with the hundreds of millions of dollars a year in lower costs, lower congestion, reduction in production costs, those transfer capacity abilities, whether it's moving solar east or moving thermal west, those benefit all of us who are on the transmission grid.
And to add to that, so the load that we serve in Central Texas is facing tremendously high congestion costs. Those are costs that our ratepayers served by our co-ops and munis that we provide wholesale power services to have to pay. And so by unlocking a lot of the congestion on the existing 345 and 138 kV system, which this grid will do if we have this backbone in place, that will make us much more effective in utilizing the existing system that they're already paying for and lower their costs.
Reliability, and also recognizing that the Public Utility Commission of Texas and the Electric Reliability Council of Texas, along with the governor and the policy of the state, is to make sure that those that impose the cost on the system are bearing the cost on the system.
And I would just add, I think lastly, I like the idea that we can feel comfortable that the system is working well and that it's doing the job it's supposed to be doing. I think each of us bear the weight that we have to be planning 5 to 10 years out to ensure that we can maintain that level of reliability. And so when we look at the planning horizon, we have to be planning for the assumptions, understanding all the variables that are coming now into this equation with the massive load growth, regardless of if it's large load or just average growth here. One of the things that I talked to my team about a lot in San Antonio is that what we considered large load a year and a half ago is average load now, right? And so we have to be ahead of that game to ensure that we can still have the opportunities that Texas has benefited from an economic development standpoint. So that planning out for the future, I think, is the story to tell for that landowner or for anyone as we think about why we're making the investments.
Well, and to piggyback off that, I'll add to kind of help out a little bit so that you know that we also understand the value of economic impact. And we just landed Saronic in the Port of Brownsville, America First Refining. As you noted, we're starting a LNG program down over there. SpaceX up in the Corpus Christi area, things are booming. Obviously, those high-paying jobs, all those things are good for economic prosperity. Again, though, for the individual homeowner, average Joe, small business guys, understanding that, all the great things that you said of what could be, what are benefits to it, also trying to protect our ratepayers as much as possible is paramount. So, final question, what are we looking at in terms of increase?
If we may, before I get to that, the one other benefit we didn't mention that we should have is this is a project to serve load. Load is who pays the transmission bills in this state. So as we interconnect additional load, we bring more payors into the system as well. That's one of the main characteristics of growth when we interconnect a Samsung. When you mentioned, I think, Tesla and Star and several of those other companies. I apologize, I forgot a couple of them already. Thank you, SpaceX. Mm-hmm. They're huge payers of transmission bills as well. And that is how these costs, while they are socialized, yes, they are divided across the number of payors into the system. And as these projects, which are expressly done to integrate more load into the system, that brings more payors into the system, reducing those costs.
Okay, back to the final question. What? And again, this was punted to you guys because they said each one of you, have your model of how that ticks up. I understand it's about a third. Poles and wires, about a third of our transmission, about a third of the cost of our electric bills. What can ratepayers expect? What kind of increase are they looking at? Each one of you.
I do not have a calculation of an individual ratepayer.
Give me ballpark it. Give me an idea.
We have the
$10,
ballpark
$5
related to the costs of the $33 billion as a whole. Again, each of those are then divided up among our customer classes such that the larger customer classes are going to pay a larger amount of their share. But again, this is all dependent on what the final costs are. If we come in under, it'll be based off of that amount. If we come in over because of we're having to zig and zag a lot, that'll then translate through. And again, it's in that rate-making process, but unfortunately, I don't have a specific number.
Okay, and that's on the capital costs. Again, we danced around it because we don't know yet the actual maintenance and operation, or O&M, as you call it. But how is that factored in the rate? Above and beyond that, or I think one of you answered that question for me. I just want to give you the opportunity to say.
It's the process that we utilize today with a base rate case for operations and maintenance expense. They look at a sample test year, which is typically the year before you go in for a rate case. And again, this is part of the historic process that we use across the entire state for base rate cases. It uses that sample of O&M in order to determine whether that is justified.
So maybe a simpler way of saying that is in year one, unless the utility's coming in for a base rate case, you will see zero impact of O&M. It's not until we come in and we update with actual historical costs of what the incremental additional cost to maintain those facilities actually is that you would even see that in rates. We don't have a base rate proceeding planned in 2030 when we plan to have the line in service. So we will see zero incremental additional costs for O&M at that time.
But eventually there will be additional costs. We
Eventually
just
there
don't know
will
what
be.
that is.
And I want to be very clear too about the capital costs, because you keep hearing about, the 300 to 500 million in congestion. That is paid annually by loads. What is not paid annually in year one is the capital cost of this investment. So when we're talking about $7 billion for 765 kV import paths, that is not in the same year that you're paying 500 million in congestion costs. That'll be amortized over the life of the project.
And then I guess my colleagues were just mentioning, so going back to that rate, eventual O&M costs, is that going to be retroactive, or is that just, okay. Thank you so much.
Senator, thank you. Senator Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Rodriguez, I guess you've got the position that Pablo Vega had before. He was president and chief operating officer of AEP. Is that right?
I understand that was years ago, so there were a couple of presidents before Mr. Vega and myself.
Well, I'm sure that benefits him to have a good understanding of what you do, especially that company. Let's see, AEP and CPS. I've got one constituent. Y'all are responsible for the Howard Solstice, or have been assigned the Howard Solstice line. Is that it?
Yes, Senator.
And you both actually talked about, and let's see, our gentleman from Encore, Mr. Taylor, talked about more altruistic and how you're, looking out for your neighbor and you want to be a good neighbor. I'm paraphrasing, but you did mention that. Yet, one on the Howard Solstice, a ranch on the Howard Solstice line, had 44 days to actually, from the time a new route of linking route was presented, they only had 44 days to get a sworn test to analyze what effects this new route was going to have on the ranch, to sworn testimony. And that was that. They 44 days. And that's not, different routes on the ranch were talked about months earlier, 7 months as a matter of fact. Then all of a sudden that you come up and you change the route on this regarding the Howard Solstice line on this ranch. They had 44 days, and that's not right. I don't know what else you can go back and do. That same ranch also offered a route that they would give the easement for the lines. Obviously don't want the lines that cut right through the ranch. But they said they would give a certain amount, a certain area, link 233 and 234, I believe. They would give that and not charge anything. Yet you haven't taken them up on that offer. So when you're talking about being neighborly and things like that, we specifically have neighbors that have been affected by this. That's it's not the bulk of people, it's the bulk of the land. And they are affected by that. Did y'all consult the FAA regarding the effects it would have on an airstrip on any of the ranchers' property and what these lines would do? And what about crop dusting? Don't know how much of that is done anymore. But what are these lines going to do to the flight pattern that has to be done for crop dusting or anybody else in there? And what about the crackling, the buzzing, the noise that it's going to bring in? Being a good neighbor, what's done about that? When you talk, And your companies, how much will your company yield make off of these lines? That would be a question.
Yeah, I'll start, Senator, and thank you for the question. So a couple things with regarding to the route options. We would agree that there are improvements that can be made on how participants can have enough time to respond. And I think consistent with what you I think heard from many of us today is we are open to hearing how we can improve upon the existing processes.
And I appreciate that. And the chairman talked about that.
Yes, ma'am.
We talked about having to, increase the time. But what can we do about the folks already affected by this?
Yeah, I think there's still some paths here, and what I think about is ultimately the package that gets submitted will finalize through the process. There is not a selected route as of now. There are options that were submitted and that will go through the process to then eventually be selected as the preferred route option. And I think as we continue to move ourselves through those steps, those are the opportunities to continue to be involved in. And
because it's important for them to do that.
It would be, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then how much does a company, how much will they yield? What will they gain? How much are they going to make?
Yeah, I think similar to Mr. Rodriguez's comment about the O&M, I think those are still numbers that are going to be defined once we see total investment and then the actual O&M that comes from when we do go back for that rate case.
Just for the sake of brevity, let me just say, I would think you would know some number, because why would you get involved if you don't have an idea of how much you're going to clear?
Yeah.
The first is we have an obligation to serve as the utilities that are in Texas and in ERCOT.
I'm sorry, what?
We have an obligation to serve, and we are the transmission and distribution provider
Yes,
for those
I know.
regions, and so we are obligated to serve. In terms of the financial impacts, again, those are evaluated by the Public Utility Commission of Texas, and we have the opportunity, but not the guarantee, to get a return on the money that is invested in the cost of building the project.
And I think we all can appreciate it's business, the cost of doing business and what you would make. But this is the ratepayers, why should Texas foot the bill for example, the transmission lines that's needed in the Permian Basin when enough money comes out of the oil and gas industry there? Why aren't they putting skin in the game? Why aren't they paying? And you may or may not have an answer to that. But I feel like they should be contributing. And I'm just moving along quick because it's so late, did you say that the ratepayers initially will not be paying anything for the first year? Or when will Texans have to start bearing the brunt of the $33 billion investment that we are asked to pay? And I don't know where we're going to get that money, but.
Thank you for that question, Senator Campbell.
Can you speak up? I'm sorry,
I apologize. Is this better?
Yes, ma'am.
I think I'm just fading over time. I apologize. I'll try to get my energy up a little bit more. Facilities aren't paid for by ratepayers until they're in service and used and useful.
So in, say,
2030 for these
31.
import paths.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that. Whenever, I think you had said, John, Encore.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you had said you're tasked with finding options for energy. Did you
Correct.
say that?
Not for energy, for routing. It is our
routing.
job as utilities to provide routing options to.
So it wouldn't have been in your purview to look at any nuclear option rather than the fossil fuel or transmitting
No, ma'am.
any other type of energy formation?
No, the companies up here are here as service providers. They deliver the electricity.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for.
Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tijerina, earlier today you explained that CPS Energy is vertically integrated, and I heard one of our colleagues be concerned and feeling that where would power come from that's going to be somehow generated or shared with West Texas. I just went on y'all's website. My understanding is y'all have 6 sources of power generation, including nuclear.
Correct.
Natural gas, coal. So those are 3 thermal, and nuclear, obviously, we all know is constant, ongoing. And so you've got two phases, phase 1 and 2 of South Texas nuclear plant. Is that correct?
We are a 42% owner of the STP project down in Matagorda County. Correct.
correct.
Right. And so that's constant energy base load that you have that's generating power, and on top of whatever you need for the ratepayers of CPS Energy. Is that
Yes, sir.
So that's energy that you could transmit to West Texas. Would that be correct?
That is correct. If I put on the generation hat for a moment, we roughly have 10 gigawatts of capacity generation here in Texas that we rather own, operate, or are the off-takers of.
Yeah.
And that does include a very diverse fuel source for all resources.
Correct. We have renewable, but you know, as you may have heard on this dais, renewable seems to be the redheaded stepchild. The thermal is what everybody wants, and so we have thermal as well. Is that correct?
That's correct. As you may recall, over the last, I guess, 2.5 years now, we've actually have acquired roughly about 3,000 additional megawatts of dispatchable natural gas generation here in ERCOT.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator.
I'm sorry, just one more quick question I forgot to ask Mr. Rodriguez. Again, just to reiterate that pricing and all that stuff that we're talking about does not currently include anything coming into the Rio Grande Valley, correct? It stops just north of my northern part of my district.
In terms of the 765 kV projects that we are talking about today,
Yes, sir.
there is, however, normal growth and transmission lines and distribution lines that we are building in the Rio Grande Valley because of the tremendous growth that the Rio Grande Valley has experienced.
But none of that is part of these numbers or this proposal.
That is correct.
So that would be above and beyond, even if we got a transmission line northern part of my district and we need more distribution lines, there's still additional costs associated with that.
All of them, yes, subject to the review by the Public Utility Commission.
Yes, sir. And then you had showed me that there may be a proposal coming down with 765 to the Rio Grande Valley at some point?
Depending on how it is evaluated by the ERCOT and assessing the needs of the system.
Yes, sir.
That is a possibility.
And if that were the case, where there's no idea on what the cost of that particular build out would be?
At this point in time, I do not know based on the routing that has not been.
That's too early to even contemplate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank y'all. I would ask you to direct y'all to really reach out to the legislators that are affected, county judges, county commissioners, mayors, obviously all people along the right of way, which legally y'all have to, but yeah, there needs to be a much greater outreach on the part of the TDUs. I think some of the questions should have been handled, with discussions with us too. So make sure you come to us for committee hearings as well. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Chairman.
Senator.
I just wanted to ask one last question.
Sure.
Mine are always quick and not very friendly always. What is the total capacity of power distribution? I mean, why do we need the 7? And we've talked about it a lot today.
It's a good question.
What is the total capacity of power distribution?
Senator Campbell, are you asking specifically about the 765 import paths?
Right,
I believe Mr. Rickerson answered that question earlier.
I think it has been answered, but
15 gigawatts, based on the...
I need to hear it again because...
15 gigawatts.
Pardon?
15 gigawatts.
Giga, okay. And so that's a head nod for all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. Thank you all very much. Chair callers Mark Bell, Dr. Brent Bennett with TPPF, and Todd Staples, Texas Oil and Gas Association. Okay. Mark, we're going to let you go first. Over there on the far left. Enter the ring.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Mark Bell on behalf of AECT, the Association of Electric Companies of Texas, and I'll be brief. We've heard it all day today. Electricity demand in Texas continues to grow, and on average, over the past 5 years, it has been growing at 2.5 times the rate of the rest of the nation. That growth is driven by people and jobs. We continue to add anywhere from 1,200 to 1,500 residents each day, drawn here by the many companies across many industries that are locating, relocating, and expanding in all corners of our state. When the PUC approved the Permian Basin Reliability Plan and the STEP Plan in 2025, the approval was based on 2024 projected peak demand estimates of 133 gigawatts over a 5-year period. Those 2024 estimates didn't account for the extraordinary growth we're seeing among large load customers. We often think of transmission and generation as mutually exclusive, but the development of new transmission supports investment in generation. A stronger, more interconnected grid promotes the development of new generation and benefits the existing generation by ensuring that power is not trapped behind transmission constraints. Having a bulk transmission system as proposed by the Permian Plan and STEP Plan help all Texans by providing more reliability and resiliency. I'll conclude with this. The greatest risk to ERCOT system today is inaction. The Permian and STEP Plan were approved more than a year ago to meet transmission needs identified 5 to 10 years prior to that. There are significant short and long-term risks to delaying these plans. Thank you for your opportunity to testify. Happy to ask them.
Thank you, Mark. Senator Nichols, I think, is in the room. I just wanted to recognize him. He went outside. Okay, he was in the room. No, it was nice of him to drop in. Dr. Bennett, welcome, sir. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you, Chairman Schwertner, members. Brent Bennett with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and we appreciate the invitation to speak today. The main point I want to convey, demonstrated by our research, is that building more energy-dense, reliable generation close to demand centers would eliminate the need for these cross-state transmission lines while decreasing total system costs and improving reliability. The 765 kV step was conceived under the assumption that the market would continue to build diffuse wind and solar far from demand centers, and that we would facilitate that build out with more transmission. There was a lot of demand and transmission options that were assessed by ERCOT, as Mr. Rickerson said earlier, but there was only one generation mix that was assessed at that time. Policymakers should change the trajectory of that generation mix now to manage the growth Texas needs while also building a more cost-effective and reliable grid. TPPF recommends that the Public Utility Commission pause the 765 lines until after the 90th legislature to allow for the following tasks to be completed. First, by January 27, ERCOT should perform a reappraisal of the lines and show how much local generation and local reliable generation and transmission would be needed to avoid cross-state transmission lines. So again, show the alternative here. Concurrent with that study, the PUC should analyze what market design changes would facilitate the construction of the needed new reliable generation that would negate the need for more cross-state transmission. So again, provide an alternative, see how that alternative could be reached, and assess that against the current plan. TPPF agrees with the need to build more local and regional transmission now, particularly in the Permian Basin, separate from the statewide 765 kV build-out. We also agree with the PUC and ERCOT that the current market needs to better value reliability if we're going to get more reliable generation. Without market reform, our concern is that this statewide plan will make the system less reliable by perpetuating the overbuilding of wind and solar and making the current imbalances in the market worse, thereby necessitating even more transmission in the future. ERCOT does their transmission planning based on what's in the grid and the interconnection queue today, but the legislature and the PUC can operate outside that box and consider changes that would make the system more reliable while significantly reducing the need for new transmission lines. We need to do this work and give the legislature a chance to debate these alternatives before any of these proposed lines are given final approval. That is what we are asking to be done now before these projects with generational irreversible impacts are finalized. Just to put some numbers behind that, going to Senator Hinojosa's point earlier. Yes, the entire project has a capital cost of $33 billion, the entire step statewide. The lifetime cost, accounting for maintenance, tax, and financing, we estimated was nearly $100 billion, or more than $5,000 per residential ratepayers under the current rules. Of course, we talked about how those rules might be modified. In terms of private landowner impact, we estimate that the proposed lines could result in over $10 billion in permanent uncompensated loss of property value, in addition to the compensated value of the direct easements. We appreciate the PUC's efforts to tackle transmission cost allocation and to try and mitigate the impacts to landowners, but shifting those cost and impacts around doesn't make them go away. Again, when developing this plan, ERCOT and the PUC did not consider how fewer long-distance lines might be, whether fewer long-distance lines would be needed if more reliable, energy-dense generation was built close to demand centers. TPPF did do that, and our research is clear that while local transmission upgrades are always needed, cross-state lines are not needed, or not this many at least, if the generation mix is changed. Finally, it's important to think about the CREZ lines and how that serves as a warning for what this plan could result in unless the wholesale market is fixed. Those lines facilitated a dramatic overbuilding of wind and solar in West Texas, which is why it's hard to finance reliable generation in West Texas now. We don't see how more transmission from East Texas will create a different outcome. We're treating just the symptoms of the problem rather than the problem itself. The 765 kV step is nearly 5 times the cost of the CREZ lines, and with even broader statewide impact, and any project of this size should be subject to direct scrutiny and approval by the legislature. We need to step back and make the decisions needed to fix these problems for good, instead of hoping that doing the same things again will result in different outcomes. A pause by the PUC until the end of the 90th legislature, along with the further data that PUC and ERCOT could provide here, will give the legislature the opportunity and the data that they need to set the best path for the future of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Staples.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chairman, Senators. My name is Todd Staples, President of the Texas Oil and Gas Association. Appreciate the chance to be with you all today. I want to applaud you for your durability and the depth of questions that you have asked. This is the absolutely right approach. This is why you were elected, to represent your constituents, and we applaud the sincerity in which you are tackling each of these questions before you today. I just want to start out by stepping back for a minute and say, let's all imagine something for a moment. Let's imagine we just built our home. We're ready to move our family in, or we just built our medical office. Our partners are ready to go in, ready to receive clients, or law office, or our warehouse, or our shop at our barn. And we're ready to cut the power on, or our convenience store. And we're ready to cut the power on. You're ready to have customers come in, and you're told, wait, you can't get power for 5 years. Oh, you may not get power at all. That's what's happening in West Texas today, and that's what's happening in the Permian Basin. And it's been known about for quite some time. I don't want to try to interject myself on the CCN process. That's not my area of expertise here today. But what I will tell you, that ERCOT had published studies and reports and public documents since 2019 about possibilities of fixing what's wrong in West Texas because they don't have enough transmission to meet the needs of a growing industry. And that's just what's been public. And you know, you've been a part of it, 2000, 2021, 2023, 2024, all the way to today. There have been exhaustive studies. There have been exhaustive workshops, meetings, different parts of the state where these ideas and this concept to build the transmission that's needed has been conducted. And so this is not new information. This has not been moving fast. And if you talk to folks that have been waiting since 2013 to get what they need, they will tell you it's not fast at all. New transmission that's being built is going to be paid for by the people that sign up, and West Texas oil and gas producers are ready to sign up and ready to pay. Now, there's been a lot of conversation about why don't they just pay for what they need? They are doing that today. They're having generators, they're having gas turbines. Their gas has been negative for about most of the first 6 months of this year. And you would think, let's go build a gas plant, right? I thought that when I first heard about this problem several years ago. Went to people and said, we ought to stop what we're doing and go build a gas plant in West Texas. Everyone I spoke to that knew about how this system works laughed at me and said, go do it with your money. You're not going to do it with mine. And the reason they said that is because you have such an amount of renewable power in West Texas today that new generation won't get to run at a rate sufficient to make it viable to go in and to build that new generation completely. That's what's needed. And let me say one other thing. That is the reality of it, and I'd love to answer more questions about it, but this has been needed for over 10 years, a dozen years likely. All while this has been needed and West Texas needs have not been met, West Texans have been paying for build out of transmission in Houston and San Antonio and the Valley and everywhere else in Texas. And West Texans have been paying for that. West Texas oil and gas producers that are fortunate enough to be hooked up to the grid have been paying for that. And now when it's time to build out West Texas, we're saying let's wait. But every year, hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars of transmission are built around this state. This is not a new concept. But the message that's being sent to that homeowner or convenience store operator or oil and gas operator is we're not going to do it. What we need to be saying is how are we going to do it and doing it efficiently, and the experts that have determined the voltage size, we didn't do that. We didn't determine the voltage size, we didn't determine the routes. In fact, we had several work groups that looked with suspicious eyes at a plan that would introduce a new voltage class in Texas, because we're thinking we don't want to pay for something that's not needed. But our experts, who are the biggest consumers of electricity in the state, could not find a reason to argue against the plan that ERCOT came up with based on the data that they had. And so we thank you for asking these questions. We are unapologetically in support of the Permian Basin Reliability Plan because it is absolutely needed. The Permian Basin has become a giant manufacturing center for energy, and that's what it is today, and it needs to have the power to continue forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm out of time.
Well, I'll start. Mr. Bennett, your testimony, from what I could gather, boiled down to put a pause on it and fix the market. I want to know your quick and dirty way to fix the market.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Schwertner.
In a time frame that we can implement and take care of and take care of everything.
Correct.
Get all the singles to generation and get them building on West Texas.
Mm-hmm. There is 20 gigawatts of thermal generation in the queue in West Texas now. There was not nearly that much when the Permian Basin Reliability Plan was developed, but all of that is kind of waiting to see how much demand there is. I think if the market signals were there, then a lot of that would start to be more realized. And so, we have tools that this committee has helped develop. We have the firming rule, which we think needs to be implemented better than what the PUC did. I won't go into details on that, it's late, but.
Or retroactive firming.
Well, no, that was,
generation.
Senate Bill 715 was not passed, right? So I'm just talking about the firming rule for new generation, right? That was passed and is going to be implemented starting next year. And then, there's further discussion about how do we use the DRS program, right, to implement, to facilitate more dispatchable generation. So some combination of, at a high level, we have to reduce the amount of revenue going to wind and solar and increase the amount of revenue going to thermal dispatchable generation.
I think
That's how you
understand
change
that
the
problem. How are you going to fix it?
That's what I'm saying.
That's your advice to us, is to fix the market. And then I thought part of your advice was to go build some power plants in West Texas.
Well, if the price signals are correct, then we have, as was
You got to
stated
fix
earlier.
the market first. So I want you to fix number one first for me.
Correct, and we want to be very involved in that process. I think as part of the reliability standard process, there's going to be more discussion about how do we meet that reliability standard. We think that what's needed to meet that reliability standard and reduce the need for cross-state transmission is more, dispatchable energy-dense generation.
How long does it take to make market changes? Ancillary services, implement them, stakeholder input.
Right, couple years, and you take a few more years to build power
And then on
plants.
top of that, how long does it take to build a power generation, combined cycle one in West Texas? On top of that, after that,
Right, 3 to 4 years. I mean, that's, again, it'd be a better question for the generators, but, there are some backlogs, but again, we're talking 2031 timeframe when the power lines are going to be built. And not only that, but they're going to be in service for, who knows, I mean, they're paid off over 30 years. They're going to be in service for a lot longer than that. So we're not just talking about the next few years, but we're really talking about what is the long-term impact, right? And that's what these lines are being proposed for, is a long-term, right? The near-term needs are going to have to be met in some other way in the next 5 years until they're built. So I think it's all a very long-term conversation.
short term would be potentially what? More temporary generation, rolling blackouts. What is the short term fix out there?
I think, first of all, the local transmission that's needed, that's being facilitated, we absolutely support.
Local transmission from where to where, since there's no
Right, across
major
the region,
power
right? I mean, that's part of what, as part of the Permian Basin Reliability Plan, right? There's transmission that's being built now, and that's going to be built in the near future to help facilitate some of the new demand, right? There's existing transmission capacity across the state. And again, hopefully there are a few, there's some new generation being built out there, right? That's going to come online in the next few years. So yeah, the combination of that is what's available. I can't speak to what
Is that
ERCOT
equal
has
to
planned.
18 gigs that Mr. Staples would testify, or whatever they need out there? I can't recall the exact number.
Yeah, but the fact is we need, regardless of what transmission gets built, we need reliable generation to serve it, right? And so that's going to have to happen both now and in the future. So we want to see a plan, because their plan ERCOT developed was almost all new generation was going to be primarily solar and storage, because that's what's in the queue. We just want to see what would be the needs on the transmission side if that would mix was 50-50 or some other mix, right?
Well, we can mandate it, right?
So
You heard that idea today, didn't you?
yeah, we don't know what the cost of said mandate would be, but there are
Not mandating the building of it, but mandating the throttling.
The mix,
where
right.
the mix
Correct.
through the queue, right? A governor on the queue. But I heard also that there was some support from you or your organization regarding building a siting from a state perspective, directly subsidized gas generation in certain locations across the ERCOT grid to provide extra insurance against reliability issues. So that's, how would we subsidize? What are you talking about there?
I'm not sure where you're reading that from, because
Your
we've never
paper.
supported that. Okay, that must be.
I thought
Well,
you were for
we've
free
been. I may have said that as an option. That's possible, but that's not something.
If the
that we would
legislature
support.
takes up the opportunity to reconsider the 765 kilovolt step, it has 4 primary alternatives. And that was the third of the 4 primary alternatives for which you wrote. This is your
Right.
paper, right?
It's an alternative, yes. It is not. I should have clarified there. It is not necessarily the one that we would support, because we opposed the Berkshire plan.
I
several
appreciate
years
the
ago.
testimony.
Yeah.
Senator Colkhurst.
So
Yeah, I'm just going to go to your. I want to clarify on. I'm always holding up bar graphs. It seems like I want to clarify this on your presentation. So it has Houston, then north, and then south, and then west. Is that on the ERCOT's? Define the north. I got Houston. North, south, and west. Is that their kind of regions?
yeah, that's their load zones.
Okay, thank you.
So that's how they define demand. Yeah, and
So herein makes the point
that's the
about
current mix, right?
reliability that I'm scared about the 765s. And for everybody out there that's for wind and solar, great. I mean, congratulations. It's a part of our mix. It has grown exponentially to the point that it has made our grid potentially, well, we saw this during Uri, obviously, a bit tenuous. We've been working to shore that up. We do want dispatchable thermal baseload, at least I do as a lawmaker. So you see in West Texas, my goodness, look at that wind. My goodness, look at that solar. And y'all got a lot of batteries out there. That's worse than Austin County, who just literally today passed a moratorium on data centers and battery storage for all of you out there. Don't go to Austin County. So herein lies my point. And Mr. Staples, Commissioner Staples, Senator Staples, and Representative Staples, you know how this building works.
Sure.
It is shocking to me how little gas production y'all have out there. I mean, doesn't that shock you?
You mean natural gas generation?
Natural gas generation.
Yeah.
When y'all, seriously, I got to tell y'all this, Mr. Chairman. In Anderson County, there is a proposed Nextera plant, right? And that's in the western Haynesville, a new play, right, for natural gas. And they're literally just going to punch holes, and they're going to ship it right over there to Anderson County from Leon County or from Freestone County, right? I mean, it's right there. They're going to take what the good Lord put there, and then they're going to create energy. I do not understand in West Texas why y'all haven't done that. Now, perhaps it's because you didn't have any lines to send it back to where the growth is in the triangle. True or false?
That's part of it.
Okay, but here is my biggest concern. And no one, and I've met for days with all you people, not the good citizens. I'm talking about the suits, the lobbyists that wanted to meet, okay? But I also met with the good people too. Is this, okay, the good constituents. I know there's good lobbyists out there too. My fear is that we're going to do nothing but proliferate renewables with these 765s. And you admit that oil and gas at night, how you doing with using your renewables to keep those drilling operations going? Not very good, right? Doesn't work very well at night.
We didn't ask for it. That's right.
So herein lies, I think, the real crux of the matter. Everybody says, oh "My gosh, this is about moving energy west." I'm not convinced of that. I mean, the CREZ lines that our constituent, Senator Campbell, stepped out. She's been very much so. I want to be a player with West Texas. I mean, y'all contribute an enormous amount to our economy. Love the Permian Basin, okay? The Economic Stabilization Fund, the jobs, you make us the energy king of the United States, okay? So I think the people I represent are happy to help y'all. But what I am concerned about on these 765s is just the sheer incentive to have this graph go even more orange and yellow.
Okay.
And purple. For a horned frog, I'm sad they picked purple for the batteries, okay? I mean, what say you?
So first of all, I say Anderson County's my home. I'm really proud of that
It's
project.
going to be huge.
It's going to be great. It's going to be super. The second thing is this. Our members produce 90% of the gas that's produced in this state.
But in some
So if there was an opportunity to put that gas into work into West Texas in an economically viable way, people would be ready to do it. There are projects that are being built today that we're very excited about, but I have to believe generators that are in the business of generation when they tell us that the transmission lines are a precondition to have new dispatchable generation at a sufficient level built in West Texas. Here's the thing. I'm not worried about more wind or solar or batteries in West Texas, because when they don't work, they don't work. That's what the problem is today. That's why not only oil and gas is being told that we're going to give you rolling outages if we can't get the power in we need, but that's going to affect schools. That's going to affect homes. And by the way, we've been designated as critical infrastructure since Winter Storm Uri to make it work. So we're looking at this with eyes wide open. And what we know is that there's sufficient power to import into the region, and we're not worried about that power being used up, because when wind and solar isn't working, that's when you need that power to come in.
I agree with you, but here's the thing. All the tax credits, everyone talked about the panel that we had with the market monitor. I mean, he said we ended up lopsided because of the federal government stepping in and putting in an incentive.
Sure.
And sadly, we put them in Chapter 313s, so even our school districts didn't benefit. And by the time you got to the end of the 10 years, they depreciated out.
The state of Texas,
I can't make this.
The state of Texas passed a renewable portfolio standard that encouraged renewable transmission.
It was, and I don't think it was ever meant to be the percentage that it is. So if you could sit here and say, man, this is about moving thermal dispatchable energy east and west, I think that a lot of us as lawmakers would get more comfortable. But I'd also, and I don't understand, if you're selling gas at a negative price out there, which inputs are a disadvantage on making thermal dispatchable energy competitive when you've got renewables coming online at because they're paid of their tax credits, they can sell it at a negative number and make money. You can't make that up either. So I just think that the concern for me as a lawmaker on these, especially the western lines, really don't go through Senate District 18. It's my concern, number one concern, is making the grid more vulnerable, because no one has said to me in the days leading up to this hearing or today, no, we're not going to have more. We're not going to have more renewables. The tax credits don't run out until 2033. These lines are going to be out there. I mean, we're going to just cover up West Texas with. You've flown out there lately? You look down. I mean, there ain't going to be a square inch left out there. It's going to be all covered up with panels everywhere. So I don't know where the pronghorn antelope are going to go. You know, but do you see where I'm coming from?
I do, and it's a very valid concern. Our top issues are reliability and cost effectiveness, the same as probably every homeowner, right? And so we are looking at this in the recognition that You can have a more reliable system if you can move the power to where it needs to be. If it was economically viable to build the natural gas fire generation in West Texas and solve our problem.
Where the natural gas is.
Where the natural gas is, we would do it. But they don't get to
Why
run.
is it viable in Anderson County and not viable in Midland?
Because in West Texas, you have such a concentration of renewable energy that plants don't get to run as often as they would need to. And that's not uncommon for the whole state. My understanding is that baseload generation is only around 50 to 60% capacity rate. Mark could speak to that better than I, for sure. But that's the reality that we're in. So when it comes to market design, we have been a stakeholder in that process relentlessly since Winter Storm Uri. If there was a better solution on the table, we would be here leading the charge. But this is not an academic exercise. These are real people with real crisis that is occurring that we have to fix. And again, West Texans have been paying for the build out. Part of this is because it wasn't built when it was needed. And it's been a struggle. No one believed that oil and gas was going to grow 430% in production in the Permian Basin since 2015 to 2025.
Thank
Repeat
goodness.
That.
Yeah, it's great.
And haven't we all benefited from that?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
And all we're saying is, if you take that 13 or 14 billion that we're asking to spend now, that's going to benefit all Texans, not just West Texas. If you would have split that up over 12 years, been $1 billion a year. We'd be just right in line with what we're doing all the time anyway, and you wouldn't have all the attention and all the landowners that are being impacted all at once. We understand those aspects, but we also understand we have to build our system and send the right message to the next Tesla, the next Toyota, the next Samsung, the next SpaceX, that we're going to build an energy system in Texas that works. It works for everyone. Everyone's going to pay their fair share, and let's get on with building Texas. That's every person here that has electricity, someone's land got taken to move a line across theirs to power their home or power their property. That's the reality. We all drove on highways today where somebody's land was taken to get here today. And we want to make it fair. We want to make it as least imposing as possible, but we've got to build if we're going to be Texas.
And and I will say this, and I told Senator Menendez, TerraFab is going into Senate District 18, Grimes County, and I'm not kidding about what that facility is going to make chips, which is great, onshoring, a very important function in our nation. But, I mean, there is a real chance that we're going to have solar farms out in outer space that are 24/7 beaming back here. Okay, I'm not kidding. You can do your own Chat GPT out there and figure it out. But having said that, so everything's going to change. It's changing, and it's changing fast. To TPPF, I think y'all were the $100 billion number that I found. Explain it
Correct,
to me.
Senator Colhurst, yeah. That's basically, that's an average, so that's a number average, so over 30 plus years that the project's amortized, accounting for maintenance, financing, and other costs, right? So we made some assumptions, some general assumptions about that, right? How that gets allocated, as the TDUs mentioned earlier, how that gets allocated across each TDU is going to vary, a little bit depending on their rate cases. What the final number is going to be will depend on their rate case. That's just a ballpark estimate, right? And then you divide that out across each residential ratepayer, it averages over $150 a year, $5,000 in total, right?
$150 a year for how many years?
Over 30 plus years, yeah. So that's how you get to the $5,000.
Mr. Chairman, as you know, and it's been very clear that I'm for thermal dispatchable baseload energy, but it doesn't mean that I don't care about the environment. And there's environmentalists, and then there are folks that care just about the land, and I just get very concerned about covering up a lot of Texas with panels, and I don't want to hear that you're going to let goats get underneath them, and you want your ag exemption for that, which we need to fix in the next session, because you spray chemicals all over them to get the dust off of them. And so there's just, the environmentalist versus the conservationist. And I probably am a conservationist in a way that I want to conserve our land and do the very best we can with the stewardship of it, including big footprints. I wasn't for the Trans-Texas Corridor. It was 1,200 feet wide. And so I just want to do right with Texas land. I don't know if we need 3 of these going west. Everybody seems to think we do, and then we got a spider web everywhere else. So I'm just going to keep working on this, Mr. Chairman, and get comfortable. But the one thing we cannot do is make this grid more unreliable by building these power lines. And no one has convinced me otherwise today or the days leading up of having more renewables that are going to come east that makes our grid, it's a market signal to build less thermal dispatchable because it squeezes it out unless we step in, which we did with the Texas Energy Fund, and what we ended up with was a bunch of peakers.
But you are sending signals to generators with a suite of ancillary services, with the ORDC, with the firm fuel mechanism that was designed, with controllable load resources. You're sending signal after signal to build more generation. That's why you're seeing some, in addition to the TEF that you did. And you talk about market design. Those are the mechanisms in a wholesale energy-only market that have been developed to address these situations.
Doesn't look great to me.
Well, the power hasn't gone out. We've had 20 to 30 megawatts of excess power during the peak periods this summer. Winters are different. And that's why we're not a one and done. We're not here to say we think there's just only one way. We're constantly evaluating this. We're constantly looking at this because it's in everyone's best interest to do that. And we're committed to work with you to get that done.
I look forward to working with the chairman who has asked very specific questions today. How do we fix it? How do we, there was an
Everyone
incentive.
seems to articulate the problem
Yeah.
repeatedly and repeatedly. I'm listening to actual ideas.
We've had some
This idea,
today.
for instance.
Yeah, we've had some ideas today. You've had some ideas of
I'm tired of hearing
data
the problem the
centers.
last 6 years. That's why I put you on the spot. You came up with a firming requirement, or your group did, 10 years ago, maybe 12, and I implemented it in SB3 to some extent, or subsequent to that. It's a good idea, I thought, but to say you just want to fix the market doesn't really get us anywhere. You got to come up with something that's actually concrete. You have a real plan on, instead of putting out a paper that re-articulates the problem without really a solution that is viable, prescient, and implementable.
And I think what Commissioner Staples is trying to say is we've taken these little knobs and we're adjusting them along the way, but we still have this free market, and we haven't really, this proves to it, we really haven't been successful. We're not losing ground. But if you look at gas generation, it is very flatlined, whereas batteries and solar are really, wind's about to get squeezed out eventually. But it's very interesting, Mr. Chairman. I look forward to working with you, and you're right. There have been some great ideas that came up today, and one of yours was, and I want to say this, with all the 90% of the new load needed for data centers, some of these good folks coming from other parts of the state, other parts of the nation, and they have this zero carbon thing going on. Maybe we just say, you want to come here, you're going to help us build our base load, and you're going to use natural gas
100%
generation. Right.
Yeah.
Good idea, Mr. Chairman.
Load serving requirement on the part of load utilizing natural gas. Senator Menendez.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez and Senator Hinojosa.
Real quick, Mr. Chairman. Mark, your members, my understanding is that currently there's 2.2 gigawatts of gas generation currently under construction in the Permian Basin. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So 2.2 gigawatts of gas thermal generation under construction in the Permian Basin, projects 5 and 8 on the PUC Texas Energy Fund. Also, the majority of it, 1,350 megawatts are base load. Is that not correct?
Say that again, Senator.
1,350 megawatts are base load.
That's probably accurate.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
sir.
what I
Not
got
sure,
off
but
the
that makes
PUCs.
sen- That sounds right.
I just feel like sometimes it feels like, or I've never really experienced the sky is falling around this place, but today it feels like the sky is falling. And everybody that's come up has not said the sky is falling. Now, do I think we need to do a better job of talking to landowners and being careful how we extend, which way we extend these? I think yes, we do, and we need a better plan and process. I think we do, but Commissioner Staples, Senator Staples, it's much easier to say, we got to build it, progress the future of Texas from where you're sitting today than it is from where we're sitting, because we represent those folks that these lines are going to go across. And so we got to be thoughtful and cognizant of how we do that. We know we want Texas to grow, but we also know we need a balanced approach. And so I'm with you on the fact that we need a reliable grid, but I also know that it's going to get there. We're doing it. We're growing. And we just got to plan thoughtfully, carefully, and not let ourselves get pulled into the margins and the fringes. We're going to get there. All the thermal, all the renewables credits are gone and all that. So we're getting there.
Yeah.
And by the way, natural gas, oil and gas industries had tons and tons of subsidies from the government for over the years, for many years. So, but let's not act like it just has happened one way forever.
And
thank you.
Well, some things take time, obviously, and there's 77 megawatts of thermal, in natural gas in the queue, and as we all saw in the first parts of the testimony, the increase there. Senator Hinojosa, then Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Colcore started the questions that I wanted to understand, and that was for Mr. Bennett. Again, I guess this is where the $100 billion number came from. But you indicated that you made some assumptions, right? And so I want to make sure that we're fair on that. We had the panel prior to talked about. I asked them direct. They're the ones who were doing the actual work about the O&M costs. They didn't have direct answers. So one, how are you calculating that? Did you go back historically, look at some of their O&M costs and figure that in? How did you come up with a number on that? Well, and let me just, I guess, round that out. Also, I forgot to ask here, but I want to say in some of the meetings they mentioned, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there was like a 4 to 5 year build out to complete, and then I think they referenced when the actual O&M costs would start, I think, upon after completion. So are you factoring all those deals in? And then the rate, the multiplier here, is that based off of the 4CP that is 4CP 15 that is currently that has been in current utilization now? Are we looking forward to something else? Obviously that can potentially change when we go to the 12 CP 30. So those, giving you an opportunity to drill down on where you came up with that number.
Yes, thank you, Senator Hinojosa. We assumed a 1% annual maintenance cost, so 1% per year, and about a 10% return on equity in that. And then I can't remember what debt service costs we included there. I have to go back and look, but those are the numbers I know off the top of my head. And then again, what you do is you look at the revenue requirement over 30 plus years, factoring all that in, taxes as well. And then that's how you get to that lifetime cost number, right?
To be fair there too, I want to say that one of the meetings I had, they indicated they were building out it's like a 50-year line, or I think it could last about 50. I don't know if they actually would amateurize that over 50 years or 30, but I mean, obviously that could make a difference.
It's typically done over about 33 years.
Okay.
Maybe someone correct me if I'm wrong, but that's typically what's done. And then there was one other piece of your question I forgot.
The CP rate.
Oh yes, how 4CP might affect that? Yes. So currently, residential consumers pay about 50% of total transmission costs under 4CP. So the 12CP proposal would reduce that by a handful of percent, as I understand it, from the PCs. So maybe off of 50% down to 45, 44, 3, something like that. So maybe a 10% reduction, right, by itself in the residential piece of that. right? And then the system upgrade costs, the minimum demand charge that was discussed, could be another piece of that, right? Could be a bigger factor. So those are definitely tools in the toolbox, and we really appreciate the fact that this committee, put that in Senate Bill 6, and we're having that discussion now, because at least that will, those changes will be able to go into effect, like you said, by the time these lines get into the rate base is going to be about 5 years from now. So we have the opportunity to get that right before we do any, more major transmission build out for the load growth.
Well, I appreciate you clarifying that. I mean, I don't know if there's an opportunity for them to respond, but at least there's an explanation of how you arrived from that. And bottom line, according to all those factors you just described, you're looking at $150 per year, correct? $12.50 per month, right?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. And I just wanted to make that distinction. So I was trying to get an idea from our other group here,
And again, that's an average number, so it'll vary. I think that's why none of them were quite sure about what it might mean for their ratepayers, because it's going to average out differently.
Sure. Okay. But I just wanted to be fair, make sure that we understood where that number is coming from.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we've got one more panel after this, which is arguably the most important of the day. It's landowners, and then we have 207 witnesses after that. And with that, I'll recognize Senator Sparks.
I'll keep it brief, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Bell, we've heard a lot about market signals and all that. My concern, I share this with Senator Colcourse, is we build these lines, and because of our current market signal situation, we fill those lines up pretty quickly with intermittent power, which is the reason we need those lines right now, because the oil and gas industry, we have plenty of power during the day. When we're short is at night currently. And so if we fill these lines up with that, how are we improving? Well, I guess, first of all, do you see a way where we don't fill this up with intermittent power?
Well, I think, thank you for the question, Senator.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple of key points here. One being the transmission system is agnostic to the source of the electron, and we've talked about that all day to some extent, right? And so in power flows, from east to west and west to east and north to south and so forth, the challenge, I think, too, and another key point is the challenge is that we still have import constraints at night going into West Texas, and that's the problem that I think we're trying to solve.
But if we had thermal dispatchable out there,
that's right,
we wouldn't necessarily need to import all of that.
You're going to have I would argue that you would need a bulk rate transmission system like 765 or a dynamic transmission system, if you will, to incentivize to add to the incentives for natural gas dispatchable generation. And siting them out in West Texas may be the next logical result of a transmission system that is dynamic and that you can bring those electrons to the market when they're needed across the state, not just in the geographic region. And I think that was the point that Mr. Staples was trying to make earlier, is that, you've got to bring these items to market. And so I think we're all thinking about it in terms of, how do we keep solar out? If we get the market signals right, then we'll, and the right incentives in the market, within the market constructs, I think there, and we're already seeing growth in that sector. I think you'll continue to see growth just based on our demand.
But we don't, it does not appear that we have the market signals correct. And so, it's insanity, right, to keep doing what you've been doing and expect different results. And so I get it. Ultimately, maybe we get there, 10, 15 years down the road, maybe. Okay, Mr. Staples, I can tell, Chairman, Commissioner, whatever it is, I need to address you. How would you respond?
I've been thinking about your question about how do we not allow renewables to fill up all the lines so that West Texas doesn't get what it needs. Very valid, very important question. And I think the answer is this. If renewables are working, you don't need to import any power. When renewables are not working, there's not going to be anything to put on the line except power coming from the east to the west. And I think it really is going to work that way. Because you're not going to need to import anything if renewables and the base load power in the region is delivering. When it's not there is when the line needs to be there to import at the capacity capability level that the region needs. And I think that's really well it'll work.
So what we're basically saying, and Mr. Bennett, you might want to chime in on this one, but I'll let any of y'all respond to this. What we're basically saying is we're going to continue to allow intermittent power because it's quick, it's cheap to build, and so we're going to let it proliferate around the state in hopes that our biggest power needs are going to be during the day, and we can use our diminishing thermal power at night and just move it around. Is that what? Yeah, you can respond first.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think the first answer to that is House Bill 1500 that y'all just passed that has a firming requirement going forward that requires that firming level for generation types that don't meet the reliability standards that you all have anticipated. So that's going to be that was a smart move. We were supportive of that. And because that's going to give those are markets.
And when does that start?
That starts for 2027, I think. Anything 2026, if it haven't been built before 2026 and in service, I'm
okay, somewhere in the next year or two.
It's here.
Now, grandfather's in everything we've done for the last 25, but it will, right? Because we weren't able to get that corrected.
It's not a retroactive.
Right. We couldn't get any of that corrected. So everything that's been built in the last 25 is grandfathered in. But moving forward, it will create some reliability. So once again, incremental steps moving in the right direction.
That's right. Plus, Mr. Gleeson testified about the reliability standard that they're working on. We're very cautious about that because putting an arbitrary reliability standard will raise costs. And that's the way that we look at all of these aspects and all of the ancillary services and everything that's done. How does it affect reliability and what does it do to cost? Right. And I think we have to measure every one of those, answer those questions on every one of these aspects.
I would agree. This is morphed into a really, really complicated system, right? It was easy before 99. We didn't have intermittent power anywhere.
We didn't have intermittent power, but we still were solving for peak load. And I think that if
we
had no renewables today, we're still going to be struggling in the peak hours of the day. That's the rest of the time when it's easy, it's not a problem. So if we didn't have any renewables at all, we would still be needing peaker plants to ramp up to be there at our peak load time. And the bigger our system gets, the more costly it is, the more complex it is, and the more aware we have to be.
Well, so, the other component, and you touched on it, all of you guys touched on it, is the expense of it. And I would argue if we had things in the proper balance and we're sending the correct market signals, I'm struggling at understanding why we don't have, I will be generous, we should be in the top 5% in retail electric rates. Right, we have more energy within our state than any other in the lower 48. And so I can't come up with, we've been at it a long time. If we were sending the proper signals right now, it seems to me that we would have cheaper electricity and reliability. Right? Mr. Bell, would you like to?
Well, I just want to dive into that just a little bit. I mean, when you look at the extraordinary growth that we have on the system, we do, I mean, it's unlike any other system across the nation, right? We have been growing which is great, which are cost to the system. And we are able to maintain low electric rates despite this enormous growth. Does that make sense? So we're 10th best in rates, and depending on the customer class, it breaks from there. And so I think we have proven over time that we have been able to integrate this growth in a way that is cost effective to the consumer. It's the reason why people want to locate here. It's the reason why we have this influx of requests in the interconnection queue to connect. It's because we do have really good electric rates. I hear your point on the natural gas and needing to incentivize more generation, but the reality is that renewables do provide a benefit into the market in cost, right? For the obvious reason, and good or bad, indifferent, but that is what they provide to the actual market structure. How we incentivize more dispatchable generation, the legislature over the last 3 sessions since Jolley have looked at market constructs and incentivizations for more dispatchable generation, and it sounds like we're going to continue to do so.
Yeah, so I would argue probably, or at least question a little bit, that these renewables, as you want to call them, have brought the cost down because we're mixing apples and oranges, right? If you want a reliable system, you've got to match that up. You got to match that up, right? And we built peaker plants to make that happen. And I'm glad we're hearing that a lot of our turbines are more versatile than they had been in the past. They're still not. They're not as efficient as what we would like to build as a baseload plant moving forward, knowing, this is the crazy part, knowing that we've got incredible demand coming to Texas. I mean, nobody disputes that. And yet we still don't have a market construct that will send the right price signals to build that type of power and put it on the grid. We have heard a couple of, I think, viable ideas today that need to be discussed. And I'll go back and I'll end with this. I'm still concerned about building 3 ultra high voltage lines before we figure out how we're going to maybe make those changes. And so, anyway, I appreciate y'all's discussion today.
Thank you, Senator. Good questions. Other members? Thank you, panel. Very interesting, informative. Appreciate it very much. Members, this is let's see. This is the last panel of the day, and this is a very special one to me. We're going to have representatives and actual landowners, as well as landowners come talk. These are individuals with pretty good intimate knowledge of how it's affecting, and we're then going to hear from a lot of other individuals that wanted to provide public testimony. So the last panel of the day, Chair calls Kathy Webking, Ann Terrillian, thank you, J. Luther King Jr., 4K Land and Cattle Company, James Dudley IV, Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association, and Maria Parigi. Did I say that right? All right. We're going to get one more chair there for y'all. We'll let everybody kind of clear out and get quiet. Who would like to be first? Miss Parigi, so you have the most interesting name. You get to go. You're going to have to pull that microphone and get it very close to your mouth. It's kind of heavy on the bottom, so you have to really pull it close to the bottom. Yeah, the base. Yeah, you have to pull it towards you, the entire base.
Got it?
Yeah, just move the entire apparatus closer to you.
Okay, I sure will.
Yes, there you go. All right, good.
Okay.
Y'all got the demonstration on how to do it. So
No,
please state your name and begin your testimony. Thank you.
Okay, great.
You have 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, everybody, for being here, and what a long day. And I think what you said is, I'm really here about the process. and what we experienced through the PUC process over the last 6 months, or actually a year. It's almost a year to the date that I went to a hearing in Nolan County. But let me get back to who I am and why I am really here. I'm Maria Dixon Parigi. I'm a 5th generation of 7-generation ranching family. I speak for my mom, Mary Catherine Dixon, our matriarch, and 4 living generations. Since 1917, our family has owned and stewarded the 18,000-acre 69 Ranch in Maryneal, Texas. That's south of Sweetwater. But truly, I'm here as a Texas landowner to address how onerous and blatantly unfair this entire process was to landowners, your constituents. My mom and dad, the late Senator R. Temple Dixon, built a sustainable cattle and hunting ranch through intentional business and conservation practices. We've reintroduced native grasses and trees and a sanctuary for wildlife and hosted more than 5,000 school children in an outdoor classroom. Demand for electricity in Texas is increasing, as we have all learned today, and we're doing our part. We were one of the first ranches in Nolan County to allow wind energy, and I'm not going to apologize for that. And we also have oil and gas operations. For 60 years, we've balanced to keep the ranch viable and the land protected. Our ranch is potentially impacted by the dinosaur project, the 765s that we've been talking about today, and would restrict our ability to shepherd the ranch business. It would interfere with existing and future contracts, limiting our energy partners' ability to maintain and expand our own wind, oil, and gas and ranching operations. A transmission line is not about one easement on our ranch. It affects the entire operation of the ranch. We've been involuntary participants in this project for over a year. Since the open house in Sweetwater, it's been ceaseless. Learning the process, preparing written testimony, a 6-day hearing, then more filings and briefings. The pace was frenetic, and it continues. The process favors sophisticated landowners who can afford counsel, if available, and serves the utility, the PUC, and ERCOT. None of them appear to have any duty to protect a landowner. There simply are not enough lawyers with utility regulatory expertise to give every landowner a real chance at due process. The abbreviated timeline thrusts landowners into uncharted waters without a life vest. When I called neighbors along the proposed routes, they were too overwhelmed to intervene, and I understand. At the open house, we were handed a paper form and asked to write our objections down before we left the room. No one explained what the objection was for or why it mattered. Fast forward to the actual hearing, the administrative law judges were respectful but hamstrung by built-in inefficiencies, network failures, pro se user error, and a vague record when Zoom participants tried to use exhibits. The first days went to administrative issues and the applicant's testimony, and the critical PUC staff testimony was nearly cut short until the ALJs added a Zoom-only day. The judges spent the hearing managing logistics instead of weighing arguments and making rulings. Candidly, the state should overhaul the entire process to ensure every affected landowner has access to the information and resources needed to understand the project. The state should form an independent task force sponsored by the State Bar with the PUC and SOIA to give landowners plain information about the process and easy access to project files. The task force should own the process from inception to completion with online tutorials covering notice, evidence requirements, filings, and route determination. It would host the open houses and open every meeting with a uniform explanation of the process, the online resources, and what to expect next. If landowner rights mean anything where eminent domain is possible, the state should help landowners, not just count the boxes utilities check. When extraordinary legal avenues like eminent domain are threatened, extraordinary obligations to landowners should be required. As a baseline, provide the landowner a user-friendly process that encourages participation. Beyond that, a fair and continuing way to negotiate use of private property with continuing compensation rather than a one-time payment. Landowners are the only ones who lose in this process. The utility gets what it wants, the PUC is done with the approval of the project, and ratepayers get a needed line. Our family will be on this land hopefully for the next 100 years. We're asking you to build a process that treats landowners with respect, not one designed to push projects through quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Very good testimony. We'll just go down the line here, sir. You're next. Grab that microphone, bring it close to you. And
Thank you.
Mr. King, thank you, sir.
I'm probably going to go off script, and I apologize for that. There's been so much said.
No, that's
already.
good. I like off script. It's even better.
So much said today. First, let me just say, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, that I'm delighted to be here along with the committee, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Luther King. I represent myself. I am a member of the 4K Land and Cattle Company, and I'm a member of the Friends of the San Saba River. My purpose here today is to discuss and make recommendations regarding 765 KV transmission line. Now, many things that can be said. It has been suggested that who is Luther King? And I don't like talking about me, but I've served on 5 New York Stock Exchange boards. I've been chairman of TCU, vice chairman of UTIMCO, Distinguished Alumnus Award, long list of things that other people did for me, and I just got in the wagon.
Thank you for your service.
And I'm doing this today because I love Texas, and I want to start with my recommendations and not put them at the end for fear I might not get there. I request that the CCN timeline be extended because 180 days is not long enough. Utilities should be required to engage with landowners earlier in the process, including seeking terrain input and operational site visits. Transportation line routing should be way on the ground evaluation, evidence along with desktop metrics, and routing should be used better alternatives when available. Now, this last one that I just mentioned is really the one that I guess got me more involved. The routing through part of the country I'm in was horrible. It kind of reminded me of somebody sitting at a breakfast table with an Exxon road map and a Crayola and just drew some lines. So we can do better. The state can do better. And, you know, we have more to say on that. Jim Scott will talk later. He's someone that I hope everybody will pay close attention to. He's an expert on systems, and we need to improve our systems.
Thank you, Mr. King. Go ahead.
Okay. About myself, maybe I should say something quickly. I was fortunate enough to inherit 1/3 interest in 400 acres in Mason County. Our ranch today has over 100,000 acres. Most of it contingent in Mason, McCullough, and San Saba counties. The ranch was assembled over a 50-year period, over 60 transactions. My family roots go back to that area to the 1880s. That's why I care about it. We run about, you don't really care how many cows we run. We run a lot of cows. We've gotten a lot of awards. I might mention 3 awards that I'm proud of. We are big in conservation. In 2025, we awarded the West Texas Conservation of the Year Award. Earlier than that, the Soil and Water Conservation District Award for Region 2, and before that, the Outstanding Lone Star Land Steward Award for the Edwards Plateau. We're into it. The property that we own has, the proposed corridors go through us, and so I'm not going to, it's not about on you, not on me. I'm going to get hit. And so the problem with the lines that were drawn, and one line's 10.5 miles through us, one's 11. So they're, we're really and one is in Mason County is much smaller. the one's got terrain, the terrain's rough, it's bluffs, no roads, got 3 drainages, 3 creeks running through it, and we put a line through it, a recommended line. Makes no sense. We could put it north, up near Highway 190, much better corridor. It would still go through us, but the land's much more hostile to build. The routing methodology is flawed. Utilities draw straight lines, corridors using desktop and mileage criteria before landowners can weigh in. So the terrain and land use factors only landowners can identify are never considered. I want to say one more thing before we run out. The towers of 140 to 200 feet tall would destroy property values, bisect working ranches, fragment wildlife habitat, increase wildlife risk, fire risk, and eliminate future landowner options. A superior alternative route should be followed.
Thank you, Mr. King. We appreciate it. And for fairness, I have to stop you. I apologize.
That's fine.
I appreciate your written testimony and the concrete ideas, not just the complaining and concerns brought, but I want to hear how we fix it. And I promise I'm going to work my off to fix this issue regarding landowner representation, how they are seen and heard before their land is taken.
Excuse me, the proposed route that was given to us, was 48 days you had to respond.
Yeah.
It was 3,000 pages.
Right.
So, what do you do with that?
Mm-hmm.
It's really hard to respond.
Is it the AEP area or the Encore area for you, just by the way?
Encore.
Encore, okay.
So, we can do better. That's the whole purpose for us being here today.
We can do better. Who's next here?
And Terrillian.
Hi, welcome. You have 5 minutes, and just so y'all know, and everybody knows, when you hear the beep and see the light change, you got 1 minute at that point to wrap up.
Yep. Okay.
Please.
My mic on?
Thank you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chairman Schwertner and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting me to respond to this interim charge. My name is Ann Terrillian, representing the Medina County Pearson Community Interveners. We are a pro se group of 21 working families that living west of San Antonio and south of Lacoste. We love our land, and we have been forced into the fight of our lives to defend our property. When our notices arrived, my neighbor Wendy and I called our first meeting within 48 hours because the time to intervene was short. We sat at kitchen tables drafting testimony, sometimes by hand because they didn't have computers, always after dark, as that was the only time that working farmers and ranchers have. Because our community couldn't afford an attorney, there was no one to ask for legal help, and we made some mistakes along the way. In our docket, over 5,500 requests to intervene were filed, which dropped to 148 submitted testimony, and ultimately only 31 unrepresented citizens on the Howard Solstice line successfully filed a brief. Furthermore, 88 unrepresented voices went unheard because they did not know they needed to upload their testimony to the hearing file management system in addition to the PUC docket. While 36 attorneys advanced 43 properties, our Texans are getting lost in the administrative attrition before their cases are ever heard. What we are facing on the ground is dangerous because of the applicant's preliminary routing analysis completely ignored critical safety hazards. Specifically, their analysis missed a newly installed 12-inch high-pressure gas pipeline by failing to cross-reference the Texas Railroad Commission map. Due to this flawed routing, the proposed large-capacity power line will run directly parallel and stacked on top of the high-pressure gas line for over a mile, sharing the same easement. While easement sharing is typically highly desirable, this configuration introduces a severe risk of catastrophic pipeline corrosion and potential explosion due to continuous structural vibrations and electrical pitting. Next, it ignored the safety hazards of severe property bisecting. Our families will now be forced to maneuver livestock heavy agriculture equipment directly underneath the active 765 lines daily, while the towers block crop dusters from managing the fields, causing the production costs to skyrocket due to extensive overland spraying. Lastly, it misclassified the flight path conflict of our FAA-registered T-Ranch private airport. When we raised the hazards of the overlapping pipeline and power line, the applicant's project manager told us he would just move the line 500 feet during the design phase. But our properties aren't wide. They're densely stacked, small acreage, 20 to 400 acres. And they're not wide enough to move the line without landing atop something else. Will the power line move on top of my house, already mapped to be just 110 feet from the line where my grandchild sleeps? Will it clip the neighbor's pivot sprinkler or run through the other neighbor's 3-generation family compound? Our community is a group of problem solvers, so we propose 3 concrete fixes to the process, the project plan, and the laws, starting on page 12 of your lovely document. First, establish an independent public ombudsman within the PUC public outreach or the extension to the OPUC jurisdiction to provide templates, roadmaps, deliverables, and just short of providing legal advice so procedural errors do not permanently mute our Texans. Second, mandate a pre-hearing problem-solving phase to collaboratively resolve safety issues like the power line pipeline overlap. Third, as detailed starting on page 13 of our packet, we ask the 2027 legislature to jointly amend PURA 37 and Texas Property Code Chapter 21 laws to formally define and set strict evaluation criteria for overencumbrance, creating a statutory cap on utility density, and strip eminent domain authority for cross-utility stacking over large gas pipelines. Because this committee holds the exclusive oversight over both the PUC and the Railroad Commission, you are the only ones with the power to cross this divide. Let us pause these projects now to protect landowner rights, safeguard multi-generational heritages.
Thank you, Ms. Terrillian.
Sorry.
Thank you. And Mr. Dudley?
Yes.
Grab that microphone, bring it really close if you would. Appreciate your testimony.
Chairman Schwertner, my name is James Dudley. I'm a cattle producer and landowner in San Saba, Llano, Upton, and Comanche counties, where my family is going to be directly impacted by these lines. I also serve as director of the Texas and Southwestern Cattle Raisers Association, 149-year-old trade association with 28,000 individual members. Private property rights are not simply one issue among many for our members. They are the foundation upon which agriculture, conservation, and rural communities are built. The ability to own, use, improve, and pass land on to the next generation is one of the defining principles of Texas. At the outset, I want to make one thing clear. Our members understand Texas is growing. We recognize reliable electric infrastructure is essential to maintaining our economy and supporting new development and ensuring grid reliability. As you know, Texas landowners have long partnered in building the roads, pipelines, electric transmission, power generation, and other infrastructure that's made this state an economic leader. What we are asking is that landowners be treated as partners in the process, not as an afterthought once the decision has already been made, or simply as a consequence of progress. The greatest frustration in the current process often leaves feelings of uninformed, a rush, and without a meaningful opportunity to participate before major decisions have been made. The land itself is just as essential to these projects as the steel wire and electricity they ultimately carry. For many families, the first notice of a project comes after months or even years of planning by the utilities have occurred. Landowners are then expected to review in a matter of weeks or less hundreds of pages of technical documents, evaluate route alternatives, attend multiple public utility commission proceedings, coordinate with the neighbors, understand complex legal issues, and make decisions that could affect their property for generations, all while continuing to operate a ranch. One of the most significant shortcomings is the compressed CCN review process. The current 180 timeline, as many have said, is not sufficient. TSCRA respectfully recommends restoring the previous 1-year timeline for CCN proceedings. At a minimum, there should be no fewer than 9 months between the filing of an application and a final decision. Just as importantly, meaningful engagement must begin well before an application is filed. Impacted landowners should receive notice of all potential route segments. Public meetings should be held at least 6 months before a CCN application is submitted, while routing alternatives remain under active consideration. Early engagement gives landowners, local officials, and affected communities a meaningful opportunity to review proposed routes, provide local knowledge, and identify practical alternatives before major routing decisions are finalized. Those meetings should include detailed route maps, clear explanation of the planning process, and knowledgeable project representatives who can answer questions. Transparent communication early in the process allows concerns to be identified while routing decisions can still be adjusted, not after positions have become entrenched. When landowners have access to information early, they can identify local conditions that maps often miss, including homes, working cattle facilities, water infrastructure, wildlife habitat, conservation investments, future operational needs, and community impacts. As routes are evaluated, we also encourage planners to look beyond the shortest path or an average construction costs per transmission structure. Routing decisions should give greater consideration to the natural topography of the land, actual construction cost, access to major highways and existing utility easements, and opportunities to minimize impacts to agricultural operations in rural communities. Where feasible, utilizing existing utility corridors and transportation infrastructure can reduce unnecessary fragmentation of working lands while avoiding the additional strain on local county roads that are often already in a state of disrepair. Thoughtful routing that considers both engineering realities and on-the-ground conditions ultimately results in better projects, fewer conflicts, and greater public confidence in the process. Texas has never had to choose between economic growth and strong private property rights. Thank you for time and consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the testimony very much. Ms. Webking, and then we can ask questions if we have any of the panel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Catherine Webb-King here as a partner at Spencer Fain Law Firm. I have had the honor of representing landowners, counties, cities, school districts, various affected property owners in CCN cases for transmission lines for decades. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here for you all to provide perspective on that and perspective on this particular scenario that you're faced with right now, which is unusual and has not followed the decades of practice that have kind of evolved to where we are. I'm very familiar with how we got where we are. The rules today implement the statute. The statute's been in place for a long time with common sense standards, community values, environmental, aesthetics, historical, parks and recreation, things you would expect would be considered. And then the rules implement that and basically say you commission needs to try, and the utilities need to try to design routes that provide the least disruption to land use possible, generally speaking. And then do that by paralleling these corridors, property lines, common sense things that these lovely property owners understand what would be the least disruptive to the general population and their properties. I don't think that's what happened in this case, and I think it's a confluence of events. Part of it is that it was all done very quickly from the time the 765 decision was made to the time that these cases came to you. It may not seem like it was quick, but it was quick to be able to do that. It was one set of consultants that were doing all of these projects. They didn't have the opportunity to vet these things the way they would normally vet things. We have airstrips that are intersected by proposed segments. That is unheard of. That has not happened before in any other case. Just as one minor example, there are myriads of those examples. And you heard today that the chairman of the PUC, they're going to do their best with what they end up with to try to make a decision. And I think maybe there's a perception that they will somehow be able to make these proposed segments follow corridors by the time they're making their decision, but they're going to be left with what's on the map. And they've got to choose between what's on the map, and what's on the map in various of these cases, and I'm trying not to get into specifics on any one case, but in many cases, many of these segments don't come anywhere close to following any kind of corridor or property lines or anything that makes sense, because they had to get from here to there, and they needed to do it in a certain timeline, and what we ended up with is sort of this round robin of, well, the legislature, you know, the narrative is the legislature told us we needed to get power out to the Permian, so ERCOT was directed to study it by the PUC. They did study it, but they also studied about 40 to 44% of the power needs that they put in that study are also non-Permian basin oil and gas loads. They're data center loads. It's in the study. It's flat out, 11 gigawatts. And so that's in that study. That amount of data center load was in there based on those attestations that you heard about that came out of House Bill 5066, not out of Batch Zero, not out of the current standards about what data centers, you know, whether they need to bring their own power or they need to be curtailable, you know, all of that kind of stuff. That load projections were from 2024. The report was written in 2024, so it was well before the Senate Bill 6 effort that y'all worked so hard on and did such a great job on getting in place, and the great implementation of that's happened since. So this current plan that we're left with was sort of an abstract plan. The need, under the statute, the need for the project and the routing for the project go hand in hand and need to be looked at the same time. In CREZ, there was a case where it determined, you know, the routes we got none of them complied, and the case was denied. And then in another CREZ case, there was the original routes didn't follow those corridors, and they were sent back to the drawing board before they ever got the case to the commission. So there are off-ramps here. We have to be able to look these property owners in the eye and say, I'm sorry, but we have to file this at the court and take some of your property, but it's really needed for the public, and it's really needed in this place at this time. And it just doesn't seem that we have the record to do that with.
Thank you, Ms. Webke.
Thank you.
Members' questions of the Senator Colhurst.
Thank you. Mr. King, good to see you. Again, you might not remember me, but way back when I was running the Committee of 100 for TCU Athletics, and you were on the Board of Trustees, and John Roach, and all of us saved TCU Athletics. So
You were very important.
Well,
very important person. I do remember you.
Thank you. I want to key off of something that you said, and members, he's very gracious and humble with his many accomplishments. And I think you were very succinct, and your written testimony is very good. One of the things you said that really stuck out to me was the route that was chosen. You said one was 10 miles and the other one was 11 miles in your place. And that you said, you know, I'm just in the target. You know, this line's going to go through me somewhere. But the route that was chosen, or those two that are proposed, I'm paraphrasing. You talked about a crayon and a map, but that there were, and I know there's bluffs and as you say, big drainage ditches, and that perhaps, and it's refreshing that you say, well, it's going to probably come through my place, but could you please do something better than to be on top of view corridors and go across drainage ditches, which make these very big 765s even bigger because they are elevated. So do I get that right? Is that what you were saying?
You got it right. There's three. There's Onion Creek, Little Brady, and Brady Creek all run through us, and they all have bluffs, a lot of pecan trees. It'd be almost impossible to run that line. Now, the northern line, I don't like it either, but it's more suitable really if you're going to run those high lines. Now, the southern route also touches us in a small place, and it's crazy the way the line was drawn. There's on that southern place in Mason County, there's a rock called Spy Rock. There may be people that know Spy Rock. It's about 200 feet high, big granite. It's You know, it's kind of like outside of Fredericksburg. This line runs right by it, right on it. I mean, it ought to be a state park. There was no real thought given, and that was, I think, my real irritation, is that we could just do better than what we've done.
So, Counselor, let me ask you this. You said you've been in this for a long time, and you've seen a lot of them.
Yes.
Was this process different, as you described, than any of the other processes and CCNs you've been through? And is that because of, and no offense, Mr. Chairman, but we've talked a lot about 5066 today, because of 5066, or what was it?
It was different, in part because of 5066, I believe, because that led to a study that served as the basis for the need. So when the utilities came in to file for these cases, they didn't produce their own study or their own analysis. They pointed to the ERCOT study. But ERCOT wasn't a party to the case, so there wasn't the ability to flesh that out in the same way you would have in a normal situation, and we were under this short timeline. But in the CREZ cases, the need was determined statutorily, but then it was also determined through a pretty extensive process at the PUC, where they looked at endpoints and figured out where these projects ought to be. In this case, that study determined the abstract of these 3 import corridors, but the endpoints of those corridors were not looked at in correlation to the geography that they were going to impact, or the routing that may or may not be available because of those endpoints.
And then 180 days made it compressed.
Right.
So a different approach by the TDUs than what we saw with the CREZ, and because of ERCOT and how it kind of all came together. So different.
Yeah, I think that's right. And I also think it part of the routing analysis may be influenced a little bit by, in CREZ, we had just had those standards put in place about paralleling and paralleling property lines and corridors and stuff. In the last few years, there's been a little more emphasis on less habitable structures and less cost. And so if you prioritize those two things, which are not directly in the rule that way, but if you prioritize those two things, it sort of naturally tends the consultants toward, let's cut through the middle of properties because we're avoiding the habitable structures that way, and it's a straighter line. And then you end up with these choices that are just devastating to the property owners.
And then finally, you said that I think you said 11 gigawatts of data center, which is not, Mr. Chairman and members, that's not what I heard Chairman Gleeson say. This was all predicated on Permian Basin needs before any data centers were proposed. So I'm hearing conflicting testimony here. Did you hear the same thing, or were you?
I did hear the same thing, and to Chairman Gleason's defense, I guess these cases haven't gotten to him directly yet. I mean, he did approve the Permian Basin plan, but that was a while ago. So the final review of these cases has not gotten to him yet. But
So
it is
5066 was passed in 2023.
Right.
And so, and I think it was before the onset. And finally, Mr. Chairman, not to this panel, but in the panel previous to this, panel 3, I thought I heard TPPF say that there were 20 gigawatts that were in the queue in the Permian Basin right now. And so I'm just trying to make all the gigawatts line up and the need. And, of course, y'all are here about the route, which is, it's synergistic to the need, because that's why they're coming through your properties. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all for staying on a very long day. And for each of you, some of you, multi-generational Texans, and for those of us, and many of us on the panel are up here, it can be emotional when you've had land in your family for generations, and I'm blessed to be one of those Texans. And we're going to do the very best we can to meet the needs of Texas. And what I'm hearing respectfully from all of you is that we're going to meet the needs for a growing Texas, but let's do it in a way that is a little more strategic and common sense and hearing the people whose land is being seized and taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Campbell. No, sir. You need to talk to that gentleman there. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's really not a question to the panel. It's a comment for us. I think in the effort to study 5066, the scope was expanded, and Texans have been treated badly. I think that we need to pause 765s. I know we have to think about that and look at nuclear options, the small modular reactors, the MSRs, and see what we can get from there. With that, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Other questions of the panel? Thank you all for being here and for your ideas and expressing your concerns. With that, we're going to open public testimony.
Did a good job.
I don't know about that. You did a good job. I got all screwed up on mine.
My husband didn't.
Pardon me?
Chair calls
It was too long, so I ended up.
Gideon Powell, Jimmy Fair, Nancy White, Christopher Ritchie. On deck, Judy Gracia. Just as a point of information, you have 2 minutes. The light will change color to whitish, and then you will have 1 minute to finish. It will beep at the end. Mr. Powell, welcome, sir. Have a seat. We'll wait for the others to get here. Christopher Ritchie, Judy Gracie, Cyrus Ritchie, Everest Ritchie, Brandon Johnson. I'm calling in order. If y'all come up, and if all 4 chairs are already taken, they can then sit there behind in the reserved areas. But one of y'all can sit there. Yeah. Welcome. So, yeah, some young constituents. Mr. Powell, we'll start with you, sir. Welcome. I know you've been waiting a while, and good to see you again. Please state your name and begin.
Hello, my name is Gideon Powell. I'm the CEO of Choi Inc. We're a family energy business, and it's been a long day, so I'll just keep it really brief. I appreciate your challenge to bring solutions. I think over the last several years, I've really enjoyed the challenge of the nuances of the ERCOT market, and I think one of the things we've consistently heard today is the need for really improving the market design. And I think there's been a lot of conversations around increasing baseload generation and specifically the price signals for that right now. Again, as I've heard, and all of us have heard all day, is the spot price of electricity and the market design around that have really been challenged to incentivize the fat tails events to reward baseload generation. But I think another real clear price signal that we've seen in our interaction with hyperscalers and Bitcoin miners over the last 8 years is speed to market is really important. And I think one of the really wonderful things that I really want to commend ERCOT on was, in addition to the complexity that is batch zero, they ensured and have ensured that the something called the PCLR is in the protocols to be finalized. And I think the PCLR is a really, really unique and extremely powerful opportunity. It gives operational certainty to really lean into what y'all led on last session with SB 6 and this economic principle of curtailment. And I think curtailment is a very nuanced topic. There is the entire facility of these compute clusters curtailing, and then there's the ERCOT perspective and what ERCOT's control room can see. And what PCLR has done is it gives operational certainty that loads that voluntarily sign up for the PCLR will curtail in resource adequacy and transmission adequacy events. So when Texans need power, there is now a category of load that will curtail, and we can pair that with generation to lean into the connect and manage principles that ERCOT pioneered.
I'll ask you. We'll go ahead and finish, and then I'm going to ask you. Go ahead, sir. What is your name? Bring that microphone. How old are you?
12.
12. Well, welcome to the state capitol. Please state your name and begin.
My name is Cyrus Rickerson. I'm from Bluffdale, known as the Northern Hill Country. The dinosaur longshore route will permanently damage and destroy my family's heritage land and business. For now and future generations, my family's land is a paid camping, hunting, and recreational property. This will destroy the beauty and income of our land. My family there's a river, the Rickerson Creek, is considered pristine and contributes to the aquifer. These power lines will pollute the aquifer. Me and my siblings would like to add business ideas to our land, but these power lines will prevent that. It is important for Texans to think about the younger generation.
Thank you for your testimony and for being here, for doing this.
You're welcome.
Where'd you say you were from again?
Bluffdale.
Okay. Rockdale, you said? Lovedale, yeah. Welcome. Please state your name.
Nancy White. Hello, committee members. I just want to say right now I'm very much missing my kids now. But I just want to also say I've been here since 7:15, and I just love you all. Such amazing questions. Thank you for what you're doing. With that said, in an energy-only market, batteries do not generate electricity. We've heard that plenty today. They consume it. They're a net consumer. Yet we treat them as if they're a generator, and we give them the incentives as if they do. These incentives have driven the market towards this intermittent solar wind growth that's creating an ever-growing reliance on these battery band-aids. It's a temporary fix, not a durable solution. A clear measure of resiliency is performance under stress. And when you have a $100+ billion industry that only yields 7% of energy when you need it most, I consider that a failure. Equally concerning is the supply chain security. At the April 1st hearing, we heard from ERCOT themselves that they have no boots on the ground verification. It's self-attestation. With that said, Senator Schwertner, you asked who activated the AG investigation. That would be me. I found the vulnerability and I reported it to the Attorney General's office, and to date, that company is still under restraining order and cannot meet the simplicity of a fire standard or code. Our county has passed a moratorium, and it's been in place for over 5 months with no recourse, with multiple battery projects that have pulled out. And multiple times you have asked, what is the solution to the market? I'm going to tell you, I'm going to keep it stupid simple. Senator Sparks, Senate Bill 715, let's pay them for the dispatchable energy and quit paying renewable energy as if they create it. Additionally, Brent Money created a bill for a franchise tax. Take away those incentives. We talked about solar and wind and how they're going to be losing it, but batteries are not. Batteries are their Band-Aid. Let's take away their money. That's where it's driven with. When we have a 90% growth of unreliable energy and we cannot compete, and we don't know that the actual assessment of the cost, the foreign risk, or the actual reliability contribution. So with that said, I'll be happy to answer any questions, and trust me, I have a lot more to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. I bet you're related to someone also around here, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
My name is Everest. We live in Bluffdale. The dinosaur longshore route goes through. If the dinosaur longshore route goes through our property, it will destroy the land and future business opportunities. The power lines will make ranching harder. The power lines will get the chance of getting leukemia rise, as there is 5 of us children in our family. There are some endangered birds on our property, and the power lines will destroy their habitat. The power lines will make our houses less rented and will make less money. Dinosaur Valley State Park will lose beauty because you can see the power lines from the park. So do not put the power lines on the dinosaur longshore route.
Appreciate your testimony for you being here today. Mr. Powell, controllable load resources is what you think is a significant potential addition to the grid regarding increasing supply of electrons when we need it. You want to expand on that any?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I mean,
how big are the microgrids that y'all would be controlling and being able to distribute back onto the grid?
Oh, gigawatts.
Gigawatts?
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if generation likes that. Do you think they
I mean, we have been trying to, for years, get multiple gigawatts of load with the strategy of leading with load while understanding the generation. But really, I think there is this, when the grid was first started, really going back to the beginning of the grid, Thomas Edison, Tesla, Sam Insull, The load back then was not controllable. It was not elastic. It had to be on. And the generation was controllable. We had control of the gen. Well, fast forward to today, we have an inverse scenario where the generation, as we've heard plenty of, is intermittent and unreliable. But there is a growing category of load, which is these AI data centers. Now, you will hear that they need to be on 24/7. There are nuances in that. And so what the Bitcoin miners empirically have proved with about 3 gigawatts is that they will respond to price signals. And the 4CP system that was well-intentioned, the Bitcoiners came in and they compressed the margins to the benefit of all ERCOT stakeholders. And I think this operational, certain empirical evidence that the Bitcoin miners have provided for going on about 5 years now is that load can be responsive. And so specifically the training clusters, not necessarily the inference clusters, but those are and can curtail. And additionally, you hear about 5 nines of uptime, but really we're seeing the uptime requirements go down. So 100% connection and relying on the grid is evolving. And so what the PCLR has done is it gives operational certainty in line with SB6 that that load will curtail. And more importantly, is that the price signal is less about the spot price of power, which I am not sure how to solve that, but prioritizing loads that will curtail from the grid, but that bring their own backup generation where ERCOT and every single Texas stakeholder has certainty that that load will disappear and potentially even put generation back onto the system. So all our interactions with these data centers is speed is everything. And yes, they want to be connected to the grid with a lot of uptime, but they will absolutely exchange speed to market. And they're already bringing their own backup generation. And, again, leaning into the PCLR, just updating that and leaning into what our ERCOT's pioneering allows for a much more abundance of electrons to be readily available to the Texas ratepayers.
Thank you. Senator Sparks.
Yeah, thank you for that. I know you've been looking at this for several years now. Do you believe that there's enough of this available across West Texas specifically, because that's kind of what we're talking about, this reliability, Permian reliability plan. Do you believe there's enough of this across West Texas that it might negate all or some of what we've heard about today, this need for high voltage transmission?
When you say there's enough of this, can you clarify?
I'm talking about the power that the data centers are going to be bringing, right, that could potentially go onto the grid.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's a pretty high, it is a certainty that, every data center brings their own backup gen. ERCOT just currently doesn't have visibility into that. So for them, it doesn't exist in the ERCOT control room, but we can, in line with the PCLR, we can update that logic.
What you're saying is they are working currently off of incomplete data of what's really happening across West Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, I would say.
Because they don't see all of that.
Right, yeah. These historically, the backup gens have been fully isolated.
How do we accumulate all of that information so that we confirm that everybody's talking before we make a decision to condemn people's land?
I think the PCLR goes decently far. The WL PUN is another option, and I think this is just up to y'all lawmakers to really give statutory clarity to the administrative, ERCOT and the PUC, the authority to really allow that to take place, or the clarity to mandate that, at least that clarity of what the generation is there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And I want to thank these two young men who have come to the Capitol today to give your testimony. I see you guys have put this in your own handwriting, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you all.
That's excellent. Thank you all very much. This panel is excused. Chair calls Jimmy Fair, Christopher Ritchie, Judy Gracia, Brandon Johnson, Katie McDowell's on deck, Rock Morley. Again, there's chairs right in the front in case these 4 are taken. So, Carla Lindley, Stephanie, Michelle, Dolan Rushing, Aaron Games, Ian Wilson. All right, we'll start here on the left.
Hello, my name is Christopher Ritchie. Thank you all for doing this meeting and hearing all of our concerns. I've learned a lot today myself. I had things prepared. I'm going to go a little off script because I think it's better. Basically, what it looks like is that a full analysis of why this was all needed has not fully been done, and definitely the analysis of where the routes went has a lot of problems. Some of those problems are so glaring that you can't help but think, wow, we've really got in front of our skis. It is interesting that this whole process was started to add these 765 lines before we had some of the technological tools that we have now that have actually come to us through AI. I am aware that there are at least two AI-powered tools called NeuroGrid and ExoDigo, which actually take all of the data, whether it's Railroad Commission data, watersheds, all of that data, loads them all together, and then builds out potential routes through that much faster and more efficiently than any human team could ever do. That has just come on into existence. And it seems like if we are going to go and cut across people's property and take their property rights away and kind of wreck some future possibilities for that land, we should at very least use the best tools that we have at our disposal to do it properly. And it appears that it has not been done properly, and there are tools that could do it right now better. And I hope that y'all consider that and make the right decision. Thank you very much.
Would you call that software application, AI application?
So there's two that I'm aware of. One is called NeuroGrid.
NeuroGrid.
Another one is called ExoDigo. And these tools have been specifically designed for this issue. And not only that, I believe that they can analyze a grid better to know exactly what it needs and where it needs.
We'll see what the TDUs say about whether or not they use that. Yes, sir?
I have a friend that was on the panel, or not on the panel, but on the group that helped design those lines, and they did not.
Please state your name, and you may begin. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Jimmy Fair, and good afternoon, Chairman Schwertner and members of the committee. My wife and I, Shelley and I live in Lingoville, Texas, part of Stephenville in Erath County. I'm not here because I oppose the progress. I understand that Texas is growing, and I also understand that our state needs reliable electric power for today's citizens and for the future generations. What I ask is that as Texas builds for tomorrow, we do not unfortunately have to destroy the lives and legacies of the families who have faithfully cared for this land for generations. My wife and I built our own home ourselves. After the house was dried in, we finished every detail with our own hands. We built it with reclaimed wood that had stood for many years, 150 years. Maple hardwood, longleaf pine, shiplap, tongue and groove, hardyboard, beadboard, and heart oak. Behind our house sits our vineyard. Because it's our winery and tasting room. Beside that sits our wine and tasting room. Across our land we graze our cattle. Every spring the mockingbird return to raise their young in our vineyard. Deer and wild turkey raise their families there too. Pollinators flourish because we have spent years practicing responsible stewardship of the land. We believe we are caretakers, not owners of God's creation. For 35 years, I've worked across America as an independent insurance adjuster following hurricanes, floods, and other disasters. I stood with families on the worst days of their lives. I've learned that real success isn't measured by what you make. It's measured by how you treat people when everything they have is gone.
Thank you, Mr. Fair. Tongue and groove is hard to beat as far as construction. I think your senator wants to talk to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say that we live on property in Weatherford in Parker County. And if I look out, if you sit in my backyard or you look out our window where we eat, about, I don't know, 300 yards away is a 345 kV lattice. And so I just want to say, everybody, believe me, it goes all the way through our property.
Yeah.
It goes through catty-cornered, so it bisects the whole couple hundred acres. I will tell you, just personally, there's nothing good about it going through your property. And it will affect it going forward forever. That said, for what it's worth, we've gotten used to it. I've got, fortunately, a tree line helps block a lot of it, and that's a real blessing. But if it is going to come through your property, I just encourage you to argue until you can't argue anymore to try to get it to the best part of your property. Try to get it to the property line. Try to get it where it's out of the way, because it's always going to be an interference that come through every few years and retrim and re-clear everything. And by the way, if you've got oak wilt in your area, you really need to not let them on your property except during the dead of winter to trim that, because otherwise it just spreads all that wilt all over everything. I'll say Encore's been really good for us to work with. That we've had no issues with them, and I understand they need that transmission. But I just want to say, just at personal level, everybody's here tonight. I understand completely where you're coming from, and not wanting it in your property. It's not the end of the world if you get it. You learn to work around it and
Correct.
Work through it. But it is always an inconvenience, and if you ever try to do something with your property later, it's always going to affect that value heavily.
Yeah.
So
We live
I
on
feel
top
your pain,
of the
I guess,
hill.
is what I'm saying.
We live right on top of a hill and have a view of about 260 degrees. And
But at the same time, I
Down
do
at
like
the
my
river
lights
bottom.
coming on every time I turn the switch.
yeah,
And so, anyway, I understand what everyone is dealing with.
thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Appreciate your words, and looking out at all the landowners, I just want to say I'm also in your boat. I have property that's affected by this transmission line myself, and so I understand where you're coming from. It's not my homestead, but it is land that's in our family. Go ahead, sir.
My name's Brandon Johnson. I'm the embodiment of the American dream. I grew up with a single mom on government assistance, and I stand to lose about $1.5 million in equity on our property, and gain about a $20,000 reimbursement based on the current rates proposed. I have immunocompromised kids in the back of the room, probably smiling, and I have to move when we get upside down. I'm not exactly sure how that works with a mortgage on our primary homestead. I'm a veteran of Afghanistan as an infantry officer and a recently retired fireman of 21 years in a major city. And like all of you, I swore an oath to uphold the Constitution. And I think at its core, that is to defend the citizenry, sovereign rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. I don't want to throw too many platitudes, but yeah, this is a heavy burden you bear. This feels like an abuse of eminent domain, and I hope you'll live up to that sworn oath that I referenced, and your citizenry and the individuals of Texas. My blood and sweat is literally in the land, much more blood than sweat, I fear. And this is an irreversible decision that you guys are getting ready to make. And it just feels, based on the testimony, especially today, that throwing $33 billion to throw lines to West Texas in lieu of generation is a gamble at best, but one that will 100% rob my children of their inheritance. So I hope you will weigh it accordingly.
Thank you for coming and testifying. Sir, thank you for your service to our country.
Good morning. It's good evening now, isn't it?
Yeah.
Chair Schwertner and Vice Chair King, thank you for holding these sessions today. I've learned a lot. I was very skeptical of the process. I have a property in Burnett County, and the proposed line goes 400 feet from my front door. My house is a metal building, so all of the radio frequencies are even more of a concern to me. I have the same issues that everyone you're going to hear following me has. So I actually had a couple of other things since listening all day I thought I might offer. Senator Hinojosa, you've been asking about the cost of transmission and distribution. I went on the powertochoose.org website today, and the cost of power in Houston is 5.1 cents. The cost of transmission and distribution, 5.14. So it's 50%, not 30. Chair Schwertner, you were asking for a solution. I went on AI today also, asked what it costs to build a gigawatt of natural gas power generation. It says anywhere from 700 million to 2.2 billion. We're told that these 765 kilovolt power lines transmit about 5 gigawatts of power. If we look at what it would cost to build 15 gigawatts of power, that's 10.5 to maybe 30 billion on the very high side. The ratepayers are going to be stuck paying for this. Why can't we, as a state, subsidize power generation plants and bill the ratepayers?
Thank you for your testimony. What is your name?
Rock Morelli.
We have considered that idea in the past, and thank you very much. Appreciate this panel. Chair calls Cyrus Reed, Dr. Laura Presley, Amanda Short, Kenneth Flippin, Charles Livingston, Don Brown, Camel Cook. Any of those individuals, please come up. Anybody that I've called, first 4 chairs, and then the back 4 chairs after that. Charles Livingston, Don Brown, Emil Cook, Tabia White. Myra Alinas, okay. Mr. Reed, hi, have a seat. Any chair that's open in the front, go ahead, sir. State your name.
Hello, my name is Ian Wilson. I am a landowner on the Bell County East to Big Hill route. Thank you to everybody involved in this process. Like, from the top down, everybody has been great individually. The process, frankly, has sucked. But everybody individually to interact with, Encore and LCRA staff, the SOA folks, the other people in the room have always been really great and have taken the time to be we're all in the same boat, and it's been really great to work with people. I would really like an improvement to the process. I've been the family member, unluckily, who learned about this and started doing a little bit of research, and since then it's going to be 3 miles across our farm, and it's going to take up 70 acres or something like that if this proceeds. And I frankly would like it to just happen so I can get done thinking about it, and it just gives me certainty to move on, and I don't have to keep getting questions and keep wondering what's going to happen. So kind of from the cynical side, I just want to be done with the case because it's kind of painful to deal with. I stepped away from today's proceedings briefly to call into a TxDOT public comment call about their transport plan over the next decade. They're talking about spending $130 billion over the next decade on capital projects. $30 billion for the transmission lines that will revolutionize and safeguard our grid so we don't have failures. Seems like a reasonable expenditure to me. And I trust the Encore folks. I trust the PUC staff. I trust everybody in the Texas government because I think that everybody I've interacted with seems to be real, genuine, great public servants who really want to provide a solution for us. It's just going to get more expensive to do this moving forward. This is the least developed our state will ever be. Inflation will only increase. This is the time to do it, if it's ever going to happen.
Thank you for your testimony. Please grab the microphone again.
Yes, Chairman and committee members, I'm Dr. Laura Presley. I'm a pro se intervener on the Bell County line. I have a PhD in chemistry and physics, and the 765 kilovolt line is going to be about 30 feet from my front gate, and I've handed out a picture of what it's going to look like. In the handout, I have some evidence that we have provided to the in our hearing, and I was a pro se, no lawyer, We got this health study evidence into admitted evidence in the first time in a PUC case. There's documented recent studies. We're way ahead than we were 5 years ago in these health studies. One study is from University of California, Berkeley. We're talking a big hitter university for childhood leukemia and Alzheimer's. All of this is now into formal evidence in the PUC, our PUC case. Basically, you've got some graphs in there. There's a blast zone for these magnetic fields that cause these health issues that goes out to 1,800 feet. The right-of-way that the applicants are using is only 200 feet. Someone said 300 feet earlier. Ms. Jolley said that. Look at the application. It's 200. That's what the application has in it. We're proposing, Senator Schwertner, my senator, solutions. We would like you guys to do a paradigm shift and require in the code that the right-of-way is the blast zone, so that we as homeowners are not having to subsidize the low cost for these transmission lines. Because I can't use my property out to 1,800 feet. Out to 1,800 feet of that 200 is where the blast zone's gonna be, and I can't use my property. I don't wanna subsidize this project. And if it's gonna be $100 billion for the state of Texas, it needs to have a bill hooked to it. Y'all need to have that. Those are two solutions. And I'm here for questions. Thank you.
Please state your name and begin.
Excuse me. Hi, I'm Charles Livingston. We have a ranch in San Saba County. I'd like to thank the senators for all their excellent questions today. I, like the other presenters, I've learned a lot. In fact, I had to write out a whole nother talk. I didn't give this to them. And seems like there's been a lot of indecision on this line, this power line. There doesn't seem to be a consensus. The rollout was absolutely too quick. It was rushed. For instance, they told us in the initial filing that this thing was going to cost $1.65 billion. And now I'm hearing $30 to $100 million. Another mistake today, one of the presenters said that one of these power lines carries, that the total would be 15 gigawatts, but the safe utilization of the cable is 2.2 to 2.5 gigawatts. So they were incorrect in that. Like Senator Campbell, I favor putting in a gas turbine that is utility grade in the Permian. Research shows that that would cost about $1.5 billion. I mean, if we're dealing with $30 billion, we can certainly afford a gas-powered turbine in the Permian. Also, those portable generators that's been talked about, they're only about 20 to 50 million bucks. The other thing is, I would agree with Senator Sparks. If we're going to impose eminent domain on people, we need to make absolutely sure that we've looked at all the other options. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, welcome.
Thank you, Dr. Schwertner, not Dr. Charles. Cyrus Reed here, Lone Star Chapter of the Sierra Club. I signed up to speak on both. I'll start with transmission. We did not take a position on 5066. We're not opposed to the idea of the 765 lines. That being said, 180 days is not fair to the public. It's too truncated. We should change it to 360 days. There should be better public notice, better ground truth data, as opposed to just using drones, more potential for stakeholder input, and also looking at things like non-wires alternatives and looking at grid-enhancing technologies, looking at reconductoring existing lines. So there are things we should be doing. We're not opposed to 765, but this process has been unfair to the public. So let me, in a minute, okay, I've got some time. I want to congratulate you all for some of the bills you did pass. I want to congratulate you for SB 6. I want to congratulate you for HB 1500 and for SB 3 and for some of the bills you've passed on the demand side. There, as I always say, there's more that can be done on the demand side and on distributed energy resources. I think you're going to talk about that at a later hearing, hopefully. And I have a different perspective than you two, perhaps. I don't think we need base power. We need flexible generation and flexible demand to meet those times when wind, solar, and batteries aren't meeting our needs. And I think there are things we can do to encourage that. But I don't know that base power is needed in the way our grid is working. We just saw last week with 90,000 gigawatts that we were able to meet it, and the prices were pretty low on the electricity side. But the transmission and distribution side, that price is increasing, which is why going forward on SB6, we need to do more to make sure that the full cost is being paid by these large loads, that we're getting energy and water reporting and registration, and that perhaps we need to look at a mitigation fee. So they're feeding some money into a system that then helps the rest of us on our water and energy bills. And there's more information in here.
Always appreciate your information. Thank you all, panel. The people that were sitting in the back, please come forward and have a seat there. Let's see, David Reed, Cerna, Inscarnacino Cerna, Nanez James, Daniel Lee, Jasmine Evans, Evelyn. Okay.
My name's Aaron Gaines.
Yes, anybody.
Yeah, anybody that. Right.
Yeah, please. Just trying to move people along. So, Miriam Rashidi, Caitlin Tran, Sheila Hempel. All right, we'll go ahead.
Okay. You asked for solutions. I brought you a problem.
Please state your name first.
Don Brown.
Great, thank you all for.
I'm with Secure the Grid, Texas.
Oh yes, yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard you testify before.
So you asked for solutions. I brought you both a problem and a solution. So if this up here is a video that explains the problem and the solution. We're looking at the security of the grid, and as we ask, I'm here to ask you to pause the 765 project due to the lack of GIC protection for solar, weather, and EMP. So we're going forward with a $100 billion project without putting in this protection. It makes no sense when you have proven cost-effective technology that's been in place in the U.S. for over a decade. A single solar storm can wipe out all your transformers through the harmonics that are caused by GIC. That's what's in this film. Without capacitive GIC blockers, power transformers that start at the generator generates harmonics all the way down into the distribution system. Those distribution systems step up that power, that harmonics by up to 32% as they go into the distribution. That creates damage to the customers at the other end. History shows that the utilities will not act unless there's a big storm or something like that, a catastrophic event like Uri or Beryl or West Texas fires. However, the GIC, with GIC and EMP and solar, there is no recovery. There's no do it again plan. So the total cost to protect that whole 765 line, we've done the math. I'm using the same model that TPPF used that Brent was talking about. That total cost would work out to $11 per family over that full 33 years to put that in. That's 10 million ratepayer residential users. That's how much that would be. So you're talking a tiny fraction, 1/500th of the cost to put this in, and it exists today.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Concerned about the security of the grid. Welcome. Please state your name, and you may begin.
My name's Aaron Games. I live and ranch on the applicant's Best Meets Route 894 in Burnett County under docket 59475. My home is 175 feet from the proposed 765 kilovolt line. It would fall on my house if it fell over. It is clear from these hearings that these transmission lines have always been about delivering power to data centers and moving generation from wind farms and other suppliers into the grid so their investors can sell it. That is not how this project was sold to the public, and it is not what Texans were told it was for. Our property sits on link G13 of the Best Meets Route 894. Instead of simply connecting the two endpoints of our link with a shorter, straighter line that has no houses on it, the route makes a sharp 90-degree turn right past our ranch. That turn is not required by engineering. It is a deliberate choice. The G13 path they chose runs near roughly 20 homes. At least 7 of these homes are within a mile of mine, and like mine, sit only a couple hundred feet from the line. The only difference is that they are not on the other, or that they are on the other side of the fence from the easement. Because the easement does not cross their property lines, those families have no rights to compensation under eminent domain. That's a travesty. This line is causing severe economic harm to families and to the very ranchers who put you in office. Why must we fight the people we vote into office just to protect our property rights? We are not against reliable power. We are against routing decisions that sacrifice the rights, safety, and property of the families who already live here in order to serve private development that has not even been built yet. If this commission and this legislature are serious about protecting Texas landowners, then routes that deliberately create these harms should be rejected, not rubber stamped.
Thank you, Mr. Games. Welcome. Please state your name and you may begin.
I am Carla Lindley, and good evening, and I thought my job was hard. Long days for you guys. I married a 4th-generation rancher. He went to heaven without me, and so I am raising the 6th generation to come in behind me. I was trained as a teacher, and so I listened to today, took so many notes, and so I'm back to my brown pad here, and I'm like, what does this boil down to? It is interconnectivity. That's what they want you to fix for them. That's what all of Encore, AEP, all of them want, interconnectivity across the state. Why did Texas choose to not join the U.S. grid? We wanted to be separate. There is no reason why each region of Texas cannot be separate. My region is the Permian Basin. We're right on the edge, oil field all over us. We both ranch. We're both from that area. I am really amazed at the gentleman representing the oil field with the Andrews Native. We flare so much gas right now. I am with Senator Coleman. You are my senator, Mr. Sparks. We can generate with that natural gas. There are portable units that can be brought in. That technology is already there. Did you know, for some reason, we don't believe that we're flaring. Do you know that it is believed that 3.5 billion cubic feet of natural gas will have flared by the end of this decade? It's happening. I see it all the time. There is no reason why the Permian Basin cannot generate, and enough to go to far west Texas. There is no reason to run this all across Texas for the interconnectivity. I understand that's what they want. You don't have to give it to them. We can do it region by region. We don't want to be part of the U.S. grid. Let us do it region by region and don't wipe out these people's land.
Thank you for your testimony, for making the trip. Welcome. Please state your name. And
Thank you.
You may begin.
My name is Michelle Rushing. I'm a Republican chair for my county, a real estate broker, accredited land consultant, and a 6th-generation Texas rancher. Thank you for your common sense today. I'm so pleasantly surprised and glad to know you guys and that you represent us. Thank you. Just thank you that you can see through all of this. Most of the people that talk today put money before people, put money before ranches and Texas heritage and culture and who we are. And you guys don't, and y'all are seeing through it. I know, I can tell. I want to testify that these lines can reduce property values up to 50%, and not only for the intervener, but for the neighbors that have to look at it and suffer health effects from it. This project provides no benefit to 98% of Texans. ERCOT's own planning documents show that reliability challenges come from generation mix, weather hardening, and targeted local upgrades, not from a lack of ultra-high voltage lines. Texas already has one of the strongest 345 kV networks in the nation. Texas has multiple modern alternatives that outperform 765 kV lines without harming rural Texas. Advanced reconductoring can double or triple the capacity of existing lines using the same towers and rights of way. Grid scale storage reduces congestive and stabilizes the grid during peak demand. Targeted 345 kV upgrades strengthen the backbone we already have. Weatherization and grid hardening directly prevent outages. Distributed generation and microgrids keep power local and resilient. Emerging technologies such as fractal grid design. Have you guys heard that word, fractal? There's an expert here today, unless he's already left, that can talk about fractal. That solves all the problems. And advances nuclear are already being piloted in other states.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for your leadership locally.
Thank you.
Thank you all for this panel. Y'all are excused. Let's see. Thomas Darte, David Lee, Encarnaciano Cerner, Suradia Nanas James, Daniel Lee, Jasmine Evans, Evelyn James, Miriam Rashidi, Caitlin Tran. Anybody that's been called, they come to the very front and go ahead and just grab a seat. Sheila Hempo, Carrie Deanne, and the people that, if there's not a seat, sit right in back. Maggie Hill, Shane Johnson. Got a process here. Welcome. Thank y'all for coming tonight and for staying. Grab the microphone and, sir, would you like to begin? Grab the microphone and you're welcome to begin. Oh, I know. Yeah. All right. That mic on. Perfect. All right. Please state your name.
Okay, my name is Thomas Dart. I am a former ERCOT board member, and I'm wanting grid to be reliable. I testified last year on how to get plants built, and now have proposed a plan that was filed with the commission to modify the ERCOT market design. It is now recognized that a market design change will be needed to get plants built. A lot has been accomplished by the legislature, the PUC, and ERCOT since Storm Uri, but an ERCOT study has shown that the TEF, the DRRS, and Senate Bill 6 solutions, while helpful, will not get enough plants built. My proposed load-serving entity reliability obligation with bilateral contracting using purchase power agreements is greatly simplified by an approved ERCOT reliability standard that determines how much plant capacity is needed. The load-serving entities are allocated their load ratio share of the total ERCOT requirement. The load-serving entities contract for a single number of megawatts of capacity using purchase power agreements. This simple but powerful change in market design will establish a defined megawatt target and an approved funding mechanism, all that is needed to get generating companies the missing revenue to build with certainty. Competition among generating companies will lower the cost of the PPAs without a need for a capacity market or a defined capacity charge used in other regions. The E3 study in 2023 has shown that installing 13,000 megawatts will lower operating costs by $5.9 billion per year and will flow through the energy market to lower electric bills. A defined market will lower financing costs, and the purchase power agreements will replace scarcity pricing. Lacero with bilateral contracting will get plants built for reliability, increase competition, and lower electric rates. Legislation is urgently needed to approve a market design change to get plants built because of the unprecedented load growth and competition for scarce resources.
Darte, did I say that right? I appreciate your testimony. Senator Hagenboo sent me the information you sent him, and I've actually reviewed your information and read it about LSCROs, load serving, and from the E3 report and your idea. So I appreciate you actually staying here tonight and giving your testimony. Thank you. Go ahead, please. Grab the microphone. Thank you for your service on ERCOT, too, by the way. Please, go ahead. I apologize.
Good evening, Chairman, committee members. My name is Amanda Short from Corpus Christi and founder of the Texas Infrastructure Stewardship Initiative. Texas continues to lead the nation, possibly the world, in economic growth. Yet some emerging industries place extraordinary demands on our infrastructure, and not just our power and water. Also our emergency services, our transportation, our agriculture, and other critical infrastructures. But I ask this of the committee. What if the problem isn't the emergent industry itself, but instead irresponsible business practices? Consider Project Kilby, a Chevron-Microsoft partnership, completely off-grid, net zero water, heat capturing technology, sound mitigation that stops noise within the property boundaries. That's what responsible business development looks like. For generations, Texas have recognized a purple fence post. It wasn't just a land boundary, it was where one person's rights ended and another's began. Responsible businesses need to recognize these boundaries also. The Stewardship Initiative uses the expertise of existing state agencies, not new bureaucracy, to coordinate a compatibility review before extraordinary projects move forward. My granddad used to say, an honest man doesn't care to be checked after, and a dishonest man always does. Responsible businesses have nothing to fear from clear, objective standards. The initiative streamlines the process for developers with a parallel review across every state agency from wildlife to DOT to emergency management to the PUC to TECQ. It is before you.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for your written information. Please grab the microphone and bring it a lot closer, the base of it, and begin. State your name.
My name is Caitlin Tran, and thank you, committee, for holding this hearing. Just for some background, I'm a citizen hydrogeologist who has researched groundwater depletion in the Edwards Aquifer Contributing Zone from data center operations. And I'm here representing Third Act, which is a grassroots senior advocacy group. And we are bipartisan, and we focus mostly on environmental issues, but we also want to ensure that we're able to have that economic progress that makes Texas a economic leader in the country. I just want to reiterate a lot of things that have been already asked of the committee today. I met with Annika 2 weeks ago with Chairman Schwertner's office, and we just wanted to request that ERCOT will be paid upfront for the cost of grid enhancements, and then secondly, we request the requirement of public reporting on electricity and water consumption, in addition to imposing and enforcing substantial penalties for non-compliance, and thirdly, encourage renewable energy for grid expansion to meet new capacity demand and for on-site data center consumption. And fourthly, incentivize data center developers to fund residential and commercial solar to free up grid capacity. Another thing to just reduce the strain on the grid is incentivizing rainwater harvesting for these facilities. And so in the Edwards Aquifer region, these data centers, they extract unprecedented amounts. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to have a hearing about data centers, and you're welcome to testify again during that time. One more individual, and then I think Senator Sparks has a question. Go ahead, please. Welcome. Say your name. Oh.
Thank you, Chair and Committee. My name is Sheila Hemphill. I'm CEO of Texas Right to Know and curator of the Vincent Report. On this document, I got into this situation on Friday. It was in my community, but I did not understand the depth of destruction in the past presented in these lines. I wrote this: bad idea, bad technology, bad for mankind, and bad for all life forms. But the initial review, Sheila, isn't that a bit much? No, it's not. But you know, I was stuck on bad technology. I'm like, I like solutions. I like solving problems. And I really didn't have a solution until I had the privilege today to be with all day Mr. FractalComputing.com, Jay Valentine, who will be coming up in a moment. If there's anybody you're going to be asking questions from, he is the man. Jay is a technology executive, and his message here is not selling anything, but to prove what he is going to be telling you, that these huge data centers with these millions of gallons being used are antiquated. The idea that we're still trying to put transmission lines that how much degradation of power goes in, how much comes out, especially in heat in West Texas. And Senator Colcourse, you are spot on. The idea that we can't be generating gas in West Texas where gas originates. I don't believe it. And I think it might have something to do with the fact that these TDUs, that's what they used to be called, get 10% over cost. So what better way to need cost to have all these brush control done through all of this pristine area? Why? To lose how much through transmission? Now, I have a whole thing of what he's doing with schools, and you're going to love it. It's decentralized data centers. You don't build these big ones. You put them in areas like schools, in their closets. They generate it. It becomes small units that are knit together. He's like, nobody's building these big data centers in China or other countries.
Ms. Hempel, thank you so much. I always appreciate your testimony. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for this panel.
He needs questions.
Please, Carrie, Deanne, Maggie Hill.
Hey, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's okay.
Please come back.
One quick question. Is it Darte or Dart?
I don't pronounce the E.
Okay, Dart. Mr. Dart, can you tell me briefly how the Lesero, how that would be an improvement over our DRRS plus?
The DRRS, DRRS
Grab the
plus,
microphone so everyone can hear you in Texas.
DRRS plus is something new that's been introduced. But as I understand it, it's an operational thing. It doesn't deal with long-term resource adequacy. My plan would deal with long-term resource adequacy because it provides a reliability obligation to the load-serving entities with a proven funding mechanism. And when you have both an obligation to serve and a proved funding mechanism, and that funding mechanisms with purchase power agreements, gives the generators the funding they've always said they needed, the steady revenue that they said they needed to get plants built. And once we have this proven market, the biggest advantage to the plan is not only the reliability, but it actually will save money, lower electric rates if these plants are built. Now, nobody's going to believe that. Everybody thinks it's a paradigm that building these plants costs money. But don't take my word for it. The L3 study.
E3 study.
E3, excuse me. We have an L3 in our town.
Right,
Sorry.
right.
I'm
you have
old.
a power plant
I'm old,
named
I
in
get
your town
mixed
too,
up,
I think. After you.
Anyway, the E3 study in 2023 said we needed 13,000 megawatts to meet the 0.1 reliability standard. You know what that means? We're not reliable right now. That's what it means for one thing. And that study said that if those plants were built, when there's no mechanism to build them, but if they were built, it would save $5.9 billion a year. Mm-hmm. Now, it's real easy to do the math. Take the capital cost to build them and amortize that over some rate of return. And I've got that information's in your packets. That would save $3.3 billion that could be used to lower electric rates. And that's one way you can lower electric rates, is the lower operating costs. The PPAs get rid of scarcity pricing, and I think some of that $5.9 billion is getting rid of the scarcity pricing, which is driving up costs and accomplishing nothing. And then the generating companies will compete at wholesale. Once they have this proven market and a proven funding mechanism, Katie bar the door, they're going to start building. They're going to build these plants that you want built. And finally, if they have a defined market like that, that's going to lower risks and that's going to lower financing costs. All these lower costs to the sold at wholesale to load-serving entities can be passed through in the form of lower rates to the public. So my plan in summary, and by the way, it's all competitive. These purchase power agreements are all competitive. There's no regulated price. There's no capacity charge that everybody hates, like used in other markets. So in short, after hearing all what you heard today, possible market solutions, I feel like this is a solution that would work, actually lower money and improve competition, and be in the spirit with Senate Bill 7.
Very good. Let me just first off tell you, I appreciate you bringing us a well thought through idea. We probably need to have some more conversations on this. Real quickly, last question. Is there a possibility that if we implement something similar to this, that we would reduce the amount of transmission needed? Or is this irrespective of that?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. In West Texas, the man said he didn't want to build those plants. He just wanted to buy solar and wind. Would you want to would you want your house sold provided with just solar and wind? The reason he can do that is because we have this reliable generation to back up the plant. Why would he build a plant and pay 80% of the cost of a plant is fixed cost? Capacity cost is another word for it. Why would they build that plant when they can get it dirt free? If you have a reliability obligation, then that would change a lot of this, because everybody, all the load serving entities have to pay their fair share of the cost of the reliability.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I answered your question.
Not exactly, but we got a lot of folks to go. We can talk. I've got your information. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah. We batted this around the LSERO and the PCM performance credits and load serving obligations back in 2023. And I think there's two versions of LSERO, if I remember correctly.
Well, the first version was extremely complicated. It used the 4CP method. It forced the LSEs to match their, to cut their load at the time of the system load. It was too cumbersome. It had some of the same principles, but it was way too complicated. What changed everything is the reliability standard. Once you know how much to build, that complex computer model that they use take into account wind conditions, shortage periods, all that kind of stuff is built into it. Simplifies it so much. The only obligation that an LSE has is he got a single megawatt number that he has to contract with a generator.
Thank you for your information. I don't want, there's a lot of people behind us, so we need to respect them. Carrie, yes, sir. Thank you for your service again. Carrie, Deanna, Maggie Hill, and then, okay, so this is the end of the first charge. Is there anyone that would like to talk about the state of Texas electric grid? We're going to then go to the 765 charge. And if you have comments or input regarding 765, I'd rather you do it on that charge instead of doing it on this one. So if you have ideas about our electric grid, the reforms that we've instituted, how to do anything to our grid other than 765, you're welcome to come testify and come forward now. If not, you'll be the last person. So please state your name and begin.
Hi, my name is Carrie Deanna. I am from Taylor, Texas, and I represent HALT Taylor, Texas Data Centers. We got involved in the work that we're doing and learned all about the grid and an amazing amount of the transmission lines because the group of people that I'm working with found out about a data center that had A developer bought some land right behind them, about 500 feet from their neighborhood. Turns out the city had sold the land. It was a parkland that had been given to them a couple of decades ago, and then that deed had kind of been passed around a little bit. That restriction for parkland got lost, and $2 million later, they have a data center being developed 500 feet from a historically black and brown neighborhood. This caused us to really kind of come together and see, what is data centers all about? We spent the last year having to intensely learn everything we could, not just about grids. We live in Taylor, so we have Samsung and Cone Paul and all the big developments coming in. It's the Golden Triangle.
Pretty good barbecue, too.
Oh my God, there's amazing barbecue. There's so much happening there. But what we really found is that after city council, all the answers we ever asked, all the questions we asked is, why do we need this new substation? Oh, it's to stabilize the grid. Well, is it going to connect us to this transmission line that's going to run through our city? Oh, no. We haven't picked that site yet. We need water. We need roads. Everything's the answer is a data center. The fear that people have, whether you live in a city, in a neighborhood, or whether you live out here in the ranches, is that we're being told that all of our answers are these data centers. The data centers are going to be the reason we stabilize the grid, but they're also the reasons that we're bearing the burden cost-wise and environmentally. We are nervous because all of the answers don't match up, and we're having to make these decisions on the fly. A lot of people said, hey, we need to slow down. I actually have it written on my arm. I forgot about this. Festina lente. It means to make haste slowly. All right? And that means to not go back, not to go charging ahead and making mistakes, but to slow it down. Nothing is going to break if we slow down and give a little bit more time. We stop permitting so many data centers. We make sure that the actual need is there. Thank you
so much. Thank you. So you have testimony not about 765s, but about the state of the electric grid, right?
Mine's over 138.
Okay. It's not 765, so off you go.
I had a chart.
Go ahead.
And I wanted you to see it, but the jump.
Um,
Mr. Schwertner.
Yeah, I'll be happy to look at it. That's okay.
I'm not allowed.
One second. Let me look at it and I'll hand you
I'm
back.
not allowed to have a chart, but there's
Please
my
state your
chart.
name and
sir.
begin. Salado Plot.
Yeah.
I know where that is.
3128, just across from Jim Schwertner's cattle company.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think he does. My name's Janice Douglas, and I own 3128 Plot in Salado, Texas. And I have been round and round with at least this many people that I've talked to from Encore, and every one of them tell me the wrong story. For instance, I did not know 138 kV was connected up to 765, but now then, after they shredded my corn 3 days ago and we were going to pick it the next day, 100 feet of my corn shredded. And I asked them to call me and to let me know so I could come out and tell them. And this guy right here said he would do it, then he didn't. And that's Trevor. He said he'd call me so I could go out there and tell him we're going to harvest tomorrow. And then they shredded it anyway. They put a lock on my gate, and that's not going to work for me because it's my gate. There's nothing in there that they need to lock it up. This is my easement. It says that I can graze and agriculture. Apparently, they can do everything else. I have a contract from Encore right here. The first one was the draft that said that I could pay $888,000 for a reroute that included 6 poles. 4 of those poles are already on my property, and a hypotenuse across and cuts off the back 35 acres. This is the other contract right here that was 1 month later said I'd need $3.4 million for that reroute because they will not reroute. I have to pay for the reroute. And it was on my poster on my reroute. The little thing you have in your hand shows my reroute. If you'll notice that everything on that little piece of paper that I gave you, I had to redraw this with my hand. All the X's and the crosses and the H poles and all those, I am covered up with electric lines. Totally covered up with electric lines. It's right there. It's got next to my name. I drew you a little rectangle. That's 100 acres of prime black dirt that has been growing corn since 1963. Encore came through there, and with this easement, they decided to.
Ms. Douglas, I'm going to have someone talk to you here in a little bit, okay, from my team. What county do you live in?
Bell County.
Bell County, okay. Well, I'm not your representative, but I'll help you out. Okay? Oh, God.
Hello.
I don't represent Bell County. I'm very close to it, though.
My property's valued at 2.5 on the appraisal.
Mm-hmm.
I can get $500,000 for it right now. Today is the corn patch.
We're gonna try to understand your issue a little bit more, if that's okay. And I'm gonna have someone in my team talk to her. Well, I got my whole team.
Stanley Miller.
Thank you. Hang out, Miss Douglas.
I was showing land the other day with
Yes.
the LCRA line, Stanley Miller.
1 second. State your name.
Stanley Miller.
Okay, Stanley Miller, please begin.
And it affected the buyers because they saw the lines. The line would go through north end of my pasture next to a house.
Uh-huh.
And I don't understand, I've listened to most of what's been said today. I don't understand why, since I went to Fort McCavitt and they said, I believe they said 8 billion cubic feet of natural gas is sent to East Texas every day. Maybe I'm off on my numbers. But with, why can't that gas be used for a plant for less than 30 billion where they need it in West Texas? That's the part I don't understand. I haven't heard that emphasized all day, but that's the part I can't understand.
Anything else you would like to say?
That's it.
All right.
Can you please, someone explain that?
I appreciate your testimony.
Of course, it was
Thank y'all for
electricians
coming today. Y'all
You
look
know, their
good.
perspective, they're electricians, they want the job.
Yeah.
But that's the part.
We understand there's a profit motive, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So with that, we're going to close public testimony on the first charge, and Chair opens up public testimony on the second charge concerning 765 Tanya Tucker. Oh, is Tanya Tucker here? Yeah, okay. Chair calls Tanya Tucker. Thank you. She's coming. Yes, the singer. We get a special. It's going to be exciting. Where is she at? Where is she?
She's here. She's outside the room.
All right. Tanya Tucker. Chair calls Tanya Tucker on charge 1, right? Charge 2. Yeah, charge 2. Oh, Chair opens up public testimony in charge 2 regarding 765 lines. And yes, welcome. This is, have a seat. Right in the middle.
Right in the middle.
Right in the
That's
middle.
me, always stuck in the middle.
This is the Business and Commerce Committee of the state of Texas. Where'd you come in from?
I came in from Nashville.
Nashville, okay.
I'm making a movie there, and
Well, welcome.
I told him I should be here, but
Well, please state your name, and then you may begin on your testimony.
okay. Well, I said good evening, Chairman Schwertner, and Vice Chair King, and members of the committee. I thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm Tanya Tucker, and some of you might know me as a singer. I had a little song called "Texas When I Die," and this evening I'm not here to sing. I'm here to talk to you heart to heart, Texan to Texan. I was born in Seminole, and like Willie, you know, I've spent most of my life out there on the road making music with my friends. But now I make my home in Burnett County, close to Briggs, and just about an hour north of here.
Briggs.
That ranch is our little piece of Texas heaven, and with our horses and our animals and the prettiest sunsets I've ever seen. I've even recorded music out there, and a couple years ago, Texas Monthly came out and shot my cover for the magazine. I even shot my last album cover there. I was so proud to be in Times Square on the day it was released. And there were pictures of the Dillingham Ranch on these big screens over Times Square and thousands of people walking and watching from below. Those 765 kilovolt lines would run right through that exact spot. The landscape would be changed forever. You know, and I'm sad, but I'm mad. And I'm very disappointed on how this has been handled. This isn't the way we do things in Texas. You don't rush in and turn someone's life upside down. I'm also here to speak for Craig Dillingham, whose great-grandfather came to Burnett County in 1885, and he was a Burnett County commissioner and a rancher. And this land has been in Craig's family for over 140 years. Craig's father was born on this ranch in 1921, so how do you put a price on that? I want to speak for Suzanne, too, his sister. Oh, be
go
quiet.
ahead. Give a.
I want to speak for his cousins, his sister, you know, whose home is also directly in one of the preferred routes. I want to speak for his cousins who have ranches next to us. I want to be the voice for all the people who can't be here today, whose lives will be severely affected by these transmission lines. Some weren't even notified. Some can't afford to hire attorneys to represent them. And I want to speak for those people too. And before you disrupt so many lives, I just ask that you take a longer look at the other options. Because I love Texas so much. And I want Texas to have a strong power grid. I remember those ice storms back in 21 when I was out there melting snow so I could flush the toilets. That was a real picture. If we're going to do this, though, we got to make sure this thing is done right. And I got to take one thing back, y'all. Okay, just one thing. I am going to sing. When I die, I may not go to heaven. I don't know if they let cowboys in. If they don't, just let me go to Texas. Yeah. 'Cause Texas is as close as I've been. I'll tell you what, God bless Texas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for I hope y'all didn't mind the extra indulgence on her testimony. All right, so charge 2, Damian Berelick. Thank you. Mark Frischenhahn, Michael Smith, John Hilburn, Frederica Foster, Greg Torres, Coe Collinsworth. I'm calling names kind of quick, so we all come up, grab a chair in the front, and anyone, is the 4 chairs right there or any of the reserved areas? Kevin Kennedy. Very first 2, Damon Borelli, Mark Frischenhahn, Michael Smith, John Hilburn, Frederick Foster, Greg Torres, Coe Collinsworth. Y'all have a seat?
Who gets?
One second, let me get the order in the room here. If y'all would, anybody that's been called, if you can't get a front row seat here, get the next 4, okay? Welcome. Please go ahead and state your name, and you may begin.
Having to follow her.
Yeah, that's hard to do. That's not
Trying
easy.
to follow Nick Saban.
Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Coymark Collinsworth. My wife, Lori, and I own a 195-acre farm in Bluffdale, Texas, named Forks of the Paluxy, which is where the north and south forks of the Paluxy River come together. That's where we live and have a thoroughbred racing and breeding operation. We acquired this property in 2012, and we now have a very significant financial investment in the land and improvements in making Forks of the Paluxy our home for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, and for these race horses. Having this place is the realization of a lifelong dream and answered prayers to have what is now and arguably one of the finest rural estates in Texas. A transmission line through our property would render the homes uninhabitable and a horse breeding program impossible and totally forever ruin the land. The specter and thought of these massive 160-foot towers draping multiple massive transmission lines across the land, in addition to the proposed influx of data centers, water shortages, construction, and noise pollution, is really almost too much to bear. Rather than destroying the lands and lives of people with multi-billion-dollar transmission lines, the logical solution for providing electricity to the Permian Basin is local electrical generation for local use. The Permian Basin is awash in natural gas, which is the most reliable and clean source of energy to generate electricity for the so-called electrification of the oil and gas industry, which is using the electrical grid to power oil and gas drilling operations. Sending electricity to the Permian Basin does not make economic or practical sense when compared to local generation of electricity from natural gas. Thank you very much for the
Appreciate your
opportunity.
time. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Please state your name, and you may begin.
Yes, sir. Chairman Schwertner and the committee, I'm Mark Frischenhahn, a pecan farmer in Comal County, and I also own land in Schleicher and Menard counties where one of the power line comes near me. I have the impression, and I've heard today, that we've talked about the power lines being needed right now. I respectfully submit that view is based on incomplete information, and I'll try to explain. When all this started, I sized up three choices: remain silent, state that I don't want it on my land, put it somewhere else, or assess the needs determination for the line. I chose the latter, along with a few of the 800 interveners on the line. We concluded that the needs determination for the entire project is inadequate, deficient, and flawed. The studies used, and they did use the 2024 ERCOT studies that included data centers and attestation letters that generated a large estimated power demand in West Texas. Those studies included how to transmit some of the power, but did not include a full assessment of the additional power generation needed or where it needs to be located, nor alternatives. A simple material balance of the power for the Permian Basin just doesn't add up. And if you would, and if you're interested, one of my attachments, page 2, has a little illustration. Simply stated, the TSPs are proposing that we purchase a multi-billion-dollar extension cord without a generator to plug it in. My assessment is closely aligned with several, including Senator Sparks. I respectfully request that your committee take a hard look at these assessments and use the legislature's influence to do three things: pause the PUC plans, reevaluate the need for the lines, and figure out a way to put generation on site, specifically combined cycle gas turbines that are very efficient, that might even be able to desalinate water while we're at it. And third, address the apparent transmission bottlenecks in the Permian Basin immediately.
Thank you.
I have several attachments there. Thank you very much.
You put your engineering degree to good work. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Go ahead, sir.
I can't thank you guys enough and for being here today, Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Damon Byerly, and I serve as a Burnett County Commissioner. I'm here on behalf of Burnett County and the landowners I represent. Burnett County is not an industrial corridor. It is made up of working ranches, multi-generational family properties, critical watersheds, wildlife habitat, historic sites, and communities built around agriculture and tourism. What concerns me is the process. Landowners and local officials were not meaningfully included before the decision was made to pursue transmission at this unprecedented scale. Rural Texans are now being asked to surrender property rights and accept permanent consequences without independent, transparent evidence showing that these lines are necessary or that less damaging alternatives have not been fully considered. All today have agreed that, including this committee, the providers, the PUC chair, and the SOA representative, that the new process and its timeline was too short and it's unfair, and it will be revisited and revised in the next session. That in itself should nullify all the previous PUC proceedings so far as unfair to these property owners. There are unanswered questions about impacts on emergency communications, public safety, protected wildlife, and long-term health. These questions deserve independent review and not studies conducted only by the utilities that stand to build the project. If additional transmission is truly necessary, existing highway, railroad, and utility rights-of-way should be given serious priority before cutting new corridors through family land. I respectfully ask this committee to protect private property owners, demand meaningful local involvement, and ensure that less intrusive alternatives are thoroughly examined before these projects move forward. The PUC and Encore are carrying out what seems to be what the Texas legislature asked them to do in the 23 session, but in a way no one ever dreamed would happen. Please ask Governor Abbott to pause these lines, reevaluate, and implement better direction to the PUC with what's been learned. Thank you for your time, and I truly thank you for your service to Texas.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yours too. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Chairman Schwertner and the rest of the committee. My name is Greg Torres. I'm the county attorney of McCulloch County, and with me today is the county judge, just right here on the first row, along with all four precinct commissioners. And again, we're from McCulloch County. The county seat is Brady. And we're here tonight, and we've been here since 7 a.m. because since this project has been proposed, not one constituent anywhere in our county has been in support of it. Instead, for the past year, we've had concerns over the process, over landowner use, private property rights, and we felt compelled to stand in opposition of this 765 transmission line. And we've got some real practical reasons of why we're doing it. Number one, our road conditions for us that live in rural Texas, they're in disrepair. This was highlighted by the July 2025 floods just last year that exacerbated an already existing problem. We're working with FEMA right now to remedy that situation. That work is months away from being completed. The second is when this process comes to fruition, decision makers have to come up with what a community value is. And for us, it's not a community value, it's the community value. The community value in McCullough County is agriculture. It's our farms, ranches, countryside, and it's our hunting industry. That's not a community value. That's literally the entire industries of what makes our county go. We've heard a lot of talk and testimony throughout this entire day of Texans need to be prepared for Toyota, for Tesla, for all the people moving in. And when the conversation shifts to rural Texans, they kind of get puppy dog eyes and they say, well, we'll talk to them better next time we tell them the decision. I know they don't mean it, but it's really patronizing. Our arguments have merit, and we want rural Texans to be heard in this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Very strong. Senator Sparks.
I just wanted to thank Mr. Friesenhahn. I see you worked in the oil and gas industry for 42 years for ExxonMobil, so I appreciate you bringing some of this information to us.
Yeah, Senator, you'll see that my material balance that I put together from studying all this very hard, using my PE background as a basis of ethics and study, matches your assessment very well in the letter you just wrote. And I appreciate you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the rest of you guys as well.
Thank you. Senator Colcourse.
Yeah, just very quickly. When you said nobody in your county wants it, just price-wise, we heard the lady with the corn, and I know, Senator, thank you, Chairman, thank you for sending a staffer out to talk to her, because if you're listening, that's just not right to cut a right-of-way when you're getting ready to harvest. It's just not that hard. It's really not that hard to get this right. What kind of prices are people being offered? And do y'all get any property taxes, Commissioner, off of any of this?
As far as prices,
County Attorney.
County Attorney.
County Attorney, yes.
Sorry, you're a commissioner.
Were you asking me, Senator? I'm sorry.
Either one of you.
Oh, you want to go first?
We haven't seen any of that yet.
We haven't either, Senator. I'm sure those discussions will be coming. As far as the property taxes, yes, to my understanding, some of the entities involved have alluded to that. And again, I know they mean well. They've been polite. But when it comes to, the actual character and identity and way of life of rural Texans, and we're talking about rural here. This isn't Parker County or even ERAP. We're talking
I know where it is.
This is rural. I mean, it's...
My family had Wall, Texas.
All right, that's really rural too.
That'll do.
But and I know, they're very polite. But when it comes to the crumbs of property value we get, it just simply can't add up to the cost of losing generational farming, ranching, and our hunting industry.
Yeah, I hear you. The gentleman, Mr. Chairman, that spoke, he's a young man with the two little boys, I believe, and when he says he has $1.5 million equity, I mean, and he served our country, I believe, if I remember correctly, and you do lose value. I'm a country girl. I live in the country. Grown up in the country all my life. And, when you work really hard and you have a little corner of your world and you've got a beautiful view corridor and you get to see that sunset, and then you hope that you can pass that on to your children, or if you run into tough times, you might have to sell it yourself. But if you have a power line that you look at, it really does devalue your property. And I felt real sorry for him because I know how hard you work. $1.5 million is a lot of money. A lot of money for an individual. So we're hearing y'all.
May I say one more thing on behalf of county governments, just very briefly? And because it's a bigger picture, because it's not just the transmission line. I've been the county attorney for now 3 years. It's the battery storage facilities you've heard about, the solar panels, the wind turbines. And what's really happening on the ground level of local government is that what used to be ignored or forgotten about places, just peaceful, quiet, is now become the most sought after locations for all of these entities. It's information overload. We're having to play referee. They want tax abatements. They want variances.
Don't give them any.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, because we give you that power through the chapter 312, and don't give them any tax abatements. Okay. Look. I'm telling you, power. You got that power. You know, the state of Texas through the statutes gave you that ability to say yes or no. The last thing I'm going to say is that have y'all seen or asked this as a question? I had one of my county judges in Gonzales County come and take it, Gonzales, that said that he had a solar farm coming in and they were going to get an agriculture exemption. And I had to start laughing out loud. I said, well, how is that? And he said, well, they're going to let goats graze underneath the panels. And that is just complete, like, absolute, like, no. And I mean, I'm trying to help him through that, but do y'all see any of that?
Literally the same exact situation. A company, myself and the judge and another commissioner were in a meeting, and we asked them what they were going to do for maintenance. They were going to get goats. Same situation.
No, we really do have to close that loophole of that. So you're taking a piece of agricultural land and you're putting panels on it, and so the one advantage would be, even though they depreciate quickly, the one advantage would be to get some tax revenue off of it, right? And now you say you're going to have goats that graze underneath it. And again, I'm going to say this. They spray chemicals on the panels to clean them. I know this from the industry. They've told me that. And so you really anybody want to eat those goats or have any products off those goats that been eating those chemicals? I don't know. I'm a little mahash, if y'all hadn't heard, Senate Bill 25. And I'm sure that me and RFK Jr. would agree that is not the meat or the goat's milk that you want to drink. That's all I'm going to say. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you very much. Commissioners and Judge, thank y'all for being here, for making the drive. If y'all aren't justified, I don't think you are, but y'all have a safe trip home. Frederica Foster, Kevin Kennedy, George Nolke, Paul Grime, Don Brown, Laura Montgomery, Gary Montgomery, Brandon Huckabee, Joanna Freebley. We'll stop there. Hang on 1 second. I want to hear you. Anyone extra, go ahead and sit there, and y'all come up after this panel. Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Frederica Foster, live in Llano County.
Llano County? Okay.
I'm a very active rancher. And when I saw that we got the white envelope, there was a hardness in my gut. Because this land has been in my family for about 100 years. I'm committed to the land. We make sure we take care of it. We take care of the fences. We do what we need to for our cattle. And this will disrupt our plans. You can imagine it would. And I've been through challenges in my life, but nothing like this. This is really hard. And I will fight for everything I have to keep it, because it's been given to me from generations of sacrifice. And I appreciate it. And my job is to oversee it and protect it. And it's not right to take it. It is a takings. If you choose to be a part of this with the transmission lines, any of you, you are taking property rights. You are taking and encouraging destruction to the cattle industry. Don't you think it's important what you eat? Everything's been about AI. What about what you eat? That has not even been brought up today. And if you're also, we contribute $150 billion to the economy of the state. What about us?
Thank you, Ms. Foster. You'd get along quite well with my mother. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Michael Smith.
House Bill 5066 didn't address 765 kilovolt lines or give ERCOT and the PUCT the authority to redesign the power grid from a 345 system to a 765 system. The key point here is a redesign, and they don't have the authority to make that monumental change. What is the risk of redesigning the voltage architecture of the state power grid from a 345 kilovolt system to a 765 kilovolt system, and the change in exposure to electric and magnetic fields and their impact to the issues that Pura says are important: public health and safety, wildlife and environmental integrity, and property? I've done extensive research for over a year and found a gross negligence in the lack of due diligence in this matter. ERCOT did a third-party analysis on cost, but as you heard today, no third-party analysis on health, safety, wildlife, the environmental integrity, property, etc., that Pura says is important in analyzing the transmission lines. PUC's answer to this question in my RFI and the PUCT exchange item 3743 was that they weren't aware of any studies and what the impact would be, and it wasn't their responsibility to go find out. Encore stated to the Highland Lakes Planning Commission that they weren't aware of any studies done concerning this impact. I'm convinced that you also are unaware of how the redesign to a 765 kilovolt system impacts the health, safety, the environment, the wildlife, and the property of the citizens of the state of Texas. Don't let PUCT and ERCOT's gross negligence in doing due diligence cause you to be negligent in protecting your family and the citizens of the state of Texas and stop the redesign of the state power grid to a 765
Perfect timing.
system.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Welcome. Please state your name and begin.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Also, thank you for all the good questions today. It's been enlightening. My name is Paul Grimmie. My wife and I own a 1,421-acre working cattle ranch in San Saba County. It's our home, it's our business, it's a conservation project that's been underway for more than 25 years. And we do support reliable electricity and understand that Texas needs to continue to invest in that. Our property is directly affected by the proposed Bell County to Big Hill 765 kV transmission line. If routed across our ranch, and it runs right through it, right over top of one of our irrigation systems, it'll have a permanent impact on our family and our operation. But my biggest concern isn't just the line, it's the process we've been through on where we got here. See, the utilities have years to prepare their cases. Landowners typically only have a few weeks, particularly those that are affected when a route is amended and we get late notice. Good luck trying to find an attorney that's not conflicted, trying to get all of your evidence together and in time to do all of your testimonies and so on. Many of my colleagues at Landowners simply cannot do that. Many of them just choose not to, as you saw by how many dropped out of the process. This process should not move so quickly that due process becomes collateral damage. So when landowners are rushed simply to make this statutory deadline, it creates a perception, and for many the reality, that private property rights have become subordinate to meeting the schedule rather than just the best decision. Now, I know there have been a lot of assumptions also on the 765 kV line and the assumptions underlying it and whether it has need. But I really respectfully ask the commission for two things. The first is you got to restore enough time in this process to let landowners participate, particularly if they've been affected by an amended route. It just does not leave us enough time to become fully involved, especially when we're new to the process and don't understand it. Second, please give the updated determination need for these power lines. I think it's definitely needed after today. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and begin.
My name is Kevin Kennedy. I'm a landowner, retired engineer, and pro se intervener on two different dockets from Burnett County. And the biggest issue that we have, in my opinion, is that this PUC process, it's a legal process. It's kind of like this. It's not about engineering. So I was an engineer. I worked for TxDOT. We dug into stuff and worked collaboratively to come up with solutions. This is a process that is hashed out in a courthouse between lawyers. should be in engineering. You've heard all the issues from landowners, and you're going to hear a whole lot more. Now, the absurdity of it is that the state of Texas calls on us to solve this problem. So SOA Order Number 1 in every PUC docket has a section, and when I saw this, I thought, okay, Kennedy, here it is. Let's pay attention. It's a caution to interested parties, and it says that landowners have a duty to intervene to bring the information necessary to the decision makers, being the SOA ALJs and the PUC commissioners. Now, how can we compete with ERCOT and Encore? And Commissioner Colhorst, you said earlier that, well, this is about routing and y'all aren't here about need, but we're the ones that have to argue the need because that decision is made by the PUC. And the Permian Basin Plan is a good example. So we heard Encore's lawyer earlier say that the Permian Basin Plan brought 17,000 megawatts of generation into that study, and that wasn't sufficient. Now, what they don't tell you is simultaneously, ERCOT is developing the 2024 RTP, running along right beside each other. In that one, they had to put 60,000 of generation in it to match the demand. So the demand didn't match, the generation didn't match, and that means that the need doesn't make any sense. So you start asking questions, and if you're going to come back on me, on landowners, if it doesn't pass the smell test, then you got to figure it out.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you all very much. This panel is excused. If you would move the chair for the lady here in back here. Thank you very much. And then anyone else I'd called, please come forward and have a seat. Laura Montgomery, Gary Montgomery, Christine Durfee, Dana Herod, Lance Cashion. Those are individuals. Y'all have a seat if I've called your name.
I can't get straight. That's okay.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Oh,
You can be first, all right? Can y'all move that microphone up for her just a little bit? Thank you.
thank you.
Please state your name to begin with.
My name's Joanna Friebel, and thank you, Chairman Schwertner and senators, for listening to us today. 2 years ago, I sat in this room and learned about the Permian Basin Plan, and everybody was excited about it. And I'm going, what is this? What is this? So I began looking into it. And I thought legislators would have to come back. Afterwards, this was just discussion in the interim, and they would come back next session and approve this. Didn't happen. I keep looking for it. I don't see it happening. So the thing that first got me was there was no legislative oversight on this plan. And that was a big red flag to me anyway. So it was up to the bureaucratic decision makers, and then the plan morphed into the step plan from the Permian Basin Plan. So that was an interesting move. My first career was in design and planning for major commercial projects from Belfast to London to Dubai. And Senator King said it earlier, commercial projects don't work like this. And they have, if you go over, if you go over, then you need to be penalized. Same thing, this is not like any project I've ever seen before. The 765 plan is unnecessary in my opinion, and I'm far from alone, obviously. The PUC process needs to be overhauled. Everybody has said that today, everybody has talked about it, and the process is flawed. It does not help us pro se interveners. They don't know what to do, and we're not legal. While the SB 6 rules are still being evaluated in cost allocation on large loads behind the meter generation, this project deserves re-examination before that's done. Forecasts remain uncertain.
Thank you for your testimony. We have your written information. Thank you for being here. Welcome, sir. Please state your name. You may begin.
Chairman Schwertner and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Brandon Huckabee, and I'm honored to serve the people of Erath County as county judge and chairman of the Erath-Somerville Sub-Regional Planning Commission. 3 of my constituents here, the 2 young men that you had at the beginning, live in Erath County, and we're proud of them today as well. I came here to ask you to look beyond the lines that are on these maps and see the people underneath them. In Erath County, the Encore Best Meats route would run right beside White Horse Christian Academy, a newly built school serving more than 160 children. The line would impact its future growth and destroy their master plan. Families invested in that campus believing they were building something for generations of children. Another family business on a proposed route is Armagh Creamery, a fifth-generation farm. Their livelihood is tied to that land and to the organic dairy operation they spent years building. They now face the possibility that a transmission line cutting through their property could threaten the future of that business in its current location. And this impact reaches one of the state's great public universities, Charleston State University. President Dr. James Hurley has given me permission to share that the university has significant concerns about the proposed routing dissecting agricultural land by its College of through its College of Agriculture. The land is important not only to Charlton's ability to grow, but to the hands-on education and agricultural research serving current and future students. This isn't simply about what we lose today. It's about opportunities we may take away from generations of students that haven't arrived yet. And those are only 3 of the stories. There's hundreds more across Erath County. Farmers, ranchers, businessmen, and women, families who are asking what will do to the life they built. I've sat with these people, I've listened to them, and what troubles me the most is this. Today, I can't look them in the eye and tell them Texas has proven their sacrifice is absolutely necessary. The loss of livelihood, the loss of a school's future, the loss of a family's plans for land they hope to leave to their children, and then we ask those same Texans to help pay for these lines on their electric bills.
Thank you, Judge Huckabee. Appreciate you being here for your constituents. Welcome. Oh, by the way, you have a nice game warden training facility there. Go ahead.
Chairman Schwertner and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Laura Montgomery, and I live in Stephenville, Texas. I've practiced as an occupational therapist since '77, caring for patients from newborn to older adults with a wide range of disabilities. Because of my professional background, I take potential health risks seriously. While scientific opinions differ regarding the long-term effects of the electromagnetic fields from the high-voltage transmission lines, I remain concerned about the uncertainty, particularly for families and young children who live near the 765 line. More research is needed to better understand the potential long-term effects on people, livestock, and wildlife. This project has already taken a significant toll on my family. The stress and uncertainty has been overwhelming. My husband has recently developed shingles, which is likely triggered from stress. We even postponed a once-in-a-lifetime anniversary trip because we felt it was more important to defend our home. Beyond the unanswered health questions, this line would permanently change our quality of life. Imagine looking out your back door every day at one of the largest transmission lines in the United States, standing just 264 feet from the back of my house, from my back door. I also believe there is better alternatives, generating more electricity closer to where it's needed, such as the Chevron's Project Kilby in West Texas. It demonstrates that Texas can meet a growing energy demands while reducing the need for massive transmission corridors across private property. This transmission line would permanently affect our home, our property, and our future. I respectfully ask for y'all to support the alternatives that protect Texas families and avoid placing transmission lines so close to existing homes.
Thank you, Ms. Montgomery. Please grab the microphone and pull it close.
Yes, sir. Chairman Schwertner and members of the committee, my name is Gary Montgomery, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My wife and I have lived on this property since October 1990, where we raised 2 of our children. Our property consists of approximately 3 1/4 acres. My property is essential to my livelihood because it provides the space to park, maneuver, and maintain my semi-truck and trailer safely. The amount of usable land available to me is critical for operating my trucking and cattle business. The proposed link C3 would be located only approximately 264 feet from my home, 178 feet from my water well, and 130 feet from my shop. This is literally in my backyard. My property is already burdened by an existing transmission line. The proposed 765 kV line
would cross over that existing line, prohibiting further use and decreasing the value of my property. I have serious concerns regarding the potential health effects associated with living within 300 feet of the 765 transmission line. Surely a better alternative is the model recently adopted by Chevron and Microsoft in West Texas. Through Project Kilby, Chevron will construct a dedicated off-grid natural gas-fired power facility under a 20-year power agreement to directly serve Microsoft's nearby data center. This proposed transmission line would have a substantial impact on my property, my livelihood, and my family's life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. I respectfully ask the Senate committee to carefully consider these impacts and to support a route or alternative that avoids placing this transmission line so close to existing homes and private property owners. Thank you for your time and consideration.
You, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you. Judge, panel, if y'all are excused, thank you very much. Anyone else in the back, please come forward. Lance Cashion, Jim Bell, Jim Scott, Ben Pate, Cindy Shipman, Mia Surratt, Emily Howell, Diane Wright, Dave Clark, Stephanie Winnett, Carla Wills, Christina Noland. Any of those individuals? Looks like we got a panel here. Please state your name and you may begin, sir.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is George Nolke, and I'm a landowner and intervener from Erie County. I retired from the Texas Attorney General's office in 2014 after 24 years as an assistant attorney general. I served in the Administrative Law Division where I provided general counsel services to several state agencies, including SOA. I also defended agencies at district court and above in contested case appeals under the APA. First, I want to alert you that the evidence shows that the applicants have no direct experience with managing a 765 line over the state's largest gas pipelines, the Eiger and the Matterhorn. Those pipelines will carry a combined 6.2 billion cubic feet of gas per day by the time the applicant's line is operational. Second, please note that conclusion of law number 16 and 59-182 provides that the application will not result in the probable lowering of cost to consumers in the area. And third, I ask that you consider that 839 interveners, more than half of the intervener class in 59-475, were wrongfully severed by the applicants before the hearing on the merits began. This is without question one of the most significant injustices caused by the aggressive 180-day requirement in HB 5066. Finally, my position is that each of the 765 applications should be dismissed because 59-182 is now dismissed by operation of law. The PUC failed to meet the 180-day requirement. My pleadings and other relevant information can be found on my website at governmentinthesun.com. Thank you.
Thank you. Please grab the microphone and state your name again.
My name is Jim Bell. I live in Granbury, Texas, in Hood County, and I'm here for Protect the Paluxy Valley. To be clear, we don't want these data centers here at all. People who move here into these rural areas want to see the wildlife, trees, and hills, privacy of a true rural setting. Data centers have a history of duplicity in establishing NDAs with utility providers, and this prevents citizens from getting information they have a right to obtain. Meta has already done this in Loudoun County, Georgia. Data center developers are in a race to get in and start their projects before Texas creates proper regulations in hopes of being grandfathered in ahead of legislation. They are aware that Texas has not established proper regulations for projects like theirs. They use factual misleading statistics to justify only phase one of their intended projects, and they all have plans to expand into further phases. They are exploiting the absence of regulations that are necessary but haven't been written. Data centers can't use eminent domain for infrastructure, but the utility companies can. We need you to require them to use underground installation and use the most expensive but the best options. Nobody except the data center would buy a property if a 180-foot power line tower is 65 feet from the back door of their house. They can't be compensated for an easement while suffering this kind of collateral damage. If the utility providers use eminent domain for easements, they'll only compensate landowners for the land in the easement. Utility providers should not be who pays for these installations. If they are, ratepayers will foot the bills. The construction phase alone of these projects will devastate local tourism economies, and that construction takes years to complete.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name again.
Hi, I'm Dana Herod, the sixth generation of my family to live in Erath County. As a child, my father instilled a strong love of land. We have wildlife as well as many migratory birds. Sadly, many will lose their homes and food sources when the scrub brush and more trees than I could count, including 100-year-old oaks and pecans, will be removed. Unfortunately, this is true of most of the routes through Central Texas. The D22 link will divide our property by crossing over our most fertile valley with a spring-fed tank and a shallow water table pasture that provides grass and water during severe droughts. My worst fear would be that the four deep concrete support footings for each tower would cause a disruption and contamination to the underground spring. My mother's well is 42 feet deep. I have two neighbors who have 60-foot deep wells. We are concerned that they will lose their water source. This line will bisect our land in between my dream home we built on a hill in 2020 and my mother's house located on the parcel next to me. Visitors often comment on my gorgeous view that will be lost. We currently run 3 separate herds of cattle in our cow-calf operation today, and it has allowed me to live a career in the dairy industry after 23 years. This transmission line will be a tremendous hardship if we are required to keep all of our cattle out of this area during construction. And I just shudder to think about what we will really end up doing. I want to thank you all today for taking the time to listen to so many people. I wish I had the great answer to tell you on a great solution, but as y'all know, this is a complicated issue. I pray you will pause this. I pray you will wait and you will do due diligence to find a solution for all of us. I want my fellow Texans to have reliable energy, but I do not want to sacrifice my land for them. With that, unless that's really the case, it has to be. Thank you for your time.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name again.
Chairman Schwertner, members, my name is Jim Scott. 30 years ago, I developed a routing model for the global energy companies, and the Electrical Power Research Institute basically adopted it as a national standard in 2006. That model modernized planning because it was able to go beyond just engineering perspectives and include multiple kinds of perspectives, including cultural, economic, historical, and integrated environmental analysis in a geographic information system. This April, I was retained by Luther King, whom you heard from earlier, in the Bell County East to Big Hill project as an expert witness. And my mission was to benchmark my approach against the current practice in Texas. Applying my environmental planning discipline, identified corridors of suitability first, and then defined routes inside them. The experience exposed 2 fundamental flaws with the existing Texas process. First, in 50 years since the Regulatory Act was passed, the statute never prescribed any defensible planning methodology. Instead, it let applicants determine how to meet the state's core objectives to consider multiple human values and environmental integrity. Second, this has led to legal proceedings replacing real planning that uses front-end public input and to define suitable corridors, and today's landowners are locked out until the lines are already drawn. They can only argue to make their land someone else's problem. You might hear industry protest that any change to the status quo risks more cost, more time, and creates undue burden to make their applications go forward. They'd be wrong on all those counts. Sound front-end planning reduces the scope and the scale of back-end litigation that plagues these projects. Today, I'm asking you to return the statute to be responsive to the public interest, to walk through, to direct the PUC to require a planning methodology that prioritizes public and landowner input before any routes are drawn. The rest of a responsive process follows with independent environmental analysis, transparent way-driven modeling, and a result that serves judges and commissioners' decisions with clear
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
alternatives.
In theory, I support the idea of more input prior to lines or draws. And you said you developed a methodology that allows that?
It's based on that.
It's based on that.
Yes, sir.
Very good. Okay. Keep that right there. Thank y'all very much. This panel's excused. Oh, wait. Do we have, no, well, yes, y'all are excused. Thank you very much. Jim Scott. The next group come forward. I know y'all were sitting in back there, so anyone that I've called, come forward there. Yes. If it's the four people, and then we'll get the rest of y'all too. So. Oh, my team's already met with you, I'm being advised, Mr. Scott. All right. Welcome. Please state your name. Begin.
My name is Emily Martin Howell. Thank you, Chairman Schwertner and the committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today for another opportunity to have our voices heard. You have seen many people here today who are concerned about the proposed project. I'm here today as one of them. I stand as a landowner directly affected by the proposed Dinosaur Longshore line, link C3 and C8. The Best Meets Route 559 was recently a decision given by SOA. I'm on that route. I want to share I was legally notified by mail, postmarked in February of this year, but not aware of the project except by a neighbor less than 30 days before the deadline to become an intervener. Specifically on March 9th, 2026, I was made aware of the project from a neighbor in Link 8. Like many landowners who do not do business regularly with Encore, I had previously disregarded their mailing as junk mail. Since March 10th of this year, I have had the honor to work with many other volunteers to help our fellow neighbors to have their voices heard to defend their homes, businesses, schools, and family legacies. We have had to learn how to navigate a system that is not user-friendly to pro se with a limited amount of time. One of my fellow volunteers has provided a timeline in this process. I've included attachments to my testimony that show the filings in my name related to 59315. Not only did I have to file mine, but on behalf of others across our area. Before these filings, we had to educate people to advocate for themselves. We had over 1,000 intervener filers. Unfortunately, over 600 of them were dismissed from the case because they missed a deadline with SOA. There should never be a time when neighbors have to advocate for themselves and help their neighbors in a matter of this scale. I've included testimonies of others with my testimonies as attachments because I've been their only route to be able to have a voice.
Thank you very much for your testimony. This is a lot of information you provided about what you've gone through. Thank you very much. Please state your name, begin.
My name is Dave Clark. I'm a director of Friends of the San Saba and a landowner on the San Saba River. I'm a retired CPA, and I want to start by providing you with some big numbers. The Permian Basin 765 lines could be 1,300 miles, which is the same distance as Austin to Washington, D.C. The lines could consume 33,000 acres of landowners' property. Landowners agree with Chairman Sparks, Chairman Buckley, and many other legislators that the PUC should delay any final decisions until the legislature can determine the proper regulatory processes for these massive transmission lines. In my written testimony, I explain the following 12 problems and provide solutions. 1, Encore's holistic routing analysis is subjective, not documented, and not verifiable. 2, landowners say the June 2025 public participation meetings were terrible. 3, proposed route links cross through many of landowners' properties because Encore used parcel data and not owner data. 4, the applicants did not follow up with landowners or local officials about their concerns. 5, the notice sent to landowners was confusing and lacked important information. 6, many landowners learned for the first time they were impacted by new routes when they received their notice. 7, the CCN application is very confusing and difficult for landowners to understand. 8, no instructions were provided for self-represented landowners. 9, landowners are only allowed 90 days to make their case. 10, interveners had to upload their testimony and exhibits to 3 different systems. 11, interveners were not allowed adequate time to complete their cross-examination. 12, many legislators question if the Permian Basin Reliability Plan is consistent with legislative direction. Please read my written testimony for more details.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
Clark.
pause.
Thank you for
Thank
having it in the way you did. Very organized.
Chairman,
Senator.
quick question. I got the 1,300 miles, which is Austin to Washington, D.C. How many acres did you say?
33,000.
33,000. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name again.
Good evening, Chair, members. My name is Krista Nolan. For those of you who know me professionally, I need to clarify. I'm here today as a private Texan only. There we go. My family came by wagon train in the early 1800s to what we now call Burnett County. Our livelihood has been sustained by the land our family owns and passes to the next generation for 8 generations. It has been our legacy and our greatest gift. Needless to say, we were outraged when we got the notification in the mail, and not only learned a transmission line might be coming closer in our view, but that it dissects literally the ranch in 2 and crosses the ranch for over a mile. We mobilized. Later, we became increasingly concerned by the lack of due diligence, conflicts of interest, cost reasonableness, the lack of landowner communication and involvement, the timeliness of notifications to impacted parties, and the haphazard routing, which essentially meant by avoiding houses, they hit legacy ranches because there was less homes. Respectfully, we ask for the process to be paused until after the next session. If that is not possible, we ask this committee to request a special session from the governor. The decisions being made right now regarding the 765 transmission lines will impact future generations. Please consider your legacy, the Texas you want to leave to the next generations, and the oversight, lawmaking, and stewardship authority you have, and thank you for your service and patience.
Thank
Gig 'em.
you. Excellent timing.
Thank
Please
you.
state your name again.
All right, thank you. My name is Ben Pate. I'm from Dublin, Texas, and I'm a member of the Dinosaur Longshore 765 opposition group. My land was purchased by my father in 1950 after he miraculously survived World War II. Having to give up his land for this Encore project is disturbing. I would not ever want to live next to the power lines because research shows the electromagnetic radiation causes cancer in both humans and animals. We have asked if the power lines will be affected by passing over smaller lines. It turns out that Encore has not done their engineering, does not know the effects of the power lines that will have on terrain, people, animals, crops, or other power lines. The best solution to this problem is to not have the power lines at all. Let the billionaires pay for their own power generation on site, not run the world's longest extension cord through 70,000 acres of pristine Texas farmland. It will cost Texans $33 billion for this. I wanted to also bring up in your discussions today, they talked about the power being taken from Glen Rose to be sent out to West Texas. But Glen Rose powers Dallas-Fort Worth. If you take all of the extra power and send it out to data centers in the West, is there anything extra for Dallas-Fort Worth? No one talked about the growth Dallas and Fort Worth has. And is a solution for Dallas-Fort Worth to get a gas-powered plant to supply additional power? And if that's what they want, why not put it out in West Texas? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Y'all are excused. Appreciate it. Anyone in the back there that's supposed to come forward? Yeah, I believe y'all are waiting, and y'all too. Thank y'all. I think we're below 100 now of individuals still waiting to testify. So exciting. Welcome. Please grab the microphone and state your name. Begin.
Diana Wright, and you've got a big job because you're going to decide if I live or die. Literally. I have land that I've inherited in Hood County that's along the Paluxy River. I've bought land next to where my grandparents settled in the 1880s in Erath County. And I finally find that my pursuit of happiness is no longer in my control, but in the control of all of you and PUC and TCEQ and Encore. And I'm wondering why individual property owners must kowtow to big companies. The rights of both are equally important. I get that. But Encore wants to run an extension cord from one part of Texas to the other part of Texas and trample on everyone in between. Now, I don't see that as being prudent or economically sound. We all know Texas does need more energy, and one solution that mentioned today is to put on existing regions that need the most power more transmission, the power stations. And I've heard today that ERCOT cannot approve those stations. Well, I want to know who in the state of Texas can. Why can't they be there? Why aren't there entrepreneurs there that are wanting to build those stations where they need to be? And right now, the other option was, I still don't understand why we cannot bury these lines through the conduits. They do that at homes. Why can't you just make it bigger and better for a bigger, better line if you've got to run that line? And why can't you bury it on the easement along the interstate that goes straight to West Texas? And that way, it's not a hazard to anybody. And I don't understand why they say it gets too hot, because
thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you. Oh, darn.
I'm sorry. Please grab that microphone, state your name, begin.
Yeah. My name is Cindy Shipman, and I'm an Erath County property owner. Texans need local dispatchable generation and not miles of high-voltage electric lines to the Permian Basin. In Erath County, these lines are going to gut our economic base and turn our communities into ghost towns. Our agricultural operations will decline due to the loss of land. For every 200 feet of 765 kV lines, we're going to lose 1 acre of land or more to the right-of-way. And this is a national issue. Erath County rancher Trent Walls commented recently, the cattle industry can never increase the nation's beef supply if we continue to subdivide and bisect property. He asked, where will we put them? 1 or 2 in every front yard? Pesticides to control vegetation along the routes will kill the bees that pollinate our crops and destroy organically certified operation, closing our vineyards and dairies. Our school districts, like the Huckabee ISD, where I serve as a trustee, will be faced with deficits due to lower property values and accompanied by the loss of student populations. Our county emergency communication towers are going to be compromised, creating dead spots in coverage areas and exposing everyone to risk. Our County Historical Commission intervened pro se to protect endangered cemeteries and other sensitive historic sites. Like many others without financial resources or specialized technical skills, I struggled to navigate the process with all of the hoops. It was great fun. Our economic growth and cultural traditions are threatened, and it's difficult for citizens to be heard. I'm a retired government teacher, and I still believe that our voices are heard.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Welcome. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Mia Surratt.
I am not a directly affected landowner, but I founded the Hill Country Land and Legacy Alliance after my own community of Burnett was affected by a proposed 765 kilovolt transmission line. Over the past year, I've led 16 educational meetings, worked directly with hundreds of landowners across multiple counties, coordinated with my local 391 commission, and participated as an intervener before the commission myself. I am also continuing to work with landowners on the Eastern Backbone. I'm not here to argue whether any particular project should be built, as that is well outside of my expertise, and I have many friends that can speak better to that than myself. I am here to ask a narrower question, and that is, can the average Texas landowner realistically exercise the rights our laws already give them? Again and again, I have watched intelligent, hardworking Texans struggle, not because they didn't care about their land or their communities, but because they were handed too little time, too little understanding of an unfamiliar process, too little access to legal help, and more than once, technology that became another obstacle instead of a tool. After one meeting in Erie County, an older rancher told me he'd started to believe the rest of Texas no longer cared what happened to communities like his. What moved him wasn't that I had all the answers, which I didn't. It was that someone had shown up at all, and I think that that says a lot. My written testimony that is provided for you guys and has been emailed to you lays out several practical ideas to strengthen meaningful public participation, including requiring independent, unbiased education about the process for the landowners and expanded timeline for larger cases. None of these ideas claim to be the final word, but they're all guided by one principle. A right that cannot be realistically exercised is a right that has been diminished. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ott. Burnett Bulldogs. My sons play John football. Welcome. Please state your name. Begin.
I'm Robert Olin from Burnett County, and I'm a licensed professional engineer, electrical. I have, though I'm retired, I've been spending a lifetime building infrastructures and even data centers. Basically, you know, I come with solutions today rather than problems. Transmission lines are overhead because basically the right-of-way cost is negligible to this big project. There is little motivation for the TSPs to care about what is important to the landowners. You can replace large towers and right-of-ways with a 10-foot underground trench. They talk about all the heat and all that stuff. That's AC. What we need to provide is DC. And so there is high voltage DC that can do the same thing as this particular, what is proposed. And I provide in the handout examples in Iowa, Illinois, Quebec to New York City, Virginia, and so forth of current projects that are using high voltage DC underground in a trench that's 8 by 10 feet. So they're going under lakes, they're going under rivers, they're basically running alongside highways, railroads, and that kind of thing, and the examples there. With route selection, you had a gentleman just speak. The references, his testimony, and so forth is in my handout as well. So again, you need to look at what's available, and I think you'll be a lot better off, or Texas will be a whole lot better off.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. Interesting commentary. Thank you all very much, panel.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the back that I called already, please sit at the table. Mia Surratt has already been done. Joe Trinke, Kay Oak, Hawk, Elaine Hale, Merrill Keller, Judy Buford, Tom Green, Tom Keller. Anyone please have a seat in the kind of the reserved areas marked. Please grab the microphone. We'll start over here on the left. She won. Please state your name and begin. Yes. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Carla Wills from Burnett, Texas. My property is adjacent to the proposed G6 segment. I am a notified landowner.
although it would not be on my property. If chosen, the 765 line would run 900 feet along my south property line. I propose the following. In regard to easement acquisition, easements be purchased at 3 to 10 times the fair market value. Additionally, monthly payments will be paid to traversed and adjacent landowners based on the amount of energy moved through the lines. Payments will be transferable to new owners in case of sale or inheritance. These payments will be made at the expense of the utility company and will be made for the life of the lines. Also, there will be no increase in transmission costs or other fees placed on Texas ratepayers to cover these costs. Eminent domain reform. Increase the difficulty to condemn private properties. Increase the steps required for a property to be taken by eminent domain and require any condemned properties to be purchased at a radically increased rate to allow owners to rebuild their lives without significant loss. Owners of condemned properties will also receive monthly payments as described above. There will be no increase in transmission costs or other fees placed on Texas ratepayers to cover these costs. Third, deregulate transmission and distribution of the electricity energy industry. PUCT and administrative law judges will become elected positions with representation from all over the geographic areas of Texas. Term limits of no longer than 5 years, which will mean with no means for reelection. Current members and judges are ineligible. This is to increase transparency and to mitigate outside political influence. Specific legislation that limits utilities. If you can't understand what you're voting for, please don't vote for it. And limitations on the interpretation of that law that would prevent the stunning overreach we have witnessed. Please go bang on Governor Abbott's door tomorrow morning. He didn't elect you, we did. We want bold representation. Insist that he pause this project until it can be reviewed in 2027.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir, please grab the microphone and state your name and begin.
My name's Lance Trink. I plead with you as William Barrett Travis once did to come to our aid with all dispatch. Consider the obvious solution. Site-built generation in the Permian Basin. It would provide reliable energy where it's needed while eliminating thousands of miles of unnecessary transmission lines that will violate the rights of property owners and crush the dreams of the very citizens our elected leaders are meant to represent. To the people of Texas and Americans everywhere, fellow citizens and compatriots, I am besieged by a misguided plan to provide reliable power to the Permian Basin, one that threatens to destroy everything I hold dear. My land, my home, the wildlife, my heritage, the way of life I've spent decades building. I call upon you in the name of liberty, patriotism, and everything that defines the American spirit to come to our aid with all dispatch. My name is Lance Trink. I live in Erath County, Texas. The proposed C2 transmission line cuts directly through my property along the South Biloxi. My dream was to buy this land, place it under a wildlife tax exemption, build a stone home from materials found on the property, and teach my children and grandchildren to love the Texas landscape, its wildlife, and the habitat it sustains it. With the guidance of wildlife biologist Kevin Moat, my property became the second in Erath County to receive this designation. For the past 30 years, I've kept a journal documenting the wildlife changing seasons on this land. As a member of the Prairie Oaks Master Naturalist Group, I also fulfilled another dream by hosting Tarleton State University students and faculty for field studies and plant identification, wildflowers, entomology, birding, and in cooperation with Texas Parks and Wildlife bat identification in our region. It's been a privilege to share and protect this remarkable place. Now, imagine that the largest transmission line ever proposed in Texas would be forced through this heart of my dream. The Paluxy River Valley is home to more than 10 endangered species, including the iconic golden cheek warbler, yet a 200-foot wide easement would be carved through this critical habitat. The health of...
Sir. I appreciate your poetic endeavor. Thank you. Please state your name and begin.
My name is Stephanie Winnett. I'm from Erath County, Link C3. I was never formally contacted by Encore to this day. To anyone else, it's a patch of sandy soil dotted with mesquite trees and threaded with a thick patch of oak and brush. On Google Earth, part of it looks like a thumbprint, with swirls of green among coastal tan being the hand-hewn terraces my great-grandfather built for dryland peanut farming. It's also served as an economic stability, home, and haven for my family for over a century and 5 generations. Today, it is the soil conservation and wildlife refuge that promotes the return and propagation of native flora and fauna. We are in year 3 of the project and are seeing great returns. The line's right-of-way and pesticides will rip right through it, and the aforementioned antique terraces. But it's not just a patch of dirt, it's our home, and it's a place we would gladly share for the greater good if that's what we were discussing today. But it's not. This project is an ill-conceived runaway train of greed and opportunity with no legislative oversight. It does not serve the greater good. It does not provide more power. Its effects on humans and livestock are unproven. It does not do what the majority of Texans need regarding infrastructure improvements, and it will raise rates on every Texan. My family's been working for 10 years to help build a house on part of this property. The proposed line will be a few hundred feet from the front door I've dreamed about. A decade of planning crushed for an extension cord, the benefits of which I won't see. Power data centers in West Texas, millions of unpopulated acres in West Texas, and the PUC wants to run the largest power lines possible over hundreds of miles of inhabited farms, ranches, dairies, homes, churches, cemeteries, and schools. There has to be a better way. Regional, vertical, integrated power generation, regional transmission. This is bigger than not in my backyard. Nobody's backyard should have a half-baked, property value-reducing scheme built across it. Texans deserve the very best efforts to preserve their way of life while promoting new sources of energy, innovative storage, and shorter distance transmission. Erath County isn't empty. It's filled with hard-working people. We are being sacrificed on a cross of expedited corporate and political benefit, and we're paying for the wood. Please pause and reassess with an independent commission.
Thank you. Welcome. And please state your name. Begin.
My name is Christine Wells Durfee, and I'm also from Erath County. I'm a native Texan. In 2005, I inherited 170 acres. 60 of it was my dad's, and 110 of it was my grandparents, and which makes me a third generation to live on this land. Our family is committed to keeping this land in our family for generations to come. Our land begins directly across the road from one of the potential transmission line corridors. Like many Texan landowners, we have serious concerns regarding the potential impact of this project. This includes the possibility of health effects associated with long-term exposure to high-voltage transmission lines, the noise generated by transmission lines, and the potential effects on livestock and wildlife. While utilities understandably seek to expand the infrastructure to meet future demands, that growth should not come at the expense of multi-generational family ranchers, agriculture operations, or the Texans who have responsibly stewarded their land for decades. I respectfully ask you to protect private property rights when considering new transmission projects, to carefully evaluate the long-term effects of these projects on rural communities, pursue policies requiring major new electricity consumers, such as data centers, to assume greater responsibility to supply their own power needs. My family has cared for our land for over 75 years. We hope future generations will have the same opportunity. I ask for your leadership in protecting Texas families, private property, and the future of our great state.
Thank you very much for testifying. Y'all are excused. Appreciate it. Judith Buford, Tom Green, Tom Keller, Heather Kincannon, Heidi Green. Jimmy Fair. Some of those I think we've already testified.
That's all right.
Y'all are great. Got 4. You got those names? 1 second. Welcome. Would you like to start? Please state your name and begin.
I want to thank you all for staying with us this late at night. Commend your fortitude. So, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you. I am Marilee Hodge Keller. My husband and I own 21,000 acres in northern Val Verde County in the Devils River watershed, and our family has ranched that country for over 100 years. We are interveners in the Howard Solstice case. We didn't sit it out. We hired experts, put on testimony, sat through the hearing, and had to pay large sums to lawyers, which we really needed for ranch operations. I'm not here to re-argue our route. I'm here because this process has to change, and you are the ones that can make it change. The 180-day clock is the same whether the line is 12 miles or 371. Landowners left off the notice list have no remedy. Karst geology, aquifer recharge, and perpetual conservation easements are not even on the list of routing factors, so they don't have to be weighed. And the applicants have acknowledged that they chose these routes without setting foot on the ground. 2 days ago, the proposal for decision came down. It recommended the route that crosses our conservation easement. And Senator Kokars, I want to point out your concern over the 200-foot footprint. These huge lines will be seen over 2/3 of our ranch, greatly affecting our hunting income in the future. The route selection criteria are written to protect land, are not written to protect landowners or the conservation easements they establish for generations to come. 8 things would help it. 1, extend the 180-day deadline. 2, required verified notice before the clock starts. 3, add karst, groundwater, conservation easements, and recharge zones to the routing criteria. 4, give private land the same setback protection the state asks for its own, and the other ones I have in my written handout to you.
I've already read it and circled a few. Thank you very much. Please grab the microphone and state your name.
My name's Tom Keller. That's my wife. I won't repeat where our ranch is. I will note that it's crossed by the Devil's River, and it's crossed by what is certainly to be the approved route in 1 month of the Howard Solstice transmission line. I'm not here to argue what you've already heard. I can verify that most of what you've heard from landowners is true. I wish to draw your attention to the fact that the Howard Solstice crosses Chinese-owned land. In apparent violation of the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act, of which Senator Campbell, who I notice is missing, is very familiar. In response to Senator Mendez's question of Chairman Gleeson, I believe Gleeson replied something like, foreign interest lands is not a problem. It is. On your handout, in the back of it, there's a map. The blue line is Route 4, the best meets and approved route of the Howard Solstice. The Harvest, Texas is the personal property of our favorite Chinese billionaire who bought 131,000 acres in northern Val Verde County. The fact is that Randy Nuns, who's a board of directors director of the Devil's River Association, informed AEP, CPS, and the routing company of this fact a year ago. He has the correspondence. I have here the proof, which is the self-declaration of the Chinese that they own these properties.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harvest Texas LLC is actually the name of his LLC.
Oh, yes.
Harvest Texas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's interesting. All right, we'll look into that for sure. My team is writing it down. Please state your name and begin.
Yes, good day, Chairman and members. My name is Tom Green. This is my first rodeo. I also am a professional engineer, and in that role, my job is to be forthright and respectful, so I'm going to do my best at both of those. I'm well-educated, experienced, and informed on the subjects that I offer today. My summary, this plan and the process are incomplete, outdated, biased, and flawed. Statistically speaking, the CCM process is but a charade, as the PUC will likely rubber stamp the applicant's approval. The only solution course would be a special session. Absent that, the ultimate voter response will decide in November. Everything about the process is unprecedented. It is literally impossible to properly adjudicate the unprecedented volume of filings and the unprecedented time limitations. The forecasted need is highly speculative. Acceptable health and safety has not been proven. Costs are at least highly speculative. There's so much more, but it's time to close. So allow a personal note. When I was about 10, Mom told me when I was about to make a bad choice, look beyond your nose. Thomas Franklin Green stood up. I can still see and hear her explanation. Look past your nose. Look past your reach. Look as far as you can see, and then think beyond that. Because most everything you ever do will have consequences that are not apparent unless you think, see, and look. So I think this situation merits all of us imagining our moms and dads saying to us, look past your nose. A final closing, Colossians 3:23. Whatever you do it with all your might, as if doing it for the Lord, not for man. Thank you.
Thank you. Please grab the microphone and state your name. Begin.
I'm Judy Buford, a landowner and retired teacher. My mother's ancestors settled in Burnett County in 1853. They were tough. I grew up in Austin, graduated from Austin High and UT, but since 2001, I've lived full-time at the ranch where my mom grew up near Joppa, Texas, in an old 1915 farmhouse with original wavy windows and no AC because I'm tough. In March last year, I had aortic valve replacement surgery, and in June, I learned about these lines. A distant engineer placed the G44 segment across the middle of my land on the most rugged spot across a caliche canyon prone to erosion to the creek, and up a cap rock where oaks cling to life and birds find refuge in the cedars. Naively, I imagined this mystery engineer showing up with boots on the ground to actually see the land, but the boots on the ground turned out to be mine. Thus, my unpaid on-call job began to gather historical and natural documentation of 10 miles along the Russell Fork of the San Gabriel River. I joined up with 3 others. The first, a local engineer with a twang and strategic ideas. The second, a passionate communicator and a capable leader. The last, a tenacious expert on the overwhelming interchange. We 4 made first contact with bewildered neighbors, created opposition statements, raised funds for lawyers, and formed an alliance. In February, I was horrified to learn additional lines would be added in the application. There would be previously uninvolved people expected to file intervenor in 1 month. What we'd done in 9 months, dealing with emotions, doing legwork, these people were expected to do in 32 days. And I still have questions. Is this about Storm Uri? Is it about data centers? Why did some landowners only have 30 days notice? What is the need exactly? Where is the power coming from to travel these lines? And why are we using old safety data regarding the biggest transmission lines ever built? Please consider pausing this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The panel's excused. Senator Colchurst.
I'll be real quick. What I've heard pretty consistently, and I had to step out a couple of times, was that the process is so flawed. Like it was too rushed. Some people had 32 days. You had a little bit longer, and that the compressed timeline. The other thing that I'm really surprised about, and I know that I don't think Tim Scott's still here, but I met with him earlier, and he is an engineer also, and he talked about how there is a way that you can do power lines in a way where you find paths that are not over drainage and not on peaks of, and most of us that are 6th generation Texans know exactly what you're talking about. There's places to put a power line and there's places not to. And Mr. Chairman, what I'm gathering from the people listening is that there was somebody that just sat there and just drew a line. And I think Mr. King said that in your invited testimony. And again, I've known Mr. King since I worked at TCU. I probably was a student at TCU when I knew him first. And he was saying that it was, and he's, like I said, a very respected businessman, that somebody just took a crayon and drew it. And I'm really surprised because we've done power lines before, and there seems to have been a more thoughtful approach, even in the CREZ, which not everybody loved the CREZ, but that I think there were some overrides on some monies. Vice Chair King, that
400%.
But it made sense and we got there. So I don't know. These numbers are floating: 33 billion, 100 billion. So I'm just saying, did I get the drift pretty good here?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank y'all. Y'all are excused. Appreciate it. Jimmy Fair, Robert DeVee, Bruce James, Nancy White, Debbie Nobles, Janice Douglas, Bonnie Terrell, Nelda Ho. Those are some of the names. Any of those individuals, please come forward, have a seat at the first available seat, if not right behind you. Just grab a seat. I'll let you go first, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
state your name.
My name is Bruce James. My wife Suzanne and I live on the Riata River Ranch in McCullough County along the San Saba River. Her grandparents founded that ranch in 1898, and at the time she inherited the property, the ranch was around 22,000 acres on which cattle has been continuously raised. Line M22 would split that ranch in half, right down the middle. I've been a trial lawyer for 55 years. I'm not going to repeat many of the suggestions that I have heard tonight because they're things you've already heard. The suggestions I might have, in addition to what Chairman Gleeson is talking about, I would try to amend, if I were you all, the notice provisions and have a reset when landowners who were not initially noticed are included. It's simply unfair. It's a denial of due process and equal protection of the laws to not let these people have the same time that I had. I would also suggest that you contact the State Bar of Texas. I'm too old to do this now, but they will put together a group to look into this to help those landowners who got excluded. I was appalled at how many people got knocked out of this for reasons that were unnecessary, and they were not even given an opportunity to amend. That's given to all of us litigators. We get a chance to amend. They failed to do it. I do not understand what these ALJs are coming from on some of this ruling. I felt like it was the utilities and the ALJs against the interveners, not the way it should be. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony and information. Please, sir, state your name again.
My name is Bob Davey. I'm here as a landowner. My family owns a ranch in eastern Menard County on the San Saba River. And my family's property, my family's ranch, is one of those that faced a compelled taking as part of Bell County east to the Big Hill 765 kV project of Encore and the LCRA. I wrote down earlier some testimony I heard from the applicant's table. It has become clear that the existing rules are inadequate. You have heard from Chairman Gleeson on not a single witness that was willing to attest to the current CCN approval process, and you're hearing from all of these landowners that are attesting to the problem. And I would suggest to you that it's more than an inconvenience, and it's more than a process. Everybody in this room, every single landowner is entitled to due process, both procedural and substantive, before their rights are taken, and there's a record of those denials, beginning with the June 17th, 2026 PUC public meeting, at which lawyers that participated in that SOH trial were asked by the commissioners about their experience, and the words they used were, the process is awful, landowner interests are not protected, it doesn't protect the due process. Encore's own representatives were unwilling to defend the process on such a large contested segment. You have already issued proposals of decision by ALJs, including page 4, in which the procedural history from the ALJ on the Longshore to Dinosaur, and is being characterized as prejudicial to the landowner rights, but the applicants who control the CCN application, well.
Finish your one thought there.
Well, the problem is you need to look at that application because it details the problems. And you need to take a serious look at PUC docket 59475. There were 5,598 filings in that proceeding on the day that trial opened. One accumulated 614 in a single day, and those landowners and their attorneys were allotted 13 total minutes of cross-examination of the applicant's witnesses who were presented in a panel, in a group, 7 minutes for the PUC representatives and 3 for
Thank you.
Landowners.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and begin.
Good evening. My name is Heidi Green. My husband and I are trustees of the Green Acres Ranch in Burnett County. This land was initially owned by a family in the 1870s. My husband and his brother are founding members of Dose Brothers LLC in Slacker County. This farmland has been in the family since 1907. Through the centuries, the family has endured unimaginable hardships, wildfires and a house fire, the early passing of the family patriarch, my husband's grandfather, a single mom raising 7 children in the Depression and war years, the Dust Bowl, the 7-year drought, screw worms, a deep freeze in 2011, more years of drought, a deep and lasting freeze in 2021, the flood of a year ago, and the return of screw worms. But these hardships pale to the hardships that will come from those transmission lines and their data centers. They pale because there is no recovery from the permanent harms to our health, safety, property, and welfare, to a way of living itself. And these threats are not contained to we landowners whose land will be seized. The harms are also ensnare our neighbors, literally all of Texas, its agriculture, its wildlife, bees, its ecology, its water supply. The harms extend way beyond the rights of way for literally miles, an insulting blow to those who will be harmed yet not compensated. If these lines are built, there will be no mitigation for the inescapable and irreparable harms that will continue for generations to come. There are safer alternatives. There are win-wins. Please choose another one. There is no bigger issue for which we did not vote in this country or in Texas than these transmission lines and their data centers.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name and begin.
My name is Debbie Nobles. My husband and I live on the San Saba River. We manage native and exotic wildlife. We raise Red Angus Wagyu cross cattle and quarter horses. We have devoted the past 13 months of our lives to protecting the most valuable asset we own, the ranch that we worked many years to acquire and we have managed well. We've done something every day and night during the past 13 months to keep the 765 kV lines from being built on or near the San Saba River corridor. We traveled to Fort Worth, Austin, Brenham, Chairman Colkhorst, Kerrville, Midland, Chairman Sparks, and Lubbock to meet with legislators. Sometimes we could only meet with staff, but sometimes legislators took the time to meet with us and were interested in what we had to say. God only knows how many prayers I have prayed since June 2025 to this meeting today. But everyone who is here today and gets 2 minutes to speak to you did what we did, and some probably did more. This is our family against the PUC, Encore, LCRA. They have an unlimited budget. They have a staff of lawyers. They have engineers who designed these lines, and they can't wait to build them. They don't care. They are heartless, ruthless, and cruel. When I think about what they have done to my life, it is infuriating and it is frightening. It's criminal what they can do. It's unjust and it's immoral. This process is like the events in Tiananmen Square that we saw on TV many years ago. My husband and I and all the people here today are like the tiny Chinese people who were run over by the government tanks. Landowners have the most to lose in this process, yet we are last on the agenda. Everything is stacked against us.
Thank you. Thank you, panel, very much. If the next four want to come up, whose name was called. And we're going to be here as long as y'all want to be here tonight. If you would you like to go first? You would state your name for the record and welcome again.
Hello, committee members. Again, my name is Nancy White. My husband and I are the third generation to live on our family land. We are currently raising the fourth in a small rural county, being Van Zandt County, which most have never heard of. And while I'm not in Central Texas, I do feel like it's pertinent to this topic because the 765, as you know, will go from East to West Texas and has already begun the conversation where I live in Van Zandt, with Encore already starting that conversation with Ellis and Smith County. And you cannot convince me that this has nothing to do with data centers because my small rural hay capital of Texas County that most people have never heard of has no need for this type of energy unless you count the 9 batteries, 7 solar, 1 wind, and oh, lo and behold, the Black Mountain data center that's coming into my hay capital area. And before we leave this meeting, I want to make sure we have a full understanding of scale. I feel confident that everybody who works here understands the history of our great capital and the big rotunda and how it can hold the Statue of Liberty. For scale, I want you to understand that these structures will be taller than that rotunda and equally as wide. And the next time that you go through there, I would like you to stop like a tourist and look up and consider what that would look like next to the elm, birch, and oak trees in rural Texas. And I want you to note that no rural Texan wants to look at these tall structures that exceed our trees. That is not our way of life. This is not about us. This is not about our country people. This is about corporate industry and money. And I'm going to go ahead and tell you that no Texan and no country Texan gives two. We'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, if you please state your
Chairman,
name. Senator Colcourse.
how tall are, I was so worried about the footprints today, I forgot to ask the
200 feet.
How much?
200 feet tall and wide, roughly,
Okay,
which is
so
taller than the Statue of Liberty.
They're 200 feet.
Mhm.
So actually shorter than, I was fighting some wind towers in Senate District 18 that were 600 feet. So not, but just 200. I mean,
They're about 200 to 300 is my understanding, but 200 for sure.
somebody says no, so I'll figure that out. But
Yeah, I can send it to you.
All right, thanks.
Good evening, committee. My name is Heather Kincannon, and my family owns Great Southern Ranch in Erath County. We are on the Best Meats route and the chosen route by the ALJs on the Dinosaur to Longshore route. Most Texans assume that before the government authorizes the use of eminent domain, someone has already done all the homework, and in this case, that was not true. The applicant came into this process with teams of engineers, consultants, attorneys, and GIS experts, yet throughout this case, it was ordinary landowners who repeatedly uncovered critical information that should have been identified before the application was ever filed. On the route that is currently recommended, the applicant missed a public golf course, a school, cemeteries, a park and recreation corridor, a municipal airport runway expansion, 2 planned housing developments, and 12 additional homes where people live. How can this be considered the best route when it crosses Tarleton State University's Agricultural Research Center, passes just 290 feet from the playground of a private Christian school, and runs through the city limits of a growing college town? The applicant never even identified that the route crossed into Stephenville's city limits before seeking the government's power of eminent domain. And on the favored route, property owners along 3 entire lengths weren't even notified until after the process had already begun. The message throughout the hearing was, we'll figure it out once boots are on the ground. That should never be the standard for approving a $33 billion infrastructure project. Do the homework before the government grants eminent domain, not after. Even after these deficiencies were exposed, the ALJs continued relying on the environmental assessment, saying that in the interest of comparing all the routes based on the same methodology, they would continue using the EA as the reference point, despite its incomplete and outdated information and maps from 2022. Powerful applicants shouldn't be rewarded for incomplete due diligence, while ordinary Texans are expected to fill in the gaps for a project that could cost them their land, their business, and their way of life.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name again.
Chairman and committee members.
Pull it closer. It's kind of hard to hear. Thank you.
Chairman and committee members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Bonnie Terrell, and I'm here on behalf of my family in Great Southern Ranch, a 2,650-acre generational cattle ranch in Erath County. Heather is my sister. In this process, landowners are expected to understand complex environmental assessments, routing studies, administrative law, legal procedures, and strict filing deadlines. They have to become investigators and regulatory experts simply to protect their own property they've spent generations stewarding. Landowners are put on the defensive and must overcome one obstacle after another to advocate for themselves and their property. This process should answer the question: has the applicant provided the necessary engineering, study, and due diligence to give impacted landowners confidence in this process? In the case of Dinosaur Longshore, the answer is a resounding no. The burden should not be on ordinary Texans to overcome enormous procedural hurdles. A process that affects people's homes, livelihoods, family land, and financial legacy should be accessible, transparent, and fair. If the stakes are this high, the process must earn the public's trust, and this one doesn't. Too many Texans lost the opportunity to participate in Dinosaur Longshore, not because they lacked concern, but because the process was so complicated and unforgiving. The small procedural mistakes in a grueling, unforgiving timeline silenced their voices. On our line, we had 1,300 interveners. Approximately 150 appeared at the hearing on the merits and had exhibits and testimony admitted into the record evidence, 150. That's 11.5% of the parties that started the process. Growth and reliable electricity are important, but growth should never come at the expense of private property rights and fair process. All of these can coexist. Please look at local generation where generation is needed, instead of stringing a series of extension cords across our beautiful state.
Thank you. Welcome, ma'am. Please grab the microphone a little close and you may begin.
Okay. Kay Hockey, Erath County, and you can count me as property owners that has never received a notice at all from Encore that this was even happening, even though it runs through my place. I'm track number 2629 on link number C3. If you look closely at the map, that's me and my family, that little 70-acre farm. I'm here to speak for the 5 generations who have called that little empire of dirt home. We have worked with the NRCS to convert pastures and fields to a wildlife habitat. This required cultivating native flora which will bloom in the shadow of these towers and partially within the right-of-way. Our future plans to foster this habitat will be significantly impacted. Have you any proof it won't, considering the incessant buzzing from the lines, electrical and magnetic fields created by the lines, corona energy loss creating heat, radio interference, ozone, and blue light emissions? I'm asking you to please hit pause until all alternatives and possible health and safety risks are evaluated. What Texans need are additional battery storage capacity, additional production facilities, especially renewables, upgrades to grid infrastructure that withstand the ice, high winds, and wildfires we all know will only intensify. Limiting industry startups that's going to drain our energy until we can handle it. Local generation and transmission in areas that it's feasible. Conversion from an energy market to a capacity market for assurances energy can meet future demand. West Texas switching from ERCOT to Western interconnection if that's what they have to do, if that's the only way they can do it. But you are telling me that I must forego my property rights and usage, accept property value loss, ignore uncertain safety and health risks, so Encore can plow through my little farm with a glorified extension cord I will pay for, yet get no use of if my lights go out.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Thank you, panel. Let's see. Gerald Nobles, Vanessa Halford, Henry Nolke, Paige Castleberry, Aaron Houghton, Keith Crawford, Lynn Rathman, Eric Weeks, Edwina Melton. Please grab a seat. If you there's one open. If not, there is right back. Welcome. Sir, would you like to go first? Grab that microphone and
Ladies first?
Sure.
No,
Ladies.
you go ahead. You're over there.
Do we know each other? Go ahead, please. Just left to right.
Thank you. My name is Gerald Nobles. I represent my family ranch, Friends of the San Saba. I'm a fifth-generation rancher from Midland, where I've spent most of my life. And I now live on the San Saba River on our ranch. And about 30 miles away, my son and his family live on our other ranch. And both are impacted. Lucky me. The charge we're given today has two parts. One is determine the impact, and the second is assess the process. My written testimony addresses in detail your first charge as to impact and explains why this day is so personal. In short, I lose 50% of my potential income, and I lose 50% of my real estate value on my San Saba ranch. I'm shocked. I'm really shocked how individuals look at that and think it's okay. I feel like I'm being specifically taxed so that Texas can have growth and we can lower rates for all Texans. In answer to Todd Staples, yes, we've had lines across us. Our Midland Ranch, we had 5 lines across 2 sections. I'm fully aware, but nothing like these 765s and the damage they do. Knowing, and as a director of the TxDOT, they addressed your second charge. The location is dependent on the process, and the process is horrible. TxDOT has heard that from numerous people. In my lifetime, I've never been coldly railroaded like I have the last 13 months. Why would a utility not want to take the process and run it as fast as they can, put it in place before it's lost?
Thank you, sir. Please grab the microphone and state your names again.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Halford. I'm the founder and executive director of White Horse Christian Academy in Stephenville, Texas. After serving 32 years in Texas public education, I retired and founded White Horse Christian Academy on my family's, and we built our school on my 100-acre homestead. What started with 13 students in 2016 now serves 189 students and employs 35 faculty members. This school is just not my life's work. It is an educational home for nearly 200 children. Yet according to Encore's maps, we don't exist. My husband and I have owned this property since 1989, and the proposed C3 route cuts our property directly in half, destroying our future expansion plans for the school, threatens our home, and places the 765 kV transmission lines through the middle of our new proposed campus. We recently completed a $4.7 million school building, but because Encore failed to accurately identify our campus, they now claim they have followed the principle of prudent avoidance. That is simply not true. You cannot avoid a school that you refuse to acknowledge. Encore says it considered community values. Explain to me how destroying a growing Christian school, threatening nearly 200 students, displacing teachers, and putting a family off land that we have owned for nearly 40 years reflects the values of the community. Today, I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking for you to do the job that the people of Texas elected you to do. Stop allowing corporations to hide behind flawed maps and bureaucratic processes while Texas families pay the price. The maps were created in 2022. That's 4 years ago. I've been in education for 42 years, and if my students used information that was 4 years old on a research map, they would get a big OF, and I would throw it in the trash and make them redo it. Do not approve a project that ignores schools, ignores property owners, and ignores the communities it is supposed to serve.
Thank you very much. Please state your name again.
Good night, Chairman Schwertner and members of the committee.
My name is Eddie Houghton. I'm from Salado, Texas. I'm retired. I live and operate on a small farm in Bell County. On April the 1st of this year, I opened a large envelope from Encore, which was postmarked March the 26th. I learned of a proposal of 765,000 volt transmission line to be erected 142 feet from my home. I was given 26 days to intervene. The original affected landowners had 10 months to respond. This was unfair. That same injustice harmed two of my neighbors. One is a 90-year-old retired farmer who has never touched or owned a computer, but he spent his lifetime cultivating 200 acres of farm with spring-fed creeks and lakes for his family, and now he faced a digital process he couldn't even fight. Another neighbor whose land contains Buttermilk Creek, which is the extension of the famous Galt site, one of the largest archaeological sites in the United States, was hospitalized and lost his chance to be an intervener, leaving elderly, sick, and newly notified landowners with no opportunity to oppose or respond while others have 10 months is not equal participation. That is injustice. This injustice is compounded by incomplete facts. The applicants relied on desktop information, aerial research, instead of field inspections. They missed homes, historical churches, archaeological sites. After the 2022 tornado in Salado, Governor Abbott personally promised to help Cedar Valley recover and rebuild, allowing Encore to place a 765,000 volt line right through the middle of this same recovering community adds another injustice. I questioned Encore on cross-examination why their recommended route made an abrupt 90-degree turn, causing 6 more 90-degree turns instead of following a less expensive and straighter path all the way to the Burnett County line. I received no real explanation, but later learned that there had been discussions about a future golf course that may have influenced their decision. Speculative developments should not outrank existing homes, farms, and churches and families. That's an injustice.
Beautiful town. Welcome, sir. Please state your name and begin.
John Nolke, Iron County. What's the hurry? I stand before you, Texas, in the voice of the unfenced from the era of no fences many score years ago. It is one thing to get cattle up north and another thing to get home with the gold. And we cowboys know what this is. It's another gold rush. Robert Duvall, while filming Lonesome Dove, proclaimed in his excitement to play Gus, the English have Shakespeare, but we have the American cowboy. Don't worry about those oil boys. I grew up with oil. They'll get the oil. They'll get it. Don't you worry. They'll get it. That's why we have a glut. 2 roads now diverge in the pasture. Whose pasture this is, I think I know. And it's the pasture that you so desire. But all we're asking for and all we need, what is the hurry? We need 180 days. And if you want a solution, I can tell you what the solution is. And it's easy. And everybody's been telling you, the solution is easy. Encore is not your man. They have messed up. When the halfback fumbles the football, don't give him the ball. He can't do this. The man can't do it. I never met a man I didn't like, but I don't like Encore. And I'm sorry, guys, is Encore here? They are not the man for the job. I mean, the process, we're talking about the process. Who's running the process? So anyway, the English have Shakespeare, but we have the American cowboy. And that is the identity of this state. And you have made more money off the identity of the cowboy than you ever will over oil or data centers or any of that. And if we lose that cowboy heritage, we are done.
Thank you, sir.
But we need that 180 days.
Appreciate it.
Chairman?
Hang on one
Handshake.
second. We got a question.
Handshake.
Yeah,
Senator Colcourse.
Mr. Nobles, I've got your testimony here, but have y'all hired lawyers?
There wasn't one to be found.
Pull that microphone closer.
There wasn't one to be found.
What do you mean by that?
We got our packet.
Because you got two places impacted, yours and your child's, right?
Right. Okay, we got the packet, and if y'all have seen the 90-page packet, it has all these.
I've seen it.
Okay, all right. Nowhere does it tell you the preferred route. Nowhere. Okay,
Well,
so what it tells you is if you're a landowner on any of these routes, of which there's over 100 possibilities, okay, then, and you want to be an intervener to protect yourself, then you better hire an attorney or look at what you're going to do. By that time, it's too late. All the good ones are gone, and people are grabbing whatever they can find. It's horrible.
So if my neighbor has hired a lawyer, then that is a conflict of interest.
Absolutely.
Am I correct?
Absolutely.
This is a Lawyer Protection Act.
You got that right.
I thought AI was going to replace all the fancy suits. I guess not.
Can I say one other thing?
But you know, and I want to ask you, why did they miss your very passionate about that too, passionate and partial to small Christian schools.
We were in the process of building.
4.4 million?
4.7 million, 19 classrooms. And when I went and testified in May.
Dang, that's a big school.
That's a big school.
And I can build 2 convenience stores for that.
You can.
I'm out of the business.
But when I went and testified in May, because I went to the Encore and stayed up there for 5 days and testified with Encore, I asked them, can we put that on the school so when it goes to panel, on the map, so when it goes, so people will know that it's there? And they said, no, they'll just have to look at your testimony to see that. But my concern is with health issues with my kids, because parents don't want kids underneath that close to the power line. The ALJ replied to my testimony up there and said that my building was outside the 500-foot limit, but my playground is within 240 feet of the power line. And then we also are building, we have our schematic map that we put together in 2024, February of that time. And we won't be able to build. So if I have parents going out with health issues and I can't build to keep my programs going, I will have to put a $4.7 million building up for sale, and we'll have to move. Because if I move the land, if I get them to negotiate, because that's what they said that they would negotiate with me, if we move the line, then it goes on top of my home because it's on my land. So it's because it's right smack down the middle. So either way we go, you know, it's darned if you do and darned if you don't. So.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you very much. This now is excused. Oh, Senator Sparks. Okay, very good. Thank y'all very much. Let's see. Anyone else in the back there? John Valentine, John Borrow, Louise Leverett. What's her name? Yes, Claire Nelson. Go ahead. I don't know if I did, but we're calling you now. Eric Gulbranson, Jason Houghton, Christopher Ritchie, Judith Adair, Sandra Cole. Those individuals, please find seats up here. Welcome, sir. You can grab the microphone, state your name, begin.
My name is Keith Crawford. I was born and raised in Lampasas. My parents taught school there and ranched as a sideline. I moved to Austin for college and lived there until 2019. My wife and I's goal was always to get back in the area, and we did that at that time. We live on a ranch now in northeast Burnett County, and we raise cattle and exotic animals. When I went to that first public meeting and saw the map that showed the what is now called G51 going directly through the middle of our ranch, it's hard to describe the feeling to walking away from that. It's one thing about the beauty and the aesthetics that it does to the ranch that we work so hard to maintain and improve, but we also will essentially put us out of business with our exotic business because we have to gather the animals with helicopters several times a year. This has actually become a pretty substantial business. We've got 11 employees, and it's a year-round type project, and we'll essentially be out of business because of that. I have always supported business and commerce in Texas, and just because this one is literally in my backyard is not the reason I oppose it. I didn't understand until today the challenges, I guess, with the natural gas plants out in the Permian Basin. I hear that now. There's a way to get around that. There has to be, because that still, to me, makes the most sense. There's got to be a financial incentive we can give these oil and gas companies because they're all about making money and they know how. And there just has to be, because that makes the most sense in all of this. I would ask you to hit pause through this entire process or ask the PUC to give time to vet some of these things out, because there's so many unknowns I've heard about just today that it's kind of surprising. You know, once these lines are built, it's going to change in a negative way many, many rural Texas families forever. I mean, I've never heard of any of these being taken down after they get built. So maybe Elon Musk would give him a shot. Maybe he can get it done in space. It would for sure be a shame if that comes about after they've done this to all of our properties and lives.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. Please state your name again.
My name is Henry Nolke, and we have land in Erie County. If the applicants have their way, a 200-foot wide, 175-foot tall steel power line will permanently alter my family's historic ranch. My part of the Nolke family has owned a beautiful ranch in Erie County since 1890, when it was founded by Ferdinand Nolke. Through dedication, hard work, and respect for our ancestors, we still have this ranch today and use it regularly for cattle ranching, camping, hiking, shooting, hunting, hangouts, and preservation for future generations. If the applicants have their way, one of the most productive and wildlife-rich parts of our ranch will be permanently altered. We cannot hunt there because no animals will want to be around gigantic energy-humming lines. We cannot shoot there for fear of damage or ricochets. We cannot even camp there because the lines will block out the stars, rendering the experience of West Texas stargazing significantly diminished. As representatives of Texans like myself, please help my family protect our ranch and our neighbors' ranches from corporations who do not know or care about the land. The process for all three proposed transmission routes has seriously violated landowners' actual due process rights. Only 180 days to select routes, cutting into thousands of Texan family ranches, farms, businesses, state parks. It's not enough time to decide good routes that diligently protect Texan land. The applicants are purposely giving insufficient information to landowners, which means many well-intentioned landowners are being kicked out of their own cases for no reason. Like in Bell County, 839 landowners who timely intervened were removed because they did not know what to file next. Texas rightly values property rights. Eminent domain is one of the government's most extraordinary powers, and it should only be used when the public benefit clearly justifies taking private land. Because these projects are increasingly driven by enormous electric demands for private data centers, I want to ask this committee to carefully examine whether our current law strikes the right balance between economic development and the rights of Texas landowners. Thank you.
Thank you. Henry, how old are you?
I'm 18.
You did very well. Your family should be proud of you.
Thank you.
Please, go ahead. Ken.
Good evening, Chair Schwertner and members. My name is Claire Nelson, and I'm a landowner directly affected by the Bell County East to Big Hill line. I'm a retired business executive and cybersecurity professional. My message is simple. Reliable electricity means nothing if the grid is not secure. I urge you to pause the 765 kilovolt projects until essential security measures are independently verified. This slide highlights two laws enacted by the legislature. SB 2116, the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act for Supply Chain Security, and SB 75, the Texas Grid Security Act, which requires Texas to strengthen the electric grid against cyber attacks, electromagnetic pulse, EMP, solar storms, and other threats. During this committee's April 1st hearing, members were told that compliance with the Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act may rely on supplier attestations. For infrastructure this critical, self-attestation is not enough. Texans deserve independent verification, not supplier attestations. If I tell you this iPhone contains no parts from China, would you simply take my word for it? Mm-hmm. Of course not. You would verify it. Texas should demand the same standard for critical electric infrastructure. Security professionals ask, are we more secure today than we were yesterday? The only way to know is through measurement and verification. Before ERCOT ratepayers are asked to finance projects that the Texas Public Policy Foundation estimates could cost $100 billion, and before private property is taken through eminent domain, I respectfully ask the legislature to pause 765 until
Thank you very
compliance with Lone Star Infrastructure Protection Act and Texas Grid Security are implemented. You don't want another colonial pipeline.
Thank you. If you'd grab the microphone and please state your name, begin.
Good evening. My name is Paige Castleberry, and I'm here today on behalf of my family and the Great Southern Ranch in Erath County. Our ranch has been in our family for 83 years. It is a working cow-calf operation where my husband and I built our home 13 years ago. This ranch is more than our livelihood. It is our home, our history, and the legacy we hope to pass on to our children and grandchildren. Just recently, the Great Southern Ranch was recognized as a Texas Heritage Ranch, honoring more than 8 decades of continuous ownership by the same family. It is heartbreaking that while we are being recognized for preserving the land, we are also facing the possibility of it being permanently divided by a 765 transmission line. The proposed Link C3 would cross 2.88 miles of our 2,650-acre ranch, disrupting our cattle operation, dividing productive grazing land, and cutting through some of our best cropland used to grow hay and small grains for our herd. It would make moving cattle more difficult, require additional fencing, increase operating costs, and could ultimately force us to reduce our herd. Family ranches are the backbone of rural Texas. They feed our communities, preserve open spaces, and support veterinarians, feed stores, equipment dealers, and countless other local businesses. When ranches are harmed, rural communities suffer with them. Generational ranches are not simply pieces of land. They are living legacies built through decades of hard work, sacrifice, and responsible stewardship. Once a ranch is divided by a massive transmission infrastructure, it can never truly be restored to what it was. The loss is permanent not only for the family who has cared for it for generations, but for Texas as well. Every fragmented ranch represents another piece of our agriculture heritage, open landscapes, and rural way of life that is lost forever.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Appreciate all y'all. Excuse. I think we're down to the last third, probably. Third of, what's that? Somewhere in the 60s right now, so. Just to let y'all know, everybody watching, and please grab the microphone and begin, sir.
Yes, sir. Good evening, Chairman Schwertner, ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Eric Weeks, and I'm a landowner in Burnett County. Thank you for this opportunity to address y'all this evening. I'm not a native Texan. I'm a Texan by choice. I joined the Army at the age of 17. And after one overseas assignment to Germany, I chose to be assigned to Fort Hood. 6 weeks after arriving at Fort Hood, I left my wife and 4-month-old baby bound for the deserts of Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and Iraq with the 1st Cavalry Division. I've been a Texas resident since 1991 after redeployment. It would be another 14 years, however, before I could own my own piece of the state that I'd come to call home and raise my family. For the next 20 years, I raised my son and worked my land with the dream of passing it on to him one day. Growing up, I had 2 dreams: to serve my country and to become a landowner. I grew up spending most of my time outdoors, but had no idea how working my land would positively impact my healing. During my 27 years in the Army and my multiple deployments, I experienced things that I am thankful most Americans don't have to experience. Everyone copes in their own way with things they experience in combat. Some need therapy, some need medication, others need service animals. I need my land. It is my therapy. Working, I'm a 100% disabled veteran, but working on my land keeps me sound, thankful, and humble. I maintain my land with literal blood, sweat, and tears, and to see my land altered forever is more than I can imagine. I knew there would be droughts, floods, tornadoes, and predators. However, I never imagined that another person or entity could just take from me what I spent a lifetime building. General MacArthur said, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away." My wish is to have my land in its current state and be a good steward of it until I fade away. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Please, microphone. Say your name again. Get close to the microphone, please.
I talk pretty loud.
Oh, you do?
I don't want to
Okay.
blow y'all out.
Well,
So
keep it far away then.
Okay. I'm John Burrow. I'm a civil engineer, a small business owner, and a pro se intervener on Import Path 2, which is docket number 59475, East Bell County to Big Hill. I'm here today to give you my firsthand experience of one of the many negative impacts that have been caused by the regulatory process and constrained timelines. I've got other items here that I'm going to hand out. I guess I can hand that to you. That should help document some of the other impacts that landowners are having and hopefully give solutions. I was one of the 1,400 private landowners who were not notified of a public meeting. I never had an opportunity for my voice to be heard. I never had that opportunity to obtain that special legalized representation that's required for a project of this magnitude before lines were drawn on my property. These are just basic rights that private landowners are due when considering eminent domain. I got to hurry. Last week, the administrative law judges on Import Path 1, docket 59315, stated in their proposal for decision the transmission service provider, Encore, violated the Texas Administrative Code for public meeting notification. So they've documented that in that PDF. This is the same situation we have in Import Path 2. We expect the Import Path 2 administrative law judges to come to the same conclusion. You got to ask, why is that happening? And why is it up to us private landowners to bring this to light? I think the answer is simple and it's clear. The Public Utility Commission is responsible to protect the public from these giant utility company monopolies with billions of dollars and high-powered lawyers. It's their responsibility to provide the necessary oversight to keep the public's best interest as their priority. In my opinion, the Public Utility Commission, and I hate to say it because I know some of them, they're incompetent or they lack the resources and staff. Maybe it's both.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it. Oh, one last thing. God bless Texas and God bless Tanya Tucker.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name again. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you, sir. My name is John Valentine, and I'm from Salado, and I'm here because I am a landowner. But I'm also an AI guy. I led the team that built the eBay fraud detection engine. I led the team that built the TSA no-fly list. I led the team and managed the team that built the automobile fraud insurance fraud systems for 70% of the property casualty industry. My partners and I run a software company. One of my partners built the system for the United States CIA and the United States NSA. And in every case, we're able to do this without a data center. What you need to understand is there is no need today for hyperscaler data centers for AI. The reason that we are having these hyperscaler data centers for AI is we have a series of software companies, in particular Palantir, in particular Oracle and others, who are using 1980s technology, and the 1980s technology needs data centers. We, however, who are building some of the most modern AI systems, are able to take applications, and we do this regularly. With Apple Computer, weeks ago, we took an application that takes 92 hours to run in a data center, and we ran it on a computer you can hold in your hand in 9 minutes. You plug it into the wall, and when you plug it into the wall, it uses less power than a microwave oven. We are building systems today for the federal government. We're building systems for state governments. We're involved with one particular state government using this distributed computing technology, and it's not just us. What you don't know and what people don't seem to understand is only America is doing this craziness with data centers. The Chinese are not building massive data centers. What the Chinese are doing is they're using distributed technology like ours, not ours, but like ours. The Europeans are doing the same thing. So the fraud that's being perpetrated on the American people is that we need data centers for AI. And I assure you, we can prove to you that we do not.
We have a data charge coming up, so appreciate the preview. Yeah, you can come back and testify at that time as well. So please stay tuned. We haven't posted it yet. Please grab the microphone and state your name. Begin.
I guess it goes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here and being up for us and giving us this time. My name is Judith Adair. I am also a Salado resident and did not get a notice as well. But we have a lot of family, friends and stuff that passed the word on, and that's how we got together for meetings and stuff. But it was like a week before a meeting that we even knew anything that was going on. I just wanted to say that I speak not only for myself, but for the countless residents and landowners and families across the Hill Country and Bell County region whose lives, properties, and communities would be permanently and irreparable harm by this project. I worked 16 years at a Texas power plant. I'm a retiree. I am not speculating about the fire risk, but we do have a problem with the tornadoes that came by. We got hit by, we've got brush out there, trees that are down, and that's a fire hazard. We're like a matchbox. If these lines, these transmissions lines, I know for a fact, they get dirty, they need to be cleaned. If they don't get cleaned, it doesn't take but a little fog or a little drizzle, and there's a fire. And we've got too much out there to, and I don't think anyone has really thought about that right now. I just wanted to bring that up. Everybody's talking about other things but I wanted to bring the importance of that up because with fires that are going around right now, we've had tornadoes, we don't need the fires, And I just want y'all to put a hold on that and consider for the families. And thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, panel.
Okay.
Let's see. John Burrow, Cyrus Ritchie, Everest Ritchie.
That was me.
Oh, okay. Benjamin Tanner, Dr. Benjamin Tanner, Brandon Johnson, Debbie Lee, Molly Voigt, I think, Jeff Shribner, Rebecca Gibbs. Those are some names. Welcome. Please state your name and begin.
Good evening, Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chair King, and committee. My name is Eric Gulbranson, and my wife and I were pro se interveners. My wife and I own a ranch, a business, and a home that I built in Bell County. We received notice of the transmission line project on March 30th, 2026. We did not receive mailed notice for the June 2025 public meetings that were held by the applicants as required by 16 Texas Admin Code 22.52. We, along with almost 1,400 other property owners on the Bell East to Big Hill route, are en route links that were added 9 months after those public meetings. This shortened procedural schedule has severely limited meaningful participation in this process. As affected landowners, we are having to defend our homes, our property rights, and our family interests while running a business, maintaining family obligations and responsibilities. The proposed link G73 is about 300 feet from our home, and it is in 92 of the applicants' 122 potential routes, and it's also their best meets route. For many, these transmission line easements could potentially be within 500 feet of their home, but since the tower or easement is on their neighbor's property, this would leave those landowners greatly affected but with no compensation. I've worked hard for 32 years to get to the point where my wife and I could purchase land like what we have now for our family, and it'd be extremely difficult to replace this land and all the work we have invested in it while also staying local to our community and church family. I do not wish to start over and rebuild everything I have at this stage in my life. Today I ask the committee to call for a pause on the Bell County East to Big Hill 765 kV transmission line due to the applicants knowingly withholding notice and failing to properly notify hundreds of directly impacted landowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please grab the microphone.
Hi, I'm Benjamin Tanner, and I own the Lazy G Ranch, which is a 613-acre ranch about midway between Killeen and Georgetown, right on Highway 195. it's a really pretty place. It has a spring-fed waterfall and a natural bathing pool that's been a magnet for Native American habitation for millennia. Typical beautiful hill country attributes as well. Its primary use for the last 11 years, which is as long as I've owned it, is as a no-cost outdoor and hunting retreat for military veterans, many of whom were wounded in service to their country. But you guys already know Central Texas is pretty. I don't have to tell you that. I want to talk to you about due course of law, and I want to talk to you about common sense. So Eric just said a lot of what I was going to say. So my property looks like it's about to be bisected by link G73. That's a special link because, like he said, it's on virtually every preferred route. It's also a new link, which means it was added to the route after the public meetings in 2025. That's illegal. So there's Texas Administrative Code lays it out. We were supposed to get direct mail notice. Those public meetings didn't get it. Luckily, there's a solution also in Texas Administrative Code, which is day-for-day relief and administrative action. Two separate things, both mandatory. We'll see if we get those or not. Me and some other G73 landowners do intend to go to the mat over this. Like, we'll take it all the way because we feel like we have to. Second thing I want to talk to you about is just common sense. After hearing everybody talk today, it's clear the preponderance of power need is for data centers. Data centers are a 24/7 power user. They need a 24/7 power source. That's natural gas in Texas. Luckily, we're blessed to have the Permian Basin. It's way out there, but it's rich with energy, and that's exactly what they need. So why, like another person said, run a glorified extension cord that loses power efficiency, desecrates the land, ruins livelihoods and legacies in the process to bring power to where we already have it? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name again.
My name is Lynn Lola Rathman. My land is my home and has been my family's home for over a century. I personally farm 300 pecan trees and have for the last 17 years. I've also been a cattle rancher for the last 30 years. The most important thing on a farm and ranch is water. I have a water well on the front part of my property for the cattle, but it doesn't provide enough water. I also have a stock tank, which is sometimes wet, but is usually dry. I have a good water well near my pecan orchard. It's for irrigating the orchard and for watering the cows. I have a pump house, which is where my irrigation system controls are. Due to the work on the construction of the transmission lines, my pump house, my irrigation system, and water well will probably be seriously damaged, if not destroyed. Without irrigation water, my 300 pecan trees will die. Unlike cattle, I can't move my trees, my irrigation system, or my orchard water well. Having water is not enough, though, if you can't get access to your land. I only own a third of my frontage to the county road. I do not own 2/3 of it. The part I do own will have a tower on it, which will block my access to my land. In closing, I love being a Texas female farmer and rancher, doing my own farming and ranching. With the 765 transmission lines, I will no longer be able to farm and ranch my family land. Texas will have one less single female farmer. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name again.
Thank you, Chairman Schwertner and members. My name is Jason Houghton. I'm from Bell County. I'm a pro se intervener in the Bell County East to Big Hill line. You've heard a lot from landowners today, and I want to repeat one thing that none of us can fix because it's yours. And it's House Bill 5066. And it did two things at once. It expanded what the PUC must consider before approving a transmission line. At the same time, it cut the deadline from a year to 180 days. More to evaluate, half the time to evaluate it. It passed 135-0 in the House, 31-0 in the Senate. Nobody voted against it. But I don't believe that anybody saw this coming. Here's what it produced. For my docket, Encore held public meetings in June of 2025 and showed a set of routes. The landowners got 9 months to hire lawyers, hire experts, and propose new links. Then Encore added 400 miles of new links. Families on the new links, including on the route Encore now prefers, got their first notice 9 months later when the application was filed. Same day for everybody, technically, but the routes were already locked. We couldn't propose an alternative, we could only object. Your own Office of the Public Utility Council wrote that disproportionately impacted those landowners. Second, the route was picked on habitable structure counts in historic sites that nobody verified on the ground. Encore's own proposed order defers field verification until just before construction, after the route is chosen, not before. And this isn't just me. At the PUC's June 17th meeting, the chairman asked whether 180 days is adequate in these cases. Encore's own lead counsel said that it might not be politically appropriate to say, but then agreed 180 days is very fast. He said nobody controls that deadline, and he's right. Nobody in that room did. It's because you do. Senator Sparks and Representative Buckley asked the commission to wait, but the House Bill 5666 won't let them. I just ask that you propose for that delay and ask the governor to call a special session.
Thank you. Y'all are excused. Appreciate it very much. Eric Allman, Sidra Hansen, Patricia Morelli, Elizabeth Kunze, Katie McDowell, Rock Morelli, Margaret Byfield. Thank you all very much. Please grab the microphone and angle it towards you, and you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Gibbs, and I am a proud naturalized Texan. And y'all, I'm envious of the folks who get to claim that they're 5th, 6th, and 7th generation Texans. My family and I live on 0.16 acres in University Park. When we purchased our place, we understood it came along with the urban setting surrounding it, the 5G tower at one end of the block, the noisy Dallas North Tollway lined with monopole transmission lines at the other, and the constant overhead hum of planes taking off from Love Field. So are the pitfalls of urban Texas living. I'm so grateful to friends across the state who over the last 35 years have introduced me to their corner of Texas and the rural life they enjoy. Places like Snyder and Roby, Caldwell and Snook, Hallettsville, Glen Rose, and New Braunfels, places I have grown to love. Beautiful, quiet places in the country that are a critical part of what makes Texas, Texas. And a reminder of what my neck of the woods was like before all the towers and transmission lines and airports. My husband and I dream of a future living on acreage in a beautiful, quiet, rural corner of the state. But right now, we don't dare make definitive plans because it feels like no corner of the state is safe. We could purchase acreage and then be forced to sacrifice it to a transmission line, or have the quiet enjoyment of our place ruined because our brand new neighbor is a data center. This is not me catastrophizing. This scenario is playing out all over Texas today. I like to think that my children and their children and their children's children will stay in Texas, and that one day our family will lay claim on being 5th, 6th, and 7th generation. There's a better chance of that if we who steward Texas today do so prudently with the people of Texas and its many natural resources in mind. Thank you so much.
Welcome. Please state your name.
I'm Elizabeth Kuntz. I'm a property owner directly affected in Burnett County. And I had lots of things I had planned on saying to y'all today, but I think you've heard them all. And I think we're tired and we need to move on through the process. But I'm a retired financial professional. And in my profession, I could have chosen to chase the money and make the millions. But instead, I chose to represent and work with and educate families with kids with special needs. It was a very rewarding career emotionally, but, you know, it's part of my values that were installed in me being raised a Texan. And I just want to put that back on you. I want you to remember why you're here, who you're serving, and it's the residents, it's your constituents, it's the landowners. Remember the Alamo. If you know your Texas history, the background of starting of that revolution was property rights. We're being stripped of our property rights. I'm not invoking violence. I'm just asking you to remember who we are. We are Texans. We are fighters. Every landowner in here will fight to their last breath to protect their land. And I want you, as our representatives, our senators, to remember that. And again, thank you for being here. Thank you for taking the time and staying so late. So basically, in conclusion, remember what founded this state.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name and begin.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Molly Vogt, and I'm with American Energy Works. And I just wanted to say thank you to the chairman and to the entire committee for being here all day. I know you're tired. I'm grateful that you've invited us to come and actually speak, your neighbors, about what's going on in this state because you care, and I really appreciate that. So many people have made so many great statements about our property rights, and I'm here specifically to add something just a little bit different. I'm here to talk for the ratepayers. Expensive energy hurts the poor. And if anyone doesn't realize, since Winter Storm Uri, our electric rates have gone up 28% in Texas. That's pretty crazy. And we're paying more on our electric rates than any of our neighbors. Now, what could it possibly be that we in Texas have that our neighbors don't have that we're paying more for? The volatility of wind, solar, batteries, and all the extra transmission lines we've put into place. After Winter Storm Uri, you would think we were 4 minutes away from a collapse. Let's make a change. Let's build more dispatchable, reliable thermal energy that we have a blessing of. But instead of doing that, we doubled down on weather-dependent energy. 56 gigawatts of new energy, only 3 of it was reliable, dispatchable. We made a mistake. We were... what did we do? 40% of our electric bill right now pays for the 3,500 linear miles of new CREZ lines that we put in to move energy from West Texas to East Texas. Now we're asking landowners to sacrifice another 4,000 linear miles so that we can move more weather-dependent energy from East Texas to West Texas. I really don't think that this is hard for us to understand. We have a solution. Senator Sparks, thank you for saying what I think all of us know is that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. We are blessed. Our Permian Basin has enough natural gas to take care of us. Let's use it. Please pause the 765 lines and please come up with a more reliable, affordable energy source for Texans. God bless you and God bless Texas.
Appreciate it. Welcome. Please state your name and begin.
I am Sandra Cole. And I'm a Texan by choice.
Oh, by choice. Okay.
By choice. I'm speaking for the Panther Creek Wildlife Management Association. Our area includes the spring-fed Lampasas River. It has water year-round, which is exceptional. Our area also includes Panther Den Creek, Burnett Branch, Panther Creek, Miller Creek, Rocky Creek. The proposed lines split our environmentally sensitive area in half. It crosses all the above listed watersheds. They had other less sensitive options, but they did not consider in their hasty preparations. They chose us as their priority route. And I was going to speak on the gas-fired turbines, but I think we've covered that. So I'm going to bring up nuclear power. The aircraft carrier Enterprise in 1960 was nuclear powered, and now all aircraft carriers are nuclear powered. And there are startup companies now building small nuclear power that could power a small town. And so that's an alternative also. They're clean and safe. And my son-in-law runs a coal-fired power plant, and I tell him that on occasion.
Ms. Cole, thank you for being here so late. And
He runs
you're up to speed on a lot of things. Yes.
He runs Sandy Creek.
Oh, really? Sandy Creek?
Coal-fired power
Thank you
plant.
for being here. Thank y'all for y'all
And he's also told me that my Suburban is more pollutant than his power plant.
Is that right? You keep at him, all right? Keep at him. Thank y'all very much. Elisa Pancini, Amanda Griffin, Jada Joe Smith, Carla Lindley, Rachel Caballero, Stephanie Michelle Dolan Rushing, Aaron Games, Ian Wilson. Those are names. So y'all have a seat in the reserved area. Not anyone there's an empty seat right here. So anyone that wants to grab it. Welcome. Please state your name. Begin.
Good evening. My name is Sidra Hansen, and my firm represents the Hill Country Preservation Coalition, or HCPC, in the proceedings for the Howard to Solstice 765 kilovolt transmission line. HCPC is a grassroots coalition of private landowners and conservation groups dedicated to preserving the Hill Country, including the Edwards Aquifer, as well as regions such as the Medina, Sabinal, Frio, Nueces, Devils, and Pecos River watersheds. The Hill Country's springs, aquifers, wildlife habitat, and other natural resources are ecologically sensitive and biologically diverse, and its karst water systems are particularly vulnerable to groundwater contamination. The Devils River is widely recognized as one of the most ecologically intact rivers in Texas and one of the most pristine spring-fed river systems in the southwestern United States. This proceeding has drawn extraordinary public interest across the region. There were 700 protests filed in the docket for the Howard to Solstice line. By the time of the hearing, there were approximately 230 interveners. The record includes approximately 400 admitted exhibits from 80 parties, along with testimony from 147 witnesses. However, many affected landowners reported receiving notice only shortly before the deadline to intervene. Interveners then had approximately 2 weeks to prepare and file their direct cases. Before the hearing began, 280 interveners, approximately 55% of those who initially successfully intervened, were dismissed for not filing their testimony or position statements in time. The Commission's certification process not only provides for, but it relies on, meaningful public participation. The hard work, effort, and dedication that the administrative law judges put into the proceeding were clear, but these numbers tell an important story. This 180-day timeline.
Sorry. I appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you very much.
Well, sir, please state your name and begin.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Schwertner. My name is Eric Allman. I'm here on behalf of the Hill Country Preservation Coalition and Devils River Conservancy. And I'll note our firm has been practicing in contested case hearings before Texas state agencies for 45 years. So we've seen a lot. We started with, for instance, the Texas Air Control Board. And of those hearings that we've been involved in, we haven't seen any that was as expedited and as difficult for the public to participate in as this proceeding. As noted, you went 2 weeks from the preliminary hearing until pre-file testimony or statement position was due. And then your responsive testimony was due 1 week after that. A hearing only 1 month later, and I'll note the administrative law judges introduced by the hearing by noting they were expected to accomplish in 4 days what a federal court would spend 4 months trying to do. And I do want to note these administrative law judges were put in a virtually impossible position of trying to manage a case with, as you just said, more than 400 exhibits admitted, 50 attorneys sitting there cross-examining, 43 witnesses with 400 pieces of evidence. And they did so with great professionality and managed that as well as one could possibly have expected. They didn't go my way on all of the rulings. I'm not happy with every ruling, but they did an admirable job. I want to note there is a legal off-ramp available here. The 180-day time frame is properly viewed under Texas Supreme Court as directory rather than mandatory, meaning the Public Utility Commission has the ability to weigh it as a factor alongside the substantive factors that must be considered, and much as the TCEQ will under many occasions take a record from a PFD and say, this does not look adequate for us to make a decision, and remand it to SOA for further hearing. The PUC likewise could take this, remand the matter to the Staff Administrative Hearing, say, hold a 240-day hearing, which would place the timeline beyond next legislative session, and use that to help provide some of the process that is necessary here and allow more time for the process to be examined by the legislature.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name and again.
Hi, Margaret Byfield with American Stewards of Liberty, and we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization, and we are the only organization, I think, that has intervened in all 5 of these segments. And we intervened in order to protect the property rights of the landowners who are terribly underrepresented. Our objective is not to choose routes. Our objective is to stop the 765 lines. I want to point out a few things. First, we filed a motion asking that the ALJs defer need, determining whether these lines are necessary until the last one can be heard. And Texas Public Policy Foundation organized an amica brief, which 43 of you that are sitting on this in this body signed on and supported. And I want to thank each and every one of you, and particularly Senator Sparks for leading that effort. We appreciate that. Senator Colkhorst, you asked Chairman Gleeson, can the PUC stop this? And his answer was pretty non-committal. As an intervener in all 5 of these segments, he absolutely can. There are procedural problems and substantive problems, and he has the legal ability to do that, and he should. He should stop this, because what's going to happen absolutely is irreparable harm to these landowners. We're looking at about, from the calculations that we've done, a $10 billion uncompensated loss that landowners in Texas will face because of this very ill-conceived project. I want to turn you guys to, in what I handed you, there's a page in here. This is what Encore gave to the landowners in Dinosaur to Longshore to notice them, or not, this isn't the landowners, this is the stakeholders, the local governments, to notice them that they would be looking at doing this project and to get their impacts. They were sent the email December 10th. They were asked to respond by December 31st. They were given 21 days to respond and deliver the impacts of their community during the busy Christmas holiday season. They did that deliberately.
Chairman.
Thank you. Senator.
Just, I want to say something, because when I looked at the letter that you handed out, that's pretty incredible that you get something on December the 10th and you have to respond by the 31st. And I'm just saying this as a female and a mother. This is like crazy busy. I know that I go a little extra on, imagine that on Christmas, but that, I mean, to be able to respond, you know, check legal, wouldn't you say? I mean, like, crazy.
Crazy. Deliberate.
The other thing is, you made the statement with Chairman Gleeson, and you said he does have the ability. Does he have the responsibility?
Yes. Yes. I mean, he's the one overseeing the legal process.
Or the commission?
Yes.
I mean, with what I've heard today of the notices, and some people had 32 days and things like this, and I think we as a committee and as lawmakers will look and revisit the 180 days. But if you've seen things done wrong, can't you hit the pause button?
Absolutely. He could stop all 5 of these segments. There are legitimate problems in each one of them, and you've heard a lot of them today. And he could tell Encore, go back and start over. He could do that on all 5 of the segments. What that would do is, first off, it would give
Not
some
just
kind of
Encore,
justice.
though, wouldn't it
All of
be?
them,
Yeah.
right. It would give all these landowners a bit of justice, more time to get organized to defend their property rights, and it would give you, as a legislative body, the time you need to really sort through these complicated issues. But it's really not complicated. I mean, we've heard it. Build dispatchable power where it's going to be used. Don't build these long extension lines where across people's property who are never going to benefit from this, but are going to absorb all the impact. For these companies to make incredible profits, Encore will make about what we've calculated will make about $1 billion annually for the life of their transmission lines.
How long's a transmission line?
About 33 years. The life of the transmission line, about 33 years.
I did my own calculations, and we're not that far off, but yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
Appreciate you staying tonight.
Welcome. Please state your name again.
Hi, everyone. My name is Elisa Pancini, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of myself and for Curtis Aiken. We are both landowners and interveners from Comanche County and Erath counties in this whole procedure. As you can tell from my accent, I'm not a Texan native. I do not have deep roots here like many people, but I fell in love with this great state enough to uproot my entire life in Pennsylvania and to build what I thought was going to be my dream. So I bought 26 acres in De Leon, and the moment I saw it, I knew it was home. I immediately began dreaming about building my ranch for my family. A few months later, Curtis told me about this whole Encore business. I'm shortcutting my speech. And I was disappointed to notice that his link, the C2 link, would go right over his land, his property, his house. And then to my horror, I look and it literally crosses my entire property where I cannot build anything. I've invested over $500,000 in this ranch and have done nothing, have been able to build absolutely nothing as of yet. My concerns go beyond the money, though. For me, the project is unprecedented in Texas and for Encore, and it threatens our wildlife, the resources, taxpayer dollars, and it destroys property values, exposes communities to potential health risks linked to this power link proximity. And more importantly, it saddens me to see this project try to divide our community, pitting landowners against one another. But the one thing I know for certain, no landowner has said yes to this project or wants it. Texans are tough and resolute. Curtis and I respectfully ask that you pause this project entirely until you have heard all the voices and fully understand the impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate the.
Chairman, can I say something?
Oh, yes, please.
I'm still here.
Ask her about De Leon versus De Leon.
No, I wasn't going to go there. But
Spanish, so
make sure I heard that right. So it's 27 acres.
Yeah, 26
When did you buy it?
in October of 2025.
Okay, and when did you find out about the project?
Curtis told me Encore never contacted me.
Okay, so after you bought the property.
Yes.
Okay,
Mhm.
and it's going right through the middle of it.
Yep, it's cutting it in half.
Okay, and did the prior owner have notice of it that
Yes, he
Encore was
did.
coming through, and they didn't notify you about it?
He did not.
Okay, and I assume you're pursuing that.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank y'all very much. Okay, so anyone else coming forward? There. Right? Yeah, that's how I've always.
That's how I always said it.
Yeah. Go ahead, grab the microphone.
Hi, good evening, y'all. I know we're all a little tired here, so thank y'all for bearing with us and letting us have a voice. Appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman and members. My name's Jada Jo Smith, and I live between Utopia and Vanderpool, Texas, out in the boonies. I'm a real estate broker, a sixth-generation Texan, and I am the founder and president of Hill Country Preservation Coalition. We are a grassroots organization that represents tens of thousands of Texans and landowners, including over a dozen conservation groups that are working to protect private property and preserve the Hill Country. Over this past year, we have focused on this Howard Solstice transmission line project. We've engaged thousands of landowners, held workshops, met with legislators, met with leaders of the community and educated residents, along with participating in the SOA proceedings as an intervener. There were over 500 interveners in the Howard Solstice project alone. That participation, including the participation today, just reflects the unprecedented scale and opposition to this project. Texas has never built a transmission project of this magnitude, but yet it's being considered under this extraordinarily compressed time frame. That's why our primary request is to ask Governor Abbott and the PUC to pause the development on this Howard Solstice line and other lines. This would allow the legislature time to fully consider private property rights, long-term land use, property values, water resources, and environmental effects. If the project were to proceed, we'd urge the line to follow the least harmful path that was developed by our coalition. While there's no route that would not cause harm. This path would avoid pristine rivers, aquifer recharge zones, and follow existing highway corridors, avoiding the Devil's River natural area. Or hey, let's just go down I-10. We urge that you do everything in your power to pause this Howard Solstice line and allow the legislature more time for a better solution. This is a forever project. God made us stewards of this great state, and it's our obligation to be good ancestors for the future of Texans. Thank you.
Please grab the microphone and state your name. Begin.
My name is Amanda Griffin. As Vice President of the Hill Country Preservation Coalition, I've talked to close to 1,000 landowners, residents, and concerned citizens about this Howard Solstice 765 kilovolt line. Two perplexities have been common in all of these conversations. One complaint is one that you've heard a lot about tonight. The compressed timeline included in House Bill 5066 created an unjust burden on regular Texans having to do so much research on their own, create analyses and hire experts to assess their land, and hire an attorney to help them in the SOA process. The second, and the one that I think is the most egregious to the psyche of Texans everywhere, is how the state, ERCOT, and the legislature would value a transmission line over the historical natural asset that is the globally recognized destination of the Texas Hill Country. HCPC believes that we can do both, be a leader in technology development and preserve our last remaining pristine rivers, critical karst geology watersheds, our quintessential Texas wild spaces, and the rural and remote rural communities that depend on those unique wild spaces for their ranching and tourism economies. Once those natural assets are spoiled, there's no getting them back. And we owe it to our children and grandchildren to slow down this process and do it right the first time. That's the Texas way. I echo these bipartisan voters when I urge delay on all pending projects and reevaluation of the timeline for future PUC development projects. And I thank you guys for your time. I know you could have sent us home and gotten home in time for Kimmel, but here we are. So appreciate it.
Grab the microphone and say your name. Begin.
Yes, can you hear me? Thank y'all for hanging with us. My name is Katie McDowell. My family owns and operates an organic dairy and creamery in Erath County, as friends have mentioned already. One of the proposed transmission lines would cut right through our dairy, as you've heard, with less than 500 feet from my home. It would disrupt our daily operations and our lives. And as y'all know, for a dairy or ranch, it's not just dirt, it's our livelihood. We've all said that. So I just want to point out a few things that are unique to organic dairy. As a certified organic dairy, we are required to meet certain grazing minimums per head. And so losing any amount of pasture would reduce our herd capacity. It would also, the construction and the permanent easement maintenance
would not only set our soil back for years, lots of regenerative practices gone to waste, it would even jeopardize our certification. We're also concerned about our livestock. Courts have recognized the impacts of stray voltage on dairy cattle, including reduced milk production, reproductive problems, and even mortality. Those cases involve lower voltage systems. The impacts of 765 kV transmission lines on dairy cattle remain unstudied. We would rather not be the test case. Another significant concern is reduced land value. For farmers and ranchers, land is not only the foundation of our business, it's the collateral that allows us to borrow, invest, and keep the next generation on the farm. Transmission lines will reduce that value, making it harder for working farms to grow and remain financially viable. We chose to build our life here because Texas has always valued private property rights. When those rights are permanently restricted, the impact reaches far beyond the acreage itself. Texas has already lost almost 18,000 farms in the last 5 years. The proposed project will make it harder for families like ours to keep producing food. A reliable electric grid and a strong agricultural economy are both essential to Texas. Food security is infrastructure too. We should not have to sacrifice one to build the other. There's smarter people than me that can recommend solutions, but it would devastate our industry and our farm. Thank you.
Thank you. Please grab the microphone, state your name.
Rachel Caballero, proud Corpus Christian and Texan. I'm sorry, but the majority of this is not funny. Not even ridiculous, offensive anecdotes. What makes Texas great, our coast, our countrysides, and wide open spaces, quiet ranches, and pastures. Tourists come here wanting to see our Texas, not 120-foot monoliths that ruin rural areas, data centers that hum and emit light 5 miles out, along with EMF radiation and 25-degree hotter temperatures. You all do not understand how mad we are. The absolute ridiculousness and delusion that this makes Texas stronger is propaganda. Repackaging this as something for the oil and gas industry is laughable. You all have been speaking to panelists and lobbyists for months, yet you sit here and pretend to be uninformed, asking questions that you know the answers to, wasting our time. This process is an absolute disgrace, unconstitutional, and a violation of our First Amendment rights. We should be asking you all if you have personal financial gain involved in these projects. Please note, no one has spoken in favor of this. My solution is to ask listening Texans and humans in the room to keep an eye out for legislation to bring back public lynching of politicians who refuse to listen to their constituents. We are not falling for your rhetoric. We are Texans. Do your job and protect Texas and Texans. Otherwise, this is tyranny. Stop 765s.
Thank you. Y'all are excused.
Thank you.
Ian Wilson, Tiffany Riles, Romney Swanson, Darian Stern, Ash Major, Meredith McCall, Jace Stern, Brittany Maloon, Cyrus Reed. We'll stop there. Anybody's name, come on up, grab a chair. And all right, great. Please, sir, go ahead.
Frankly, I was planning on saying something different, but after that last comment, calls for violence are just so frustrating to hear. I am actually a landowner that's not against 765 lines. Like, I look at my long-term future, and I know that we're gonna have to spend money on infrastructure. I said it last time that I was up here. Sorry for speaking to the wrong issue when I was up here, but it's just gonna get more expensive with time as our state develops. So if we're gonna have to spend money, might as well spend it now because it's never gonna get cheaper. If I may go back to the previous charge briefly, I hope that the kind of more durable energy sources that you look at don't rule out nuclear options. I know A&M's doing some really exciting research. I heard a lot of natural gas, not a lot of, wow, let's look towards some of the research. While I am possibly pro this with some asterisks, I kind of complained about the process last time. I had no idea what a best meets route was. I had no idea which of the segments would be selected or if all of them were going to get selected. I had no idea whether the applicants decided or the PUC staff mattered or the ALJs or the actual PUC rather than the PUC staff. I had no idea. And I tried really hard to learn about this, and I still am not convinced I really understand it. And I spent hours and hours and hours and hours doing it. And if I really try and I'm struggling with it, I can imagine there are many, many, many landowners that just don't understand. So something as simple as a glossary or a process flow chart, there's one that Encore presented. It's really completely unintelligible, but just plain English. They're going to make a decision. It's not final. Maybe it's a 50% chance if you appear on this. Now it's going to move to the next stage. Now it's maybe an 80% chance that it's going to, just to help us understand how much effort should you invest in this process in opposing it. I have no idea this whole time. It's my first time ever doing this. I would imagine it's a lot of hours, and just some indication of where we are in the process, some glossaries of terms, not big things.
Thank you for your testimony. State your name, please.
Sorry. Ian Wilson, B1, B21 on Bell County East.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name.
Tiffany Riles, Randall County. All I want to say is I love rural Texas and I hate hyperscale data centers. I don't want to see, I want to see a pause on the 765 power lines. And the people in this room, the people who came here today, they deserve way better than this. They deserve to have their voice heard. They deserve to have a seat at the table. Do better by Texans. Do better by the landowners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. How are you?
Good. Hello, my name is Jay Stern, and I'm 13 years old. I live in Briggs in northeast Burnett County. I am a first-generation Texan, and my parents chose to purchase land in the Texas Hill County to raise me and my siblings. Putting 175-foot towers and massive power line right next to our yard is going to completely change our home, and not in a good way. First, it means tearing down a ton of trees right next door. Even though they are not technically on our property, they are a huge part of our lives. My siblings and I play outside around those trees all the time, and if you wipe them out, you're taking away the woods that make our house feel like a home. Second is the noise. These high-voltage lines make a constant buzzing and crackling sound. It's going to stress out our livestock and our dogs. But what really worries me is my brother. He is very sensitive to loud noises, and living next to a giant buzzing tower is going to make our house very stressful for him every day, instead of being a safe place where he can just relax and feel safe. Between the huge towers, losing the trees, and the constant humming, my family won't be able to just enjoy our yard anymore. The land is me, my brother, and my sister's future. Please don't take our peace and quiet away. Thank you.
You did an excellent job. Thank you for coming tonight. I bet you're the dad. You must be very proud. Please state your name again.
Hi, my name is Darian Stern, and instead of the 200-foot towers, I'd like to talk about a much smaller measurement, 1 inch. You guys will all get these. That's the width of the fence line separating my land from my neighbors. His entire property will be swallowed whole by these lines. Because of that boundary, the PUC, Encore, and the LCRA have officially deemed this project for us as having zero impact. Sitting just outside their legal requirement, we did not get a single notice. The utility companies relied on their county tax buffer. If you fall out of it, you don't exist. We were completely invisible to their process. These companies do the bare minimum, hoping families who fall outside their loopholes won't find out until it's too late. Property lines are just metal pins in the dirt, but a 765 kilovolt line doesn't stop at the fence. We spend our lives outside walking our Texas dirt, working our dogs, cranking wrenches under our favorite oak trees. This absurd idea that the industrial corridor can destroy that future for us is what Texas deems zero impact. Bureaucracy draws a nice little box and pretends consequences stay inside. Y'all are tasked with evaluating landowner impact. Right now, this process allows companies to just hide behind arbitrary lines, ignoring families like mine living just over the fence. Moving it 1 inch on your map doesn't save our community. I ask you to go on the official record. Tell the state that this process is failing landowners. Recommend the protections that we desperately need so our families' roots aren't crushed by this. Because 1 inch does not mean zero impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all are excused. Appreciate the testimony. Daniel McCullough, Truba Derrick, Jennifer Derrick, Paul Sarahan, David Behrens, Brandy Guess, Joe Nolke, yes, Jody Foley, Dr. Laura Presley. Is there some? Welcome. Please grab the microphone there and grab the microphone. State your name. Begin.
Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Daniel McCullough. I'm a Texas registered professional engineer, a native West Texan, and I'm here on behalf of my family and the McCullough Ranch in Irion County, Texas. The McCullough Ranch has been in our family since 1963. For more than 60 years, 3 generations of our family have worked to improve the land, heal the scars left by early oil and gas development, conserve natural grasslands, restore wildlife habitat, and steward the Spring Creek watershed. The proposed 765 kV transmission line threatens to industrialize a landscape that our family and neighbors have deliberately protected. Massive steel towers, cleared corridors, permanent access roads, and disturbed ground would permanently damage the ranch's scenic character, fragment its utilities a working ranch, and leave scars on a sensitive watershed terrain that may never fully recover. My concern today is about a fundamental injustice. The state is being asked to exercise extraordinary power over private property under the banner of public need, based only on the opinion of those positioned to benefit from its construction. As a professional engineer with more than 25 years of experience developing major infrastructure projects, I find it concerning that there's been no independent certification by Texas professional engineers, no third-party independent engineering review affirming that these specific 765 kV lines are the most prudent and necessary solution available to Texas. Once these lines are built, the damage is permanent. You have the opportunity and the responsibility to pause this process before irreversible harm is done to thousands of Texas landowners. I respectfully ask that you direct a pause to the PUC process. Require an independent reevaluation of the need for these transmission lines. Thank you for your time and your service to the people of Texas.
Thank you. State your name.
Of course. My name is Jeff Scribner, and I'm here representing myself and my family. We've got property in San Saba County that's transected by Link U8. I think in the 14th hour, you're probably not expecting to hear something new or insightful from me. You've heard a lot already today, and guess what? You won't. What I did learn is in the last 54 years before I retired, as in the financial industry, I did all right. I learned, and I don't think it's unique to my industry, that if you've got a process that has problems or is in fact bad, and you have data that has problems or is in fact bad, and we have clearly abundance of evidence of that tonight. I mean, I got 30 days notice to try and put my ducks in a row and figure out what the impact was from notice and try and be an intervener. I found out how many attorneys are in the state that's really working this and how many don't. I have 2 habitable structures on my property, neither of which were in the data. Those are all small things compared to a lot of this. But when you've got bad data and bad processes, maybe take a breath, take a pause, step back, and re-examine what you're doing. And you are impacting thousands of landowners, hundreds of thousands of acres, billions of dollars. And if we don't pause this, you're going to ring a bell that cannot be unrung that will impact generations. And I think Texas citizens deserve a little bit better than that. And that's really all I've got to say. I think I strongly support Senator Sparks' request to pause this. I think if we don't, you'll make a big mistake. And I do know that there's talk about changing the processes. If you change the processes going forward and don't address this group of folks here, you'll never have an impact in the future as big as this one. Do you really think you're going to run another 1,300-mile transmission line? I doubt it. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name again.
Good evening. My name is Meredith McCall. I'm a civil engineer and landowner with 2 properties affected by the 765. I'm a 9th-generation American, a 7th-generation Texan. My patriot fought in the American Revolution and later gave his life to Texas at the Battle of Medina. 250 years later, we are still fighting for our land. This past year has felt like a plotline from a Taylor Sheridan drama, except that we have been unable to find the train station to stop the 765s, along with other industrial projects affecting rural Texas. Many counties in this state have experienced 3 major eminent domain takings in the last 4 years. First came the Matterhorn, then the Eiger Express pipeline, and now the 765s. The irony is that these pipelines take natural gas from the Permian Basin to other areas of the state, while we are now being asked to carry more burden to import that power back to the basin. We have sacrificed again and again, and our county will have the crossing of the largest electrical line along with the largest pipelines in the state. No transmission company has ever designed a 765 in Texas, and many questions remain about the safety of billions of natural gas running under a 765 with induced currents that can corrode a pipe over time. The burdens at these projects fall on the landowners. Families are left carrying the risk. They will never be able to sell the land, and it will be a burden for their children and their children's children. Counties with volunteer firefighters won't be able to respond if something goes wrong. Before we impose these risks on landowners in rural counties, all reasonable alternatives must be evaluated, including dispatchable energy, and that's what we're asking for. Please stop the 765s.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name.
Hi, my name is Ashlyn Major. I'm here from Amarillo to advocate for my fellow Texans. Data centers, not citizens, are forcing landowners to deal with massive 765 lines. What we heard from the panelists today is that these costs are absorbed by the PUC and socialized to consumers, not industry, but individuals. It's not if we will build these lines, but how. You are discussing if we will pay more for intentional placement that is respectful to landowners' rights or run through people's property to save us a buck. But this isn't at all driven by grid improvement for consumers, but hyperscale data centers, increasing demand. Industry is growing, but at what cost to Texans? Why is the question not if we should be doing this in the first place? The basis of your conversation is flawed because it has led to very little concern to the people it most closely affects. Y'all allowed panelists hours of testimony time to sit and lie to our faces. These claims of additional payors being added to help absorb the cost are extremely misleading. We can't know if Tesla or Meta pay standard transmission fees, as those numbers are not publicly disclosed. As citizens, when we go to file FOIAs, they do not grant that information publicly due to business propriety information, so they can remain competitive in their markets. Asking some uncomfortable questions is great, but what would be even greater is a human-centered policy and our elected officials demanding transparency from corporations that seek to ultimately take land from Texans as they make billions by passing the cost on to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are excused. Anyone that's been called, go ahead and come forward. David Hillock, Leanne Easter, Mike Jackson, Tara Montgomery, Kenneth Flippin, Charles Livingston, Kerr Wardlaw, Dennis Jack. Brandon? Welcome, sir. Please state your name and.
Good evening. My name's Dave. My name is David Behrens. I live on a ranch just outside of Bend, Texas, Lampasas County on the river, Colorado River. Mm-hmm. I was one of those landowners that was never notified, yet the proposal would go about a half mile down our fence line on our ranch. The only reason I even was able to file as an intervener was because of Facebook. Facebook is the grapevine for us out there, and that saved the day for me. I really think West Texas needs a big incentive on building their own thermal I can't even talk to
generation. Yes.
Yeah, there we go, generators. Because, I mean, you compare, it would take about 50, 60 acres to build that plant versus the tens of thousands of acres that would be permanently damaged to pipe that power out to the east. The other thing that I'm really surprised that there's not much discussion on, of course, we've heard a little bit of, is the nuclear power and what our own U.S. government Department of Energy is doing. They're working with 10 U.S. companies deploying with the goal to deploy small modular nuclear reactors. They're 20 to 300 megawatt capacities. With the target deployment dates of late 2020s and early 2030s, and 3 of those companies are from Texas. So, I mean, it might be something worth considering. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Hello.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Derrick. My family has been ranching in San Saba County and Schleicher County for about 90 years. The Bell County East Line goes through our San Saba County property. It bisects the ranch and goes right through an airstrip that has been in use since at least the 1960s. Earlier tonight, Mr. Staples pointed out that every electric line is on someone's land. It was pretty offensive to me because these are not normal electric lines. These are considerably different. They will completely devalue your land, and every property that has a 765 transmission line running through it is irreparably damaged, and every property it touches, and even property that can see it, is devalued. I'm not anti-business, I'm not anti-oil and gas, and if the Permian Basin needs more energy, I'm all for it. I know we've all heard all of this before tonight. I understand Diamondback Energy has lobbied for the 765 transmission line, but like others here tonight, I don't know why they can't continue to use generators like they have in the past or build a natural gas power plant. I just feel like that's a better thing to do than take thousands of acres of private property that belongs to Texans. And I don't think that should be confiscated for this transmission line. I appreciate you all listening and staying so late to hear us all.
Thank you. Hello.
I'm Truba Derrick.
Could you bring the microphone real close to you?
I'm Truba Derrick. I'm her mother. As Jennifer said, we've been ranching for 95 years in Schleicher County, San Saba County. We have some property in Valverde County, and everywhere we are, something's after us. The 765 is running across right through the middle of San Saba County. And as an aside, the east-west new interstate's going to go right through El Dorado, but the Schleicher County property. But I want to point out a little bit different. And, you know, I have property where someone else mentioned it earlier, the Chinese guy that has the 1,300 acres by the military.
Harvest Texas LLC.
Yeah, that guy.
I'm not gonna
Texas
forget
Harvest, that guy. You know, I'm going to compliment y'all. I testified at 11:15 on the don't sell our Texas property to our adversaries, and y'all have won because we're at 11:30. But you know, we love this country. We love this state. We're in oil and gas business too. But the oil and gas people can generate their own. I'm 100% with Senator Colhorst. She's got it right when she says we need to build the plants in West Texas where all the energy is. I mean, it makes no sense. I was going to give you all my notes today, but I've spent the whole day writing and taking notes, and most everybody agrees. I agree with most everything that's been testified to here. Diamondback Energy they started this. They try to say they can't produce oil and gas if they don't get this. That's wrong. It's not right. Encore makes 10%. I want to invest in some things that I have guaranteed 10% and I don't have to pay for it. I mean, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Guess, welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
Dr. Schwertner.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Okay. My name's Brandy. My family has 57 acres that my grandparents bought in 1964. My dad raises cattle on it now. When we first heard about these lines, I wrote on Facebook, like, hey, I know a senator. He'll help us. And then I looked up everything, and then I was like, oh, he's not going to help us.
She's referring to me. Brandy and I worked at the same hospital together at one time.
Yes.
She was real helpful and various things.
Yeah, you're lucky you don't still work with me, because every day I would be like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
So anyway,
You are already. I mean, you're telling me that now in front of everybody. So.
Well, I'm not in the doctor's lounge knocking on the door.
Okay.
When you first ran, your platform was eminent domain, right?
I've done a lot for eminent
Right,
domain,
because
private property
I
rights.
donated
in
to your
Texas.
campaign. I wanted the T-shirt. That's why I'm just having a hard time. I know you probably don't think this is okay, right? Like, both of my parents have cancer. My dad,
I'm sorry.
My dad has esophageal cancer and lung cancer from the fire department. But he built me a house 5 years ago, and 4 months later he was diagnosed with cancer. You're a very smart doctor. You know you shouldn't live by these lines, especially if you have cancer. Sure, we can sell our land, I can move, but I will never get another house that my dad built me. Like, it's just heartbreaking. And I'm trying to take care of my parents. But also, I don't know. It's just heartbreaking. I know you have a heart. I know you care. I know you care about Texas. You saved me. You saved me twice. Now it's time for you to save your state. Like, you can pause this. You can figure out a better way.
Thank you, Brandy. I'm sorry about your parents.
It's okay.
God bless you.
I cry. I cry.
I know she cries all the time. She's great though.
I cried every time.
I hadn't seen you in like 15, 18
No,
years. It's been
I'm
forever.
52, and you fixed my hip when I was 30.
Yeah.
I do need 2 knees.
Okay. I got you. Yeah. Thank y'all very much. Brandy, is wonderful seeing you.
You too.
Take care. Let's see. I'm sorry. Got to call some people here. Blaine Christopher, Daniel Burnett, Cindy Valdez, Mario Lucio, Myra Alanis, Janine Dolning, Stephen McCullough. Yeah. Come on up. If you've been called, try to find these tape. We're very close. We're less than 20 here, and I think a lot of people are being back there. We're going to finish on Wednesday, I think. I don't know for sure. Sir, grab the microphone. Please state your name. Begin.
Hello, my name is David Hillock. Well, appreciate y'all having us in here today, all day.
You don't want to lynch us, do you?
What's that?
Lynch? No, I'm kidding.
Okay.
Lynch us.
No, not at all. In fact, I'd like to start this whole thing off by saying I don't think you're on the take. I don't think anybody lied to us today. I just think some people have been wrong. So I'll put it from my point of view. My wife, Amy, back there in the back, and I bought land in Burnett County in November of last year. We looked at the whole thing. We heard about the power line right before we closed on the property. And I looked into it. I've been on your side of the dais. I was the mayor of Little Elm, Texas for 9 years. I was your committee member, Hagenboo's. He was a constituent of mine for a while. But we decided to move down to this area because our kids are here. We've got kids in Austin with grandkids. We've got kids who are going to be stationed, moving from North Carolina to Fort Hood with grandkids. So we decided to pick a spot in the middle, buy some land, have a place for the grandkids to play. We looked into the whole thing. The property was about the line was about 2.5 miles from our property. So we weren't that worried about it. We knew we might be able to see them, but we weren't that worried. We never got any kind of notification at all. On March 26th, we're on the Big Hill line, Bell County, Big Hill. On March 26th, the CCN application was dropped for that line, and they had just picked one line up, H5, picked it up because of a rural airport, and dropped it on our back fence. Literally dropped it. No notification. We never heard anything. We never knew anything. We saw it on Facebook. On April the 10th, I believe it was, 10th or 11th, I contacted Encore, talked to a guy, I believe his name was Justin McConnell, who's wonderful. Everybody's been so wonderful. I mean, they're destroying my life, but they're wonderful. He was very open. We talked for 45 minutes or so, and it was great. It was a good conversation. He then forwarded us a packet of information, so we got that on April 14th. Am I out of time already?
Yeah,
Anyway.
15 seconds.
Okay, great. We signed on as interveners, and we were dropped pretty much immediately because we were told that we didn't file our statement of impact, which we had filed with the motion to intervene. We had filed them both. I reached out to them, let them know that we had already filed the statement of impact. They said it didn't fall within the time frame, so we were out with 800 other people. No. We weren't allowed to participate in the hearings. It's been a brutal process. We've spent about $1.6 million on home construction land, and this thing's going to sit 3 feet from a back fence.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Please grab the microphone, state your name and begin.
Good evening. My name is Stephen McCullough. I'm a professional engineer and a landowner with property directly impacted by one of the 765 kilovolt import paths. My family has been a part of the Texas landscape for generations, and now we are having the sovereignty of our property completely expunged by this property's hastily set administrative and judicial procedures. The 765 kilovolt project was rooted in the Permian Basin Reliability Plan at the behest of House Bill 5066, a plan not created by engineers registered in Texas, a plan with a narrow field of oversight, created in part by private utility companies that will profit from this transmission project, and a plan subject to a desktop review only. Based on a supposed need to supply the most energy-dense region of North America with power, there have been no established plans to produce power to electricity to electrify such a transmission project. In fact, the current and only plan is to usurp the power from one of the fastest-growing regions in Texas, Central Texas. For everyone's edification, the newly completed Matterhorn gas pipeline and the newly proposed Eiger gas pipeline will extract and transport 6.2 billion cubic feet of natural gas per day out of the Permian Basin into the Gulf. I ask everybody to consider what your gut is telling you when you hear this. Why has natural gas dispatchable energy generation been devoid of mention in House Bill 5066 and the reliability plan? We, the people, have had to hire lawyers, routing experts, and environmental experts on our own dime when the obvious inadequacies of this plan are staring everybody in the face. I implore everybody listening to do what we can to stop this project in its current state, challenge the assumptions originally stated in the reliability plan, and reconstitute the landowner rights being hastily swept away.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please say your name again.
Blaine Christopher on the C8 line. I've heard so many good and legitimate arguments today, and I want to ask you, the panel here today, if this isn't enough, what would be? I hope you all do something about this to protect us. We're all here with all this testimony, and we're asking you, we're begging you to protect us. This doesn't go away. This is a monument that's twice as tall as the Lincoln Memorial, that's going to be 1,800 miles across Texas. Today, it's just us, the landowners. But this affects everybody that drives across the state. Everyone, your generation, I can't say enough. We're giving away deep in the heart of Texas. We've got a public utility that's, we've got Sempra Energy that's masquerading as a public utility. They own 80% of it. That's an energy infrastructure company that owns 80% of the utility that is forcing this down our throats. I hope these pauses are impactful. Everybody's been talking so much, like, let's pause and think about this. When we're talking about visibility too, my neighbor in a little West Texas vernacular said it best. He said, yeah, you know, on this property and across here, you know, we talk about view sheds, right? They talk about 200 feet, but these view sheds, he said it's going to be like a diamond and a cat's butt. You've got something that's 4 times the size as Big Tex, that's going to be like this, that's going to be flashing blinking red lights, 1,800 miles, dissecting our entire state. This isn't a landowner issue. This is the whole state of Texas. And this will be your monument as legislators. 200 feet tall, 1,800 feet long. Thanks for your time.
Where are you from? What's your?
I'm from Dallas, Texas.
Yeah. Where's your county? Or where?
ERCOT County. I went to school at Tarleton State University. I'm 5th generation Texan. My family's been buying and selling ranches for a long time. I bought a ranch on November 21st of 2025, and on February 16th, I got a letter from the guy who I sold my last ranch to, and he said, "Hey, have you got a packet?" I said, "Gosh, it must be at my parents' house." Or, maybe I didn't get one. Maybe I dodged it. No, it must be at my parents' house. Yeah, so that's that property, and I hold a specialty warranty deed on his property as well. So it's going to wipe me out.
Thank you for your testimony. Please grab your. Please state your name. Begin.
Yes, Dennis Jack from Bartlett, Texas. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife,
Bartlett?
Tiffany. Yes, right in your area.
Yes, sir.
Okay. 33 years ago, my wife and I became Texans, and that was born and raised in Cleveland, Ohio, tech school, Lowry Air Force Base, and we drove a 1984 Toyota Corolla with child in back, no AC. We drove from Denver down into the big country to Dyess Air Force Base. So we saw the railroad tracks, we saw the trees get smaller, and we saw the mesquite when we arrived. But we felt the love of Texans and the land and the values. And we knew we would come back. So anyways, 21 years in the Air Force, 7 years serving in the VA. Financial manager, dealt with requirements, planning, programming, budgeting, executing, PPBE, Department of War. There was much more rigor in finding and studying capability gaps, okay? There's a capability gap here, but we would study tactics, doctrine, operations, material solutions, could be personnel, and you come up with the best solution, the lowest cost, the lowest impact. And everything that I've heard, and especially in scoring the factors of the routing, to finish the point, it's reasonable to ask. And I've heard some excellent, I tell my kids to vote with their feet. And this, everybody here is why I want them to vote with their feet, because they care, they're excellent. And
thank you.
The scoring methodology, it should be standard, and everybody should understand the factors and the weighting, and there are industry standards that should be adopted. You should run it through this model.
Thank you for your service to our country. My dad served at Dyess as well, Food B-52s out there.
Thank you. Quick question. I'm sorry, I don't
I pulled away too quick.
What was your name?
David Hillock.
David, you said that the power line kind of got dropped on your back fence line. How many acres you have?
20. Wow. 21. I got corrected. 21.
Sorry.
It's the full back length of my property, and we won't get we won't be damaged out because it doesn't. The easement is right on the other side of the fence, so we'll get nothing for it. But
you get nothing.
We'll get nothing. We've got a 40-foot rise from where our house is to the back of the property, so this thing will be 240 foot tall on the back of my property, and we don't get a penny.
Thank you.
You bet. Hey, thank you.
No, I'm sorry, really.
I understand. I appreciate it.
Very powerful testimony. Thank y'all.
Yep.
Daniel Lee, Jasmine Evans, Lida Castillo, Mana Lytle, Diane Lovett, Roy Strasburger, Anthony Rosas, Sheila Hempel. Yeah, I think so. Cullen Ginn, Gabrielle Cronus, Carrie Dan, Lisa Bailiff, almost there. Joshua Lake, and the last one is Deanna Barley. Then Anyone else wishing to testify on this issue that was here by 11 and registered, please come forward and have a seat in one of these reserved seats. Please grab the microphone and please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all again for Chair Schwertner and the rest of the committee for staying here and listening to us. I really appreciate it. My name is Tara Montgomery. I'm an affected property owner. My family's land just outside of Florence, Texas, is in the path of the Bell County to Big Hill East line. I am a 7th generation Texan. My family was here before Texas was Texas. I have ancestors who were Texas Rangers who fought off the Indians, and I'm kind of channeling them today because I feel like I'm having to fight to protect my family's property today as well. My family settled Texas because of its wild open land and the promise that it held for the generations willing to work for it. The land I'm speaking about today is not simply property on a map, it's part of my family's history. My grandfather worked this land to support his family, and in his lifetime, he cleared the property of cedar, built stock tanks, and invested years of labor in making that land productive and sustainable. Ironically, those improvements he made are now part of what makes that property so attractive for these massive 76.5K transmission lines. My dream has been to build my home on that land and continue ranching and farming. I want to raise my 2 young daughters there and teach them where their family came from, how to protect the soil and water, and raise cows. As this project moves forward, that future may be permanently altered. But the Public Utility Commission and folks on this committee and Governor Abbott have a duty to explain why these 76.5K lines are necessary, what alternates have been considered, who will benefit from them, and who will pay for them. Projects of this size shouldn't be rushed. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Would you like to go next? Please state your name again.
Thank you for staying so late. I question why you structure a hearing so that people who waited or took a bus at 4 a.m. to get here have had to leave before they're able to testify. My name is Dr. Gabriela Cronus. I hold a PhD in computational linguistics from the University of Texas at Austin. My expertise is in the machine learning architectures that underpin AI. Do not incentivize hyperscalers to build data centers. Do not build AI power lines. Racing to expand the grid for data centers makes the state of Texas the mark in a short con of state-backed speculation and bailout before the fact. It's industrial policy that favors quasi-monopolies like Amazon and Google that don't need our help. Today, Amazon and Google lobbies called the small players speculators and claimed to be the responsible developers. This is a false dichotomy. Hyperscalers are engaged in the largest speculative gamble in history, burning hundreds of billions of dollars before proving any ROI, whether monetary or public good. The increasing risk of this gamble is reflected in the instability of the market. AMD, a chip manufacturer, dropped 8% in one day this week, and more AI companies are being forced from equity to debt financing. Why is this risk growing? Large language models have obvious limitations. There is a shortage of training data, and the architecture means that scale will necessarily bring diminishing returns. Brute force scaling is a bid for control by what amounts to a privatized governing structure. Don't let Silicon Valley govern Texas. Don't let it turn us into an extractive landscape like coal did to Appalachia and leave a trail of destruction in its wake.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name again.
Yes, Senator Schwertner. I'm Dr. Laura Presley, and I'm a pro se intervener in the Bell County to Big Hill. And this is the first time I've ever been an intervener. And we did it pro se because there were no lawyer choices out there for us to represent us. And, you know, I've really had to be comforted by Scripture during this whole process. I've been doing this a year. And I may get emotional, I usually don't. But it's been just overwhelming. And so I go to Scripture, and you know, Scripture talks about you guys. It talks about you guys that are in authority to help us. And I go to 1 Timothy, and it says to pray for you. And I want you to know there are teams, prayer teams all over the state, praying for all of you, praying for Encore, praying for LCRA, and praying for the interveners. And in 1 Timothy it says that we're to pray for you because you're in authority, that we may lead quiet and peaceable lives in all goodness and reverence. And that's the will of the Lord. The will of the Lord is for us to live peaceable and quiet lives. And I'm also reminded by Exodus, thou shalt not covet my field. And I also remember, you reap what you sow. And it's interesting in the process for this to being intervener, one of the things we're required to do in the process is to, if we don't want it on our property, we're going to argue to put it on yours. We refuse to do that. We refuse to get into that temptation of hurting someone else to save ourselves. So our position is this line should breathe its last. You have heard all of this evidence. You've heard everything. The need is not there. It's not there enough.
Thank you very much
Amen.
for your testimony.
Thank you.
Please grab the microphone and state your name.
Hi, thank you very much for taking the time and the late night hours to hear what the last of us that are here have to say this evening. I'm Diane Lindig-Lovett. I'm from Bandera County, one of the many Texas Hill Country counties that is very reliant on tourism. In my life, I've seen it go from my father being the county agent, agricultural economy, to almost completely tourism at the base of everything else. But the main thing I want to say is there's been plenty of testimony to tell us that this whole project has a lot of flaws. And beyond that, the attorney, one of the attorneys for the Texas Hill Country Preservation Coalition did say that Commissioner Gleeson does have the power to stop this process. I'm asking each of you, are you willing to put pressure on him? I know you don't want to answer me publicly right now. You will, won't you? Thank you. And thank you for leading that cause. I want to just mention briefly that, yes, I am also in favor, one of the people I am in favor of the Stewards of Liberty's motion to defer determination of need, and also the amicus brief that was filed by some of you and some of your cohorts. And if I might run out of time on this, but just to quote from that brief, I thought this was really important. It says, importantly, the legislature never suggested that extensive new transmission lines were the answer to the Permian Basin's electricity needs, especially when an alternative building local generation using local energy supplies is readily available. It is worth pausing to fully consider whether the PBRP is the best path forward. Also, the first thing I thought of, which is an agreement also with Senator Kolkhorst, is build the power where you need it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
This panel is excused. And then anyone else wishing to testify, please come forward and have a seat at the available chairs. Can you grab that, please? Yeah. Welcome. Go ahead, please. Nice to see you.
Yes, thank you.
Sheila, you waited.
I
Thank you.
My name is Sheila Hemphill, and I'm CEO of Texas Right to Know, and I'm also I'm sorry. Did I have my EMF detector on? Thank you. You won't need it for the 765 lines. You won't need a detector. You'll hear it all on your own. If anyone would like to take this home overnight, I can pick it up tomorrow, and you can hang out with this kind of noise that's in our environment. Now, maybe your ears don't hear this all the time, but I assure you your cells do, because the 2013 Global Medical Research Award, Dr. Martin Paul, showed the mechanism of wireless frequency is in your voltage-gated calcium channels, and they're all over your body. Now, back to this document.
It's upside down. Yeah, there you go.
You're still awake. It was a check.
Following you. I'm following you.
Okay. On this, you go scan that, and what you're going to see are the landowners of this one line that I just got engaged with to even part of the ignorant masses. I mean, my dog wasn't dead, but I found out it was in my woods.
Right.
So, Friday, this is the list. They're landowners, but you go look at it. It's now connected to you, all of you, as their elected officials. So they just went from landowners to constituents. And you too can go in and search once I get all the lines in there, and you can see who your constituents are that are impacted by this, by whom you took the oath to protect. Now, 37 minutes. Has everybody got your notes out? From my little assumption, here's my wish list. I would like to see the high voltage DC lines that are 10 feet with a backhoe and maybe even one of those great big trenchers. Let's get the energy where it needs to be. And that would be DC. That would be coming from natural gas generators. And if it's an emissions problem, I know a great catalytic converter producer out of Dallas that works with big generators to take care of those emissions. Check. Now, on the data centers, Jay Valentine. I had the privilege of walking to a lot of y'all's offices today, and I'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you, Sheila.
Okay.
We appreciate your testimony today.
For many data centers in schools where you pay the schools to produce
Yes,
the
we
AI
heard that
instead of Amazon.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Please, if you'd like to go next. Thank you. Can y'all please grab her testimony and pass it out?
All right. Well, I was supposed to go last, but I'm going to keep being a giver and go ahead and jump in now. So my name is Deanna Barley, and I am an affected landowner from McCullough County, the geographical heart of Texas. We did fight for that title.
Brady.
Right. So, and I moved there from Wall. Thank you very much.
Did you really?
I really did.
Wow. How about that?
So thank you for staying. We appreciate you being here. We know that that doesn't happen all the time with all committees, and all. We appreciate you. All right, so I'm here to represent myself, my husband, and the V8 Landowners Coalition. I'm not here to argue about whether or not we need a reliable electric grid. I mean, we all want dependable electricity, a dependable grid in our state. I'm here to address how the 765 kilovolt transmission line infrastructure is being implemented, and to respectfully ask the committee to slow down the process. Building massive towers up to 198 feet tall with easements of 200 feet wide spread across hundreds of miles creates generational changes to our Texas land. Speed should never override stewardship. We need adequate time to evaluate long-term impacts on soil, local water runoff, wildlife, vegetation, ecosystems, county roads, agricultural production now and for decades to come. 180 days is not enough time. Our stewardship matters. Second, grid improvements must benefit all Texans without placing a disproportionate burden on a small number of rural communities. When transmission corridors cut through family farms and ranches, they disrupt local livelihoods and restrict future land use, and our way of life matters. Third, we cannot rely on one-size-fits-all approach. Texas geography varies dramatically. Every segment of these high-voltage lines deserves careful site-specific review rather than generic approval. Our land matters. Finally, local landowners need clear transparency and early meaningful input before route decisions are finalized. Our input is essential. Those of us in Bell County East to Billy Cale Project were added by the applicant's amended CCN 9 months after those public meetings happened. We found out the first week of April. And we still got our stuff together, made it happen, filed pro se, went through the process, and we're still here because our voice matters. We urge this committee to use its oversight authority to pause the process, require rigorous site-specific evaluations, and protect the private property rights of the Texans who steward this land because our legacy matters.
Thank you very much. Sir, would you like to grab them? Oh, yes, please, go ahead. Whoever wants to go.
Good evening. Thank you for a very interesting and informative day today. My name is Roy Strasburger. I am a fifth-generation Texan and third-generation owner of some property in East Bell County. We are on the East Bell County to Big Hill line where B1, B2, and C1 connect. Our land is impacted. It will run, if one of the proposed lines goes across it, it'll go about 3 miles across our property. We were not notified of the first hearings. As you've heard today, the process is flawed and it needs to be reconsidered. The pain that you have been hearing from the people today is real and it affects them deeply. I am here to say that although we are impacted, we believe in the overall goal of what the power line program is supposed to be. Electricity is going to be the future. Texas, to grow and to be successful, needs to be able to have energy where it needs it, when it needs it. The high voltage lines may not be the right way of doing it, but we need some type of program to keep the state growing. And I appreciate the guidance that you can give us in doing that. And we, as my family, as landowners, would be willing to participate and have the lines on our property because somebody has to support the infrastructure. We have to build it for the future, and that's the only way that any of the underlying support is going to happen. So I know that it has not been a popular opinion today, but I think it's an important one, and we're here to support the state in helping it to be the best it can be. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, and please state your name.
Thank you.
And you may begin.
My name is Debbie Lee. I come before you advocating for all, for you, and you, all of you, us, my family, all Texans. It's going to affect us all. Yes, AI is here. The data centers, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Maybe they're not a reality, but AI is. I want to support it responsibly, backed by sound research, using cutting-edge technology. I don't want to be looking like a buffoon with technology that is going to be outdated, obsolete by the time that we instigate it. I want to use our brains. I want to remove the blinders. I want to see the periphery, the vision, the future. I'm a passionate nurse. I received the calling at age 7. I asked for the compassion of Jesus Christ whenever I was 13, and he has delivered. And so that is where I am. My heart goes out. As you say, I had to get up. I've rewritten my testimony 4 times. I had to leave the room because I was enraged earlier. And then I had to leave the room to cleanse my heart with a shed of tears. I thought they were gone. I don't mean to discredit myself through emotion, but it is an emotional issue. Our forefathers, Davy Crockett, arrived in March. He gave his life. No, he arrived in February. He gave his life in February. Well, you know what I'm saying. Thank you. 27. Our forefathers sacrificed. We want to be peaceful. We want to be within the law. We want to be respectful, appreciative, accountable. And I do appreciate the opportunity. Thank you for the time.
We appreciate you being here tonight, too. Is there anyone else wishing, thank y'all, y'all are excused. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on, for, against this issue, just on this issue? Yeah, so excuse me, I'm being corrected. Thank y'all. Public testimony in that case is closed. Members, any comments? Oh, okay, I'm sorry. We're going to reopen public testimony. Please, anyone else wish to testify, please come down. Last call.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chairman Schwertner, Vice Chair King, Senators. I'm Lisa Bailiff. I had no intention of speaking here the day
But the couple of hours into the session, I started hearing comments that y'all think you have time, that you need to pause. Let's talk about that. You think you have time, but I'm here, and why I'm sitting here now is, let me tell you, I'm sorry, back me up, a little about myself. My husband is an attorney who represents landowners. So we have, two of us helped hundreds of landowners through Texas in over 100 of these CCN cases. We have been here doing this, and so what you heard, welcome to my life. That's what we do all the time. For 20 years, I've been hearing landowners with this kind of comment. Not to this degree of problems, however. So why I decided I needed to say something? Because we have the background and we have the experience. I know about politics, I know law, I know the legislative session. My husband was a former legislator. I've worked for state agencies. Why I decided I needed to say something is because last night I was down in southern Texas at a new open house for another 765. So if you think you have time, generally these cases are stacked so the open houses are 6 to 7 months before the next one starts. Just thought I'd let you know. There's a 765 going on in the southern part of the state, and you've got about 6 months to make a decision. Now, I know working in the legislature, you can do legislation on opening day. You can also do it real fast through January, but if you wait until the end of session, you've missed the boat. There's 7 of these scheduled for next year.
Thank you, Ms. Bailiff. We appreciate you being here and for staying. Hang on one second. We've got a question here.
Well, ma'am.
Senator Hinojosa, then Senator Sparks, Senator King. Okay, wait. Go ahead.
Just real quick, where in South Texas?
We were in Refugio. I think they were, this Goliad, Refugio, Victoria, just out, Victoria County, certainly, yeah.
That's your district. Gotcha, thank you.
Senator King? Okay, Senator King first, and then Senator Colkers. Senator Colkers.
Now, I'm tidying up my notes here. So what you're saying is, you're saying you think we have time, but the next line is coming.
I'm saying I don't think you have time to, you've got to come up with a strategy on how you're going to handle this. There's 2 or 3 ways. You've heard a couple and you've had great suggestions. You get the lay of the land. You've heard it for hours now. But you need to be working with PUC and SOA. They're the gatekeepers on a lot of this, and you're the ones who have the law, but the law needs fixed clearly. So maybe you can get them to pause while you are in session. That's one play, but maybe you need to have the governor call the special session, because we know that would work. That's the one that would work.
Thank you. Chairman, you asked for closing comments. Is she the last one?
Yes. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Unless you have, do you have a question? Okay. Do you have a question?
No, I was going to just say
You're excused. Thank you very much.
May I add one other thing? My husband and about a dozen lawyers put together a submission, a paper to you all. I know that I and all of them would talk with you anytime, anywhere to help you get through and to know the relationships with SOA, the relationship with staff, the relationship with the commission itself, and the relationship with the most important people that are the people sitting right behind me, the landowners, because they're the only people in this process that lose. Everybody else gets what they kind of want.
Thank you for your offer of assistance. With that, we are going to close public testimony. Senator Colkers, you are recognized.
Yeah, Chairman, I know that we have spent a lot of time today, quite a few hours, on discussing HB 5066, which was the Permian Basin
reliability
plan.
It was a study. That bill was a study.
It was actually a plan. It wasn't a study.
Oh, it was planned.
Yeah, it was a plan. Yeah.
But this is what concerns me is, okay, so those are the 3 lines that are going to run west, right? And that was triggered by 5066, and we've heard the timelines and the shortening of the timelines, and some people saying there was only, for lack of a better term, computer planning on it instead of boots on the ground, as I heard today. But what I've seen and has been presented to me on all these 765s now are these Watermill to Bell County East, down to Howard, and then Martin Lake to Hillgee, which is the one she was just talking about, to Blue Lacy, which had nothing to do with 5066. And so I feel like it's late.
Mission Creep?
Gremlins, you know, remember the movie Gremlins, and all of a sudden it's just exploding and they're appearing everywhere. And I am concerned about that. I know we can talk about 765s and its footprint versus the others, but I still can't figure out the explosive growth of power lines when we're not seeing the thermal base loads being built. I'm just saying. That's all I've got to say. It's after midnight.
Thank you. Senator Menendez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's obvious that the process, especially the shortened, truncated 180 days, was flawed. I think there's more than enough evidence from everything we've heard, especially, with the administrative law judges, everything went on, and so the number of people that were not allowed to be represented. I came into here not with very much without any kind of preconceived notions, but I've come out of this thinking that we should look for ways to step in to slow this process down. I think ways to give people due process. I'm concerned. I'm concerned that we're going to be potentially. I don't see what we risk by slowing things down and giving people an opportunity so that these potential proposed paths can be properly evaluated with some boots on the ground. I think the potential damage is greater than the risk of slowing things down a little bit. So that's just my concern. I wanted to share that with you because, obviously I believe that we need to have the reliability, but I also believe it needs to come in a way that we can be proud of the work that's been done and we don't have any regrets. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Sparks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My opening remarks, I talked about, I think we owe it to not just these folks, but all the other folks across Texas to make sure that when we do something that is going to be irreparable to them, that we've looked at every avenue, and this is the only way we can make it happen. We had hours of discussion earlier, and seemed like we were just talking in circles. I'll remind you that we have natural gas pipelines that crisscross Texas everywhere. If you've ever seen a map of the state of Texas, the natural gas pipelines across Texas, it's phenomenal. So we have the ability to build thermal dispatchable gas-fired power generation anywhere in the state of Texas, mostly without even having to put any new pipe. And yet we are being told that the only way we can ever make all of this happen is to build these 765 lines. At the end of the day, maybe that's the answer. But from everything I heard earlier today, I'm not convinced. And I can guarantee you that when I signed on and said, yeah, makes sense to make sure that we're doing what we need to do for the oil and gas industry to have a plan, had no idea that basically all of the authority to run this, to run this operation would be taken out of our hands. Over and over and over again, we had people pleading to us, and I don't see where we have the authority to make that happen, which that greatly concerns me. But because, as Senator Colcourse just mentioned, now this is not just the Permian Reliability Plan. It's all over Texas. It's coming to a city near you if it hadn't affected you yet. So anyway,
thank you, sir.
I think I'd also say the people that testified today, less one, so gracious. These are Texans, right? I mean, very emotional. Some of these people are going to lose everything, and yet we're so gracious all day long. And so I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hearing everybody that stayed to the end. I really appreciate that.
To that. Thank you all. Thank you, Senator. And before we go to Vice Chair, I'd like to recognize that Mr. Barkley stayed the entire time from the Office of Public Utility Counsel, as well as representatives of both AEP and Encore. So we appreciate their attendance in LCRA and CPS. So all four of the transmission lines were listening to everybody's testimony. Senator Remmett, thank you for your attendance. You're getting he's a new senator. He's getting a good taste of the Senate world. Thank you for your attendance as well. Senator King, any final thoughts?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And it's been a long day. It's been a hard day for a lot of reasons. I was also going to say too that all the transmission companies stayed here for the whole time. PUC I know had to leave because they're in the middle of the cases, and when they step into that judge role, they can't hear testimony except in that, so they couldn't stay here. I'm very disappointed that ERCOT's not here. I think that they're at the center of this, and I actually think that's kind of discourteous to the legislature that they aren't here, and certainly to everybody who testified. Just speaking to the utilities, y'all have heard all the comments, the situation that the legislature is in, and y'all have the opportunity, regardless of what SOA or anybody else has done or said, y'all have the opportunity to go try to come back to us very quickly with some thoughts and ideas and some changes and recommendations. And you've got the opportunity also to make some decisions with regard to the process going forward. No final routes have been selected yet, which makes it worse. And when they started going to having multiple routes, that always just exploded. Used to be they would just pick one route, and then everybody worked through that, and then for some reason 20 years ago or so, they switched to having multiple routes, and that just riles up a lot of people, makes a lot of people spend a lot of money when it never was going to be at their property, and it just confuses the whole situation. But there hadn't been a final route selected. No construction's going to start immediately. It's going to be a long time before construction starts, because once they select a final route, and there's going to be lawsuits and all of that going on, then they've got to go acquire all that right of way, and there's going to be lawsuits on all that right of way. There's not always settlements. We're going to be back here in a few months, and the utilities have got a wonderful opportunity to come up in very short order with some ways to work out this problem. That 180-day deal, when that came in, no one ever anticipated, the giant route that's about to go all around Texas, the step and this. That was never anticipated to happen, and certainly the technology of 765s wasn't ever under consideration at that time, and that is a different animal. So I just think there's a lot of pressure right now on the utilities to come up with some ways to figure this out and to bring those back to the property owners and to the legislators. And it's always better if y'all figure up solutions instead of us, right? I just also want to thank everybody for staying here. We don't like staying here this late either. But we'll do it every time. I'll tell you, today was very emotional for all of us, I think. I was picturing, I mentioned earlier, I've got that 345 kV lattice that goes through our property diagonally. And I was sitting here picturing what it would look like if it was a 765. And if it was, it would be a whole different deal. So I'm not saying that 765s aren't needed. I am saying that the process has been a mess. And with that, I'm just looking forward to hearing from the utilities that are involved in this are good companies, and they're not out to offend property owners or anything. But the process did not work right. The notice issue is particularly problematic. And no one should be knocked off based on, when 800 people, that's just putting form over substance, and we can't be that way in this type of deal. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm looking forward to hearing from our good utilities to come back with some answers as to how to make this process better going forward. And I'm just looking forward to seeing some good solutions.
Well spoken, Senator King. I want to thank my fellow senators on the committee. It's been a long day, but in particular, I want to thank the landowners and the Texans that came here and poured out their heart and gave very convincing testimony. I was honored to hear it. Thank you for your time. And with that, members, the Business and Commerce Committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair.